So I thought that, as you're getting sworn in, you stand here between the flags. And first up, I have Mr. Dan Enright.
Wonderful.
Second, yeah, we're gonna.
Yeah, I don't think I need to be.
That's why I knew. No, it's.
What's this? I don't know. I'll do something. Like, who is it?
It's not one of the. That's on minus.
Real.
What's
Glad
called?
you got that. I was like, yeah.
Hey.
Happy to help.
Not in a mask this time. It was the last time.
Oh, were we?
Yeah,
Oh, were we?
we were in masks. Yeah. Yeah. And it was over Zoom. Nobody was in the room besides us.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, and state your name,
I, Dan Enright,
do swear or affirm
do swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the laws of the State of Colorado,
the laws of the State of Colorado,
and the Home Rule Charter
and the Home Rule Charter
and ordinances
and ordinances
of the Town of Telluride, Colorado,
of the Town of Telluride, Colorado,
and will faithfully perform the duties
and will faithfully perform the duties
of the office of Town Council Person,
of the office of Town Council Person,
upon which I'm about to enter,
upon which I'm about to enter,
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tiffany. Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have me and Fee. Okay. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, and state your name,
I, Mian Fee,
do swear or affirm
do swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the laws of the State of
the
Colorado,
laws of the State of Colorado,
and the Home Rule Charter
and the Home Rule Charter
and ordinances
and ordinances
of the Town of Telluride, Colorado,
of the Town of Telluride, Colorado,
and will faithfully perform the duties
will faithfully perform the duties
of the office of Town Council Person,
of the office of Town Council Person,
upon which I'm about to enter,
upon which I'm about to enter,
to the best of my
to
ability.
the best of my ability.
Thank you. Hi, how are you?
Like this? Like this?
Perfect.
Like this.
Raise your right hands. Repeat after me. I, and state your name,
I, Kristen Permakoff,
do swear or affirm
do swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the laws of the State of
the
Colorado,
laws of the State of Colorado,
and the Home Rule Charter
and the Home Rule Charter
and ordinances
and ordinances
of the Town of Telluride, Colorado,
of the Town of Telluride, Colorado,
and will faithfully perform the duties
and will faithfully perform the duties
of the office of Town Council Person,
of the office of Town Council Person,
upon which I'm about to enter,
upon which I'm about to enter,
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Sign. Congratulations, everyone.
Thanks.
I get a picture of three of them? There.
With their
Oaths.
yes.
Their certificates.
Your first
Your participation awards.
Awards.
How we get the end of them and all.
Sure.
It's not about you, Teddy. It's not about you.
Trying to keep everything on pace.
Yeah, just I've heard everything.
Yeah, yeah. This
Thank
is.
you. Thank you. Put the flags back. That one is out. It's like, let's do something.
Yeah, because they have fun there, so.
Kristen, do you still have yours?
No, I put it on your desk.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
That's good. All right.
That was exciting.
So excited.
Okay, we are going to call to order the town of Telluride, Colorado Town Council meeting. It is Tuesday, November 25th, 2025, and it is 10:10 a.m. We are in person in Rebecca Hall at 113 West Columbia Avenue, as well as hybrid and online. First item is call to order, and starting from my right,
Kristen Permakoff.
Ellen 11.
Me and Fee.
Ashley Von Sprecken.
Dan and Ryan.
and myself, Teddy Erico. Just like to say congratulations to our three council members that were just sworn in, Kristen Permakoff, me and Fee, and Dan Enright. Thank all three of you for jumping into the fray or back into the fray. Just wanted to offer that congratulations. That brings us to agenda item number 1, organizational meeting. 1A, consideration of approval of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, adopting Robert's Rules of Order with local amendments as its parliamentary rules for conducting meetings of the Town Council. And we have Tiffany here.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and council members. So this resolution is adopted as part of your organizational meeting after each election to, 1, adopt Robert's rules as your parliamentary procedure for conducting meetings, and then with local amendments. Those local amendments are attached to the resolution, and they're brought back to you on an as-needed basis. We just amended them, if you may recall, back in April to amend the section on remote participation for executive sessions. So it's before you today with some amendments based on the charter amendments that were recently adopted by the electorate at this last November's election to implement attendance standards. So if you look at page 1 of the local amendments for the council adopted rules for the conduct of meetings and general business, I added the language on attendance standards that will be now incorporated into our charter, requiring that the mayor and council members attend at least 75% of the meetings. Otherwise, an immediate vacancy occurs. In that language, it also stated that the definition of attendance will be incorporated into this document. So that was in the ballot language. So that's what I'm presenting here today is I took a stab first draft at defining what attendance is, and I would like your feedback on that. So first, if a council member or the mayor misses at least 25% of regular meetings, then that creates an immediate seat vacancy. And so in here, I built that within 3 days of 3 business days of that vacancy occurring, that I will notify that council member or the mayor within 3 days by email and USPS snail mail. And then you may recall also in that language that they can ask council an extraordinary majority to excuse the absences. So they would need to do that within 7 days in writing to the town clerk to be considered for those absences to not be considered for that vacancy. So that's the process that I drafted is within 3 days. I inform them that the vacancy has occurred. Within 7 calendar days, they need to request that consideration before council. And then the definition of being present. This I just took from the language that was adopted in the charter, so I would like your feedback on it. But just going off of that 70%, I put in there that to be considered present for a meeting, you need to attend at least 75% of that meeting. Because as you may recall in the past, if someone attends 10 minutes of a meeting, we've counted them present for the whole meeting. I've always noted on the minutes when they arrived and when they left, but they were not ever considered absent, even if only attending for 5 minutes. And then on here, I also, for remote participation, in this document, each council member and mayor, you're allowed to participate remotely 4 times per year. That in order to be considered present when you're participating remotely, that your camera needs to be on. And anytime your camera's off, that's not considered present. Because we have had issues in the past where someone's online, but they never turn their camera on at all. So, of course, if there's technical difficulties that don't allow that camera to be on, I think that member could inform the mayor or me and just let me know that, hey, my bandwidth isn't going to allow my camera to be on, but I'm here. So that's what I drafted for that section. And then there was just cleanup throughout the document in red line to kind of get us in line with So there's some pretty old school language in here about the staff sends letters to people. We don't, we send emails, and that we put public comment in your inboxes. I just email you that public comment. So just little cleanups here and there as well that are in red line. So that is what is before you for discussion and consideration.
Great. Tiffany, thank you so much. Are there any questions for Tiffany on the changes that she incorporated into the document? Ashley?
So I just want to talk. Oh, and she asked us to weigh in on the 75%, if we think that 75% is good, bad. What our feelings on that are. I think that, maybe I might be in favor of a slightly lower percentage of the meeting, just because if you do have a doctor's appointment, you're able to make it for half, or like there's been a lot of situations where some of us are on travel days where we're supposed to be for half of the meeting. So I don't know, I would be leaning towards maybe just a majority of the meeting, which would be like 51% of the meeting. But I'm also, we're trying to clean things up and make everything tighter and want people to participate. So I see the benefit of 75%. And then I just want to clarify about the electronic participation, it truly has to be electronic. You're not going to be able to call in via like the Zoom phone number then if it has to be camera on.
Correct.
Okay.
Great. Thank you, Ashley. I'll piggyback on that. I had some similar thoughts and was thinking that exact number, that 51%, because usually it's not, my experience in 2 years has been that most people who jump on are doing it because they have like the doctor's appointment or kids' obligations or something like that. And they're really trying to be committed by taking that extra step to be at the meeting. So if they're to me, 51% feels like you made a pretty good effort. I'm good with 75 if people feel different. I think we're making great strides on the attendance. So it's good either way. Dan, I saw your hand up first.
Thanks. Yeah, I don't have terribly strong feelings on what percentage it would go to. I guess I was leaning more towards 75, but I could live with 51. Clarifying question though for Tiffany, and I think I know, but I just could interpret it at least one other way. When in the third paragraph of that attendance standard where you're saying consider present if they attend at least 75% of the duration of the meeting, when you say duration, that would be in reference to the cumulative time of the whole meeting.
Right. Excluding lunch.
Yeah, and you feel comfortable tracking that in addition to the other duties you have while clerking these meetings? I
do it anyway, because as I noted, I always note the time that each council member arrives and leaves. And so it's just an additional little math, but absolutely no problem. Thank you for asking.
Sure. Okay, great. Yeah, I think that's all I have.
Great. Kristen had her hand up next.
Looking ahead at the calendar for 2026, I know I already have a couple of conflicts because I'll be in Europe. So I think the 50% would help me, but I could Zoom. It's 8-hour time change. So I could start the meeting at 6. And if it's midnight or 1 or something like that, maybe that might help me in a couple situations, unless this extraordinary majority piece. Is that something that you be excused before the meeting, or it's just if you're not here kind of thing?
So that's only for if you've already missed at least 25% of the regular meetings. The extraordinary majority is required if, let's say you had something medically going on and you couldn't help missing those 5 meetings. You can come to town council and say, hey, I really want to continue serving.
Okay.
I didn't mean to miss those. That's what takes the extraordinary majority, is for council to say, yeah, we excuse those absences. The seat's not considered vacant.
Okay. Thanks.
Mandy, I think you had your hand up.
I think I just wanted to clarify executive sessions. Specifically, I think we've all heard me say that I think that we should be able to participate remotely.
Yeah.
And so as long as that's fine, moving forward, then I think then I'm fine. But the cleanup would have been as if we weren't able to do that, like we needed to clarify what that percentage was based on, whether it was based on time plus executive session, or if you wouldn't be penalized when you weren't. But if we're allowed to be in executive sessions, then we're great.
And I did exclude executive sessions from the overall time of the meeting.
Okay.
Just because we excluded it from the being present as well
Okay.
for the vacancy. So I excluded it from that. And then just a reminder, if you do need to attend an executive session remotely, it's built in here that 24 hours notice would be great because we have to get a separate Zoom link, a separate computer setup and everything. So on the fly, it's a little bit more difficult, but we do allow for that now.
Perfect.
Great. Eleanor?
I mean, I think I sit with Dan a little bit more on the percentage of what counts as as present at a meeting. I felt like 75% was good. I won't like, I mean, whatever is fine. I think, the point of this is keeping people engaged and involved. And I think, if you're at half a meeting, are you engaged and involved and doing the job? I think you could, big picture, yes. I think, does a lot happen in a meeting and missing half of it? Is that attending a meeting? That's where I kind of like, I don't know. But I can live with 51%. I just wanted to throw my 2 cents in there.
I guess I think to counter, because like I said, I don't like, this isn't like a thing that I'm like super, super passionate about, but I will say what is difficult sometimes with like trying to do a 50% versus 75% is that a lot of times our agendas say that our meetings are going to be significantly shorter. So especially if you're making appointments and stuff like that, and you're like, okay, I can make it, and you're looking at it going, okay, I can attend 75% of this meeting as long as it actually ends at 4 o'clock, but then the meeting continues then another 2 hours. That's where it could be difficult to hit that 75% if you were anticipated being able to attend longer, but
I
then
think-
weren't because of the duration of the meeting.
I think we all know we never end on time. So I think there's some responsibility in like knowing that scheduling a meeting, like after a town council meeting, you're probably not going to make it.
I guess the last thought I'd had, the 2 cents I'd add is to make the rule for 51% is in my mind, making the rule more for the exception than the sort of normal operational procedure that we want, where I believe everybody sitting up here currently has every intention of being responsible and showing up. And I don't think it'll be an issue really either way. And by setting it at 75%, that feels more in line with the value that we wanted to perpetuate by setting this as attendance standard to begin with, and have that commitment by all of us that we're going to be here the vast majority of the time and taking this job seriously. So I think that that's where I'm coming from. I get what you're saying from, and I think we still do have flexibility by you're still allowed to miss meetings and, up to 4 a year. And that's, that's more than I think anybody sitting here has ever missed in a year. So again, I think, I'm trying to make a rule that is in line with the values. Again, I think I can live with 51%. It's not going to be a make or break for me, but
I'm just going to use I'll just use the example of when I was in Europe and I zoomed in for that meeting because I was encouraged to be a part of the discussion. And so I was there. I don't know if I hit 75%. And you would be hard pressed to get, I think, anybody to say, while I'm on my vacation, I'm going to sit here and be here for 4 hours or 5 hours but not hit a 75%. I would have probably said, I'm not going to participate because I'm not going to get credit. It would have felt a little bit like, all right, I'm going to sit here and do all this and I'm not going to get credit for being here. And it's going to be a mark against me on my attendance. That was my only qualm with 75%.
And I'm not concerned with the new council and if I don't think there's anyone in this room, unless there's some really unforeseen circumstances, is going to miss 25% of the meeting. So I don't think it's that big of a deal if it doesn't count and you contribute. I don't have a strong preference, 75, 51, or compromising at 2/3. But I will hear from Kristen, and then because this is an approval of a resolution, we'll see if the public has any comment.
Yeah, sure. I think I'm kind of leaning with Ashley because if I'm on a work vacation, I'm skiing all day, I'm finished at 5 or 6, and then I want to participate in the meeting, I want to participate anyway, and if I could get credit for some of it, that would be great. If it's half of it, if it's 1 in the morning or 2 in the morning and I've got another full ski day with my clients the next day, 50% or 51%, anything below, because as it gets longer, it's just more time. And so it would be more beneficial to have me be involved and present to get some kind of credit if I'm taking the time to do it.
That's fair.
Thank
We'll see if anyone in the room has any comment on this discussion, since it is approval of a resolution. Seeing none. Tiffany, can you tell from your laptop if anyone's?
I don't see any hands raised for this item.
So we basically have, I don't want to beat this point up too much. We have, three choices, 75%, 51%, or somewhere in the middle.
I'm fine either way.
Yeah, I can get on board with 51%.
I'm good with it. I'm good with it.
I was gonna say where I sat on that, but
Yeah, I'm good with 51%. I don't think,
Like,
yeah, you haven't, you're the only one who has.
we don't have a
waited on
problem.
Yeah.
I think I align with the fact that the 75% actually does speak to the value of what we discussed and why we put this on the ballot the way we did. I also am a believer that we should walk into things instead of running into them. And so I think perhaps, I think 51% kind of is a little too low. But I'm happy to assess it at 51% now. And if we need to, this is a charter amendment, so.
No, this can come back at any point.
Okay.
Right.
So then I think, so if at 51%, if it feels like people are
It's being
attending
used.
like half meetings and they're not there for the things that we actually need votes on and that we need weigh in on, then I think we change it. And we just evaluate it in a year. So.
That's fair.
2 years.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we have to do this when the seventh count? No, okay, thank you.
And the other thing that I want to make sure we do, which kind of flipped me from 75 to 51, is when someone is on vacation or has some other circumstances, health issues, whatever, I want them not to just write it off and be like, if I'm not getting credit, then I'm going to miss the whole thing. I'd rather have them contribute as much as they can and at least shoot for making slightly more than half the meeting. And I think for that reason, that's why I kind of changed my mind on it. Is that enough direction for that change, or do you want that in a
It is
motion?
In the motion, please, if you could do the resolution with amendments to the local
Okay.
conduct.
Is there any further discussion on this before I ask for a motion? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, adopting Robert's Rules of Order with local amendments as its parliamentary rules for conducting meetings of the Town Council, with the following change in Section 2 attendance standards. Please change the sentence to a mayor or council member is considered present for a meeting if they attend at least 51% of the total duration of the meeting, excluding executive sessions.
A second.
We have a motion from Meehan and a second from Dan. Meehan, how do you vote?
Yes.
And yes.
Chris
Kristen, yes.
Elena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
and Teddy, yes. That is approved unanimously. Tiffany, thank you very much. That brings us to agenda item 1B, appointment of Mayor Pro Tem. As everyone is aware, Meehan Fee was the previous Mayor Pro Tem for her last term, and even before that. I certainly think she's done a wonderful job and would encourage her to re-up, but this is a council, and if anyone else wants to throw their hat in the ring, I don't want to discourage that as well.
Support me in 100%.
With that, I will take a motion for the appointment of Mayor Pro Tem. Is that, Tiffany, the way to do it?
To appoint Meehan Fee as Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
We have a motion from Elena and a second from Ashley. Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Me and yes? Do I vote on myself?
Yeah, I think so.
And yes.
Teddy, yes. I don't know if it's congratulations or condolences, but me and B, thank you very much for being willing to be the Mayor Pro Tem. That brings us to agenda item 1C, appointment of council persons to boards, commissions, and subcommittees. We are going to table this till later in the meeting because I think based on our decision of appointment versus special election, we'll kind of chart our path for this agenda item. So unless there's any objection to that, that's what we're going to do. That brings us to agenda item number 2, Telluride Housing Authority. Do I have a motion to go out of town council and into the Telluride Housing Authority?
So moved.
So moved.
I think that motion was from Dan. Do I have a second?
Second.
And a second from Kristen. Dan, how do you vote?
And yes.
Kristen, yes.
Elena, yes.
Me and yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Teddy, yes. We will now go into the Telluride Housing Authority meeting. Previously, our Chair for that was Geneva Shawnette, and she is no longer with us in this room.
Make it sound like she died.
Not right. She's not in the room. She didn't die. So what's Tiffany,
Dan's vice.
Dan's the vice chair, so give it to Dan.
Yes.
Okay. I want to make sure I'm doing that right.
I wasn't positive, 100% positive myself, Teddy. With that, I will call to order this meeting of the Telluride Housing Authority. It is Tuesday, November 25th, and the time is exactly 10:30 a.m. Present for the meeting, we have Kristen Permikoff, Ellen 11, Teddy Erico, me and Fee, Ashley Von Sprecken, and myself, Dan Enright. First order of business is the approval of minutes. We have minutes from October 1st, October 21st, and October 28th. Does any member of the any member of the committee have comments on the minutes?
Do not.
Nope.
I move to approve.
Go ahead, Chris.
I did notice on the October 28th draft minutes, they're missing a couple of public comments. I know I called in on Zoom and made a public comment. I believe there was another member of the public who made public comment that day. I can't remember her name.
Don't particularly recall off the top of my head from about a month ago. I know we do sometimes note when there are public comments, but it might not always be the case as well. So I'd be happy to amend it if we wanted to go, or we can just not approve those minutes and
Okay.
wait until the next meeting.
Well, if they're not accurate, we can't approve them.
Okay.
So
I'm happy to listen to the
check.
recording or watch the recording and add in the public comment if we did miss some on those.
Okay.
And it would just be approving the minutes with amendments. You don't have to be specific what the amendment is. I have it noted.
Okay, thank you, Tiffany. Great. And then in that case, we can move forward with a motion with amendments.
I move to approve the minutes as presented with amendments. The minutes presented. I don't know how you want me to say that. That sounds awkward.
Just if you'd be specific with the amendments to the October
The
28th.
October 28th meeting with amendments to the October 28th meeting.
Okay, we have a motion from Ashley. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Teddy. Ashley, how do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
Teddy?
Yes.
Kristen, yes.
Elena, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Dan, yes. Motion passes. That we're on to new business. Election of officers, consideration of resolutions of the Telluride Housing Authority, certifying officers of the Telluride Housing Authority and the members of the Telluride Housing Authority Subcommittee. All right, and it looks like we have Ally to present.
Yeah, thank you. There's not much to present here. This is just their annual meeting of THA where we elect officers for both THA itself and then also the THA subcommittee. You'll notice in the proposed resolution that there are blanks for a chair, co-chair, and secretary for THA, a chair, vice chair, regular member, and alternate member for the subcommittee. I would also ask that at this time, you please give comment as to whether the subcommittee would still like to meet on the first Wednesday of every month in the mornings. If you would like to see a different meeting date, perhaps in the evening on a different day or the same day, we can take a look at the calendar and take those comments into consideration to see whether there is any desire to reschedule those meetings.
Wonderful. Well, let's start with the members and the officer positions for the full THA. I am interested in taking over the chair position. So if I put my own hat in the ring there, but obviously open to having a discussion.
I would also be open to that or co-chair with Dan. The work we do with THA is what I find some of the most interesting work that we do. So I would love to stay really involved in that committee.
And I'd like to stay on it as well. I think in regards to positions, I think my only concern is we've sort of had a lot of focus on housing over the past couple of years. And I think we're going into like another round of these discussions. And I think I maybe would love for the person that is heading that organization to not have any perceived conflicts. I'm not saying that there were and there are, like, I don't believe that there are, but I do think that it might be helpful given public scrutiny to have somebody that doesn't have a housing conflict will just run the meetings.
I would view it in the complete opposite lens. I think person most in touch with the housing system and who it experiences on a literal daily basis are the exact type of true representation the citizens of Telluride are looking and asking for. And that could be applied to myself, you, or Kristen. And I'm proud that the three of us who are in our housing system in one form or another are up here at this table. And I want us to all continue to be involved, because I think that day-to-day experience really helps deliver better for the entire community, especially those in our housing system.
Oh,
So I couldn't disagree more.
I mean, I definitely agree with you. I mean, I think that that's really important. And you've heard me say that I very much want to look at reconstituting this organization or a reporting structure or a citizens group so that we are really getting direct feedback from the people that are in these housing, in these housing conversations when we're making decisions that, yes, do affect everybody, their day-to-day existence. And you experience that. Kristen experiences that. I do to an extent, but ultimately because actually I'm on a separate deed restriction, any decisions that we make actually do not ever apply to me. So I think what I really do want to, I want to make sure that when we move forward, we do so in a way that the public can fully support, and that we do not create challenges for ourselves that we have to overcome when we already are going to be, really having a pretty robust discussion about change to serve the greater community better than we have in the past.
As you know, the chairperson doesn't really have any extra authority on
Mhm.
these boards. It just is the person chairing the meeting and helping
I know.
run it. It feels, it doesn't connect with me, what you're saying. And I think even by raising that specter, it's honestly a little hurtful to me, because
Isn't my intention.
yeah, and I still feel the way I do. But it doesn't like, if you don't want me, we're allowed to have a vote, and your vote counts as much as the next person on who the chairperson is. If you feel like Elena is the better candidate, by all means vote for her. Teddy.
I just want to remind the public that, part of the discussion and what Mian was alluding to is that it is in our 2026 town council goals and objectives to further look at THA. And it's not only its composition, but the potential of an advisory committee. It could go anywhere from staying exactly the same to significant changes and everything in the middle. And so that's kind of just what I just want to make sure we were all clear on that, and something we will discuss, which will create some heavy lifting for the subcommittee. And then a friendly suggestion. Would we be better served putting the subcommittee together first and then discussing the chair second, or do you want to stay with chair first?
Yes, subcommittee perhaps seems easier. It depends on, I guess, how much interest there is. I don't know. I haven't talked to any of you about it. I figure Kristen might be interested. I assume the other members of the subcommittee remain interested in it. So the only question would be whether Ashley or Teddy, either of you have any desire to want to serve on the THA subcommittee.
I mean, I'm currently really happy with the other committees that I serve on, and I feel like taking this on would probably overload me a bit. So and I'm happy to have Kristen serve with you all. So I personally did not have interest in joining the subcommittee. Again, feeling that we get a lot with the regular board that we get to weigh in on. So
Sure. Thank you.
And I think the subcommittee did a great job. And since Kristen wants to be a part of it, whether alternate or full member to be decided, I feel strongly that as an owner, that would be a good choice.
Okay, great.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Kristen.
So this makeup, is this 3 and an alternate?
Yes,
Correct?
that is correct. Yes. So
Okay.
we'd have to decide who that alternate would be.
And then does the alternate participate in the conversations at that level also?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So it's 4 members, basically. One alternate doesn't have the vote, though.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, unless there's an absence from the meeting for whatever reason,
Yeah,
which there
But it's an
no,
alternate.
it sometimes does happen. It does.
Okay.
Does occur. So
Thanks.
Yeah, I guess on that one, I would be fine with whatever reason, but whatever way, but I guess honoring time on the board and having Kristen be the alternate and the three of us be the regular members feels like perhaps the place to start. Sorry, Kristen,
That's
nothing
okay.
personal, but just feels like the most fair and right way to do it in my mind. Go ahead if you have more comment.
Yeah, I served on the THA for 5 years when I was served on council previously, so I have that experience.
That's fair.
I know you guys have been changing things. I know that then there were resolutions based on the changes that you made to maybe to affect people in a better way, a more helpful way. I think that I have a clear viewpoint. I think that I'm open-minded. I know a lot of people in the community. I would really like a regular seat on the board. And I mean, you've been serving on it already, Mian, I know, and these two want to stay on.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm happy to talk to you about it because
I mean, I'd like to elevate. I think that probably, that makes sense. I mean, I do think, from a structural perspective, like we do all talk, like it's not as though like any
Mhm.
voice, sorry, it's not as though any voice is not heard in those conversations, throughout any discussion at the subcommittee level. So I don't want you to feel as though that your perspective wouldn't be heard. In fact, I mean, candidly, I want more perspectives on that board. I mean, I'll be very clear about that. And I think I have been clear about that all the way along. So like, I think that what we're doing is going to ultimately be a change and a reconstitution of that board. So to me, this feels perhaps like a stopgap until we get to a better solution for the community. And so I think it probably makes sense just to keep the current serving people on the board and keep you as alternate, knowing that we literally are about to start the conversation about what this board should look like and how it should like be reconstituted. So I think keeping status quo right now and then moving into whatever it could be in 3 months, 6 months makes more sense.
And so is this board then, Teddy, part of the change that would happen with the 7th member? Are we going to revisit this again then also?
Well, I think
Or no?
I think, I think we got to figure out what we're doing. For me, I'm comfortable with Block 23 and THA subcommittee going forward without the discussion of the 7th member and having that with the other boards and commissions. That's just my opinion. I'm open to comments on that and feedback. For me, I already said that I think it's great that Kristen wants to be on that committee. And to me, I think Mian's point of most likely it's about to change significantly and be reconstituted, that potential.
What do you mean by that? What?
I mean, I don't know. And
I don't know, but we're gonna discuss the THA. It's part of our goals and objectives for 2026 to look at the current composition of THA and decide if we want, and I said it before, an advisory committee or a new composition of how the board is put together, or leave it status quo as a council decision, discussion.
Right, because right now THA is if you are on town council, then by de facto you are on THA. And we're gonna talk about if that is a good system, or do we want to make it more aligned with the other boards and commissions, that was my understanding.
Correct.
That's the discussion we're gonna have.
Correct. And I'm not saying, and everything I said is not that we are changing it, but there is a good possibility something will change.
Sure.
Um,
Ella?
Yeah, I think I feel like when we have these meetings, we are really inclusive of everyone's point of view, and we treat every member of the subcommittee as an equal. So I feel like this isn't like a decision that's going to have a lot of repercussions. But I understand kind of keeping some consistency of who's been serving and like made the decisions for the current policies and guidelines that we have that we are revisiting. It might be helpful to have a lot of background in what exactly those are and why we made them if we're talking about who to have as the regular member. That said, just in terms of who makes up the officers, I think, you know, I would be the only one on THA who's not in town-built housing, which I don't think that gives me an advantage, but it does give me a really neutral point of view. I'm not directly affected by any of the decisions that we make, which is good and bad. But just saying that out loud. But either way, I'm happy with whatever position. I would love to be considered for, just one of the officer positions. I really do love doing work with THA and would like to continue, so.
Kristen?
Oh, sorry, I keep looking at him, but you're.
No, I know. I threw myself off. a second
I'm
ago as
getting
well.
back into it
Yeah.
here. I did attend the majority of the THA meetings when the mountain closed last year. I think I only missed one. And I did notice at the meetings that sometimes the agenda, it got squished toward the end. And Ally, I think you would agree that I know, especially toward the end when we were like changing the guidelines, that there were times in the meeting where the board discussed things at length and went off on tangents that made the meetings go too long. So then when it came down to 12 o'clock and time to wrap it up, or 11:45, there wasn't enough time to wrap everything up. And that was what I saw. So moving forward, whoever's the chair, I would really hope the chair would run a tight meeting, stay on task, stay within a time frame.
I think I disagree there because we did have a schedule for the revisions of the guidelines that we adhered to and met on time, on schedule to get there. So sometimes making the sausage feels a little messy and can feel long-winded, just like we're doing at this exact moment, but this is the sort of process that occurs. And I wasn't chairing the vast majority of those meetings, but I still feel like those of us who were running it, we got there in the end. And for that process, it certainly felt easier than the rental housing policies felt.
Yeah, and I think, I just want to clarify that anything that we didn't get to at a specific meeting just got put on the next agenda. It wasn't that it was overlooked.
It was right before the guidelines came up to town council. It was one of the very last meetings, but
And then
we can
would
move on.
talk
I'm just
about it
saying
at
that
the
he's got to be
full
real, whoever will
Right.
be the chair
Yeah,
really needs to run. a
Yeah,
tight meeting.
I would just like to say something. I think that the point of THA subcommittee is to get into the nitty gritty. And that's where we're supposed to have those in-depth conversations where we really dig into it. I think we do that at THA sub so that we don't have to do that when we have the full THA here, so that we've already gone through the motions of that. So I'm kind of like the opposite perspective, where I think it's really important that we give time to do that and that we don't rush through items when we do have conflicting ideas, and that we hear the perspective of all members, including the alternates. And we really make sure everyone gets to say what they need to say in those meetings, so that when it comes to the full board, we've really, fleshed out everything that needed to be said and really gone through all the scenarios that could play out, so that we can have more efficient meetings when we have more people here and tighter agendas. So that's my point of view. I do think yes, the meetings need to stay on track, but I do think there is a lot of value in allowing those conversations to get a little messy, so that we know that we're making the best decision.
I agree with that sentiment. I think our housing policies are incredibly complex and incredibly nuanced. And when we as a subcommittee or we as the full THA board make a decision, these decisions have very, very serious ramifications on people's lives. And so I would always rather take the time with these sorts of things, the decisions that are going to truly affect our constituents, to take as much time as possible and to really lift every single rock to make sure that we are not in some form or fashion not considering something. And I know that whether it's making the sausage or whatever expression we want to use, it's the only way that we can get to the best solution for the greatest number of people in the community. And so if anything, you know, what I would say is that probably maybe we just need to time manage it a little bit more and start the conversations earlier or take more time, back our schedules up a little bit further to ensure that we can both stay on track and hit the deadlines and hit the deadlines that we want, but still make sure that we can fully flesh out every single point that we are trying to make to serve the community. So I think that's good. It's
I
really good
agree, yeah,
feedback for
I
us to
agree.
move forward.
Any other comments from THA? That will move to public comment. If you're online, please use the raise hand function. We'll limit public comment to 3 minutes per commenter. We have one in the room. We'll start with Mr. Tooley.
Not a microphone there, so if you could step up to the desk there, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kavanaugh. Or Mrs. Kavanaugh, excuse me. Douglas Tooley, at my suggestion, the Residents Advisory Committee was formed in Mountain Village and 6 or 7 years ago, and I've had some experience watching how that was managed up there with the Mountain Village influence. I think I do speak on this subject with some direct experience as well as considerable decades long of housing following affordable housing subjects, starting with a private market perspective and a very good boss. Increasing the authority, the voice of primarily younger residents, empowering those residents. You know, the community is not just the council, it is a much broader body. And it is essential that we need to do that in our housing. It's also essential that we see more employee ownership and employee representation in general in this country. That should have happened in 2008 under Obama. It did not, and it should be happening with Telluride Ski and Golf Company. And at the moment, it is not. That said, you do need to have balance, and I would suggest that there be one member of the leadership be a non-resident, and I'd be fine with the actual chair being a resident of Telluride deed restricted housing, as I would hope to be at some point relatively soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tooley. There's no one else in the room and no hands appear to be raised online. We'll close public comment and return to the Housing Authority. Kristen?
Did Ally, are we going to talk about the potential change in the scheduling after this?
We can talk about
Or-
that at any point, but I mean, I think we should stay focused to the matter at
Okay,
hand and
yeah.
try and get some direction given. You know, I think we have some difference of opinion. I'll give mine that on the topic of waiting for the 7th member, this one is clearly the board that has the most interest from current members. And I don't feel like we need to wait. I think it's better to just sort of settle this now and then be able to move forward. There'll be further opportunities for if that 7th member really does want to get involved, and there's nothing prohibiting them from attending these meetings anyways and continue to give input then as well. So
We're also part of
Yeah, they're still
THA.
part of THA.
that's not part of THA.
So
Yeah, exactly.
that,
Yeah.
that's why I was okay with
Yeah.
moving these two forward.
So, on the matter of full THA chair, co-chair and secretary, sounds like myself, Elena, Kristen, and Mian, are you interested in any of those positions?
Well, can an alternate be?
Sorry, no, this is for full THA.
Oh, for full THA? No, I don't care.
Okay. So 3 of us, myself and Elena, both,
Well, yeah, what?
you still need a chair, co-chair and a secretary.
Technically, the officers are like different, even though
Oh,
we've had them be the same. But like we could make different officers, but why
Oh,
we would.
okay. Sorry, I thought they were the same. I thought they just translated.
My question is, and
That's
don't know the answer, does it matter? Is it better to have the same chair at THA subcommittee lead the THA? Or does that not matter? And I would ask the 4 people to comment on that because you're part of it.
I'd like to keep that
I think it's-
position. Yeah.
I think it's good to have them.
Consistency?
Yeah.
Okay. I actually agree, but I wanted us to discuss it.
No, yeah,
Yeah.
seems worth discussing. So this is where I think we'll just have to make our choices because it sounds like there's still some disagreement here. So at this point, if somebody wants to make a motion or if there's somebody who's willing to back out, I still express my desire to chair. I think that I have a lot of experience in the realm of housing. I've been involved my entire time on council. I think my experiencing day to day of the housing system is an asset, not a weakness, and that I feel like I can absolutely be fair. I have experience chairing these meetings before. I do try to make sure that everyone has ample opportunity for input and not have my own opinions on whatever the matter at hand affect the actual operations of the meeting, which is really all we're talking about.
Can I just talk to Man about alternate versus regular seat? Because then that would bring the chairperson into consideration too. Like if you want that seat and then I'm the alternate, then I'm out of that conversation. If you want that seat because you've been in it, but also if you want to bring someone new into it for, I think that was kind of what you were referring to before.
What, I don't understand. Are you saying that?
Are we talking about the 3 seats and then the 1 alternate, correct? Because the alternate wouldn't be one of the 3 chair, vice chair, or
Right,
secretary.
correct.
So
So,
do you want to be on the board is what I'm asking?
yes,
Okay, so I'm the alternate.
yes.
So it'd be the 3 of you for the positions. Is that what we're talking about?
I think so.
I guess, okay, just to be clear.
No, no,
for
no,
the
thanks.
Listening
I think
audience
that
too.
Summarizes because we're talking about several things simultaneously.
Got it,
So
okay.
that, I think that helps provide clarity a little bit.
I'll say my 2 cents because you kind of said
Please.
I would be happy with the co-chair position or I've been the secretary for the past 2 years. I have not been on the board as long as Dan, but I have been really interested and involved in our housing program. Mostly when I was an employer, I had a lot of employees live in the housing system. So I kind of not only participated in that sense, but I also just got a lot of anecdotal stories and I've known a lot of people in the housing system, but I do have sort of a neutral point of view, just not being in town housing, which I'm very grateful for. But yeah, I think it's just a different perspective. And, we've had some, I don't agree with a lot of the issues brought up about the makeup of THA, but we have had some people, complain about who sits on this board. And I think that I'm kind of a neutral party in that sense. So I don't think me sitting in that position would bring any controversy. But I'm very happy to be co-chair and just keep being part of this conversation. And either way, I'm happy to just be on the board of the subcommittee.
Kristen?
I think we've appointed a mayor pro tem. I think this board is a very important board. I would like to move to appoint me and Fee to the chair of the THA Housing Authority
Okay.
Subcommittee.
Thank
So-
you for that.
This is for the subcommittee, just to clarify. Okay, we have a motion.
Or if they're gonna be the same, if they're both the same, then Telluride Housing Authority.
Is there a second?
Question I have is, would you do?
Well, yeah, I mean, like.
I'm trying to cut to the chase.
Yeah, can
I'm
we?
trying to cut to the chase.
Second, yeah, because I
I mean-
also don't necessarily need you guys to vote me down for something that I don't want to begin with.
I mean, I was gonna go for chair if I wasn't alternate, but
I think I appreciate that a lot. I think I run a tight meeting. But I also think that sorry, I'm stammering because I was not expecting that.
Sorry.
I feel like Kristen, your voice, and Dan, your voice and my voice are integral to the conversation. And I want us to be able to actively use those voices to advocate for the people that we represent, that we, you know, the common class that we sort of sit and serve. And, you know, for that reason, that is one of the reasons I actually believe that Elena should sit as the chair so that we can serve our community without running a meeting. So thank you, but I would love if you would rescind your motion.
Right. So noted. Yes, I'll take it back. I'll rescind. Kevin, is it the proper term?
That's fine. It hasn't been seconded either,
Right,
so it
right.
would die.
Yeah, I don't need it to fail either.
Right, but I don't think co-chair is a thing. I think it's a chair.
Yeah.
So
There is a co-chair position that's listed
Yeah,
here.
It's not a thing.
well, then I move to
For the
appoint Ellen
full
as the chair.
THA, For the THA subcommittee, it's chair, vice chair, and then the alternate, regular and alternate.
And then
member.
did two people run the meeting?
No, it's just if the chair is, yeah, yes. Yes,
So Geneva was the chair at
and
Dan.
that's why I'm chairing this meeting.
Yeah.
currently.
Gotcha.
We just have
vice
two different
chair.
titles for the two groups, and that's why it's
Yeah.
confusing.
Okay, here.
And when we talk about THA cleanup and whether we want to change composition,
Vice
there
chair.
are, there are
Yeah.
several documents that we need to take another look at. So there will be, this will be a comprehensive cleanup when we get there. But
Okay,
right
cool.
now, we do have a chair and co-chair for THA, a chair and vice chair for THA
Okay,
subcommittee.
the co-chair and the vice chair. Thank you for clarifying.
Alrighty.
You-
That was a
There is, so
motion.
was a motion, there's a motion on the floor.
No, it was rescinded.
No, she just.
No, but I
Oh,
move,
I didn't hear the new one.
I didn't.
okay,
Sorry.
unless there's more discussion, because
I didn't hear the motion. Can
To
you please
appoint-
restate it?
I'd like to appoint Ellen 11 to the chair position of the Telluride Housing Authority.
We have a motion from Kristen. Is there a second?
I second.
We have a motion from Kristen and a second from me and Kristen, how do you vote?
Kristen, yes.
Me and yes.
Elena, yes.
Teddy, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, no. Motion passes 5-1. So we have a chair for the full THA board. Eleanor, if you don't mind, I'll just finish out the rest of this.
Yeah.
Thank you. Before handing over my duties in that place, I move to appoint Dan Enright to the vice chair position of the Telluride Housing Authority.
So that was my motion.
Second.
We have a motion for myself, Dan Enright, and a second from Ashley. I, Dan Enright, vote yes. Ashley, how do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Elena, yes.
Teddy, yes.
Me and yes.
All right, motion passes unanimously. Okay, and excuse me, I was a little unclear. I said, I think vice chair, and I meant to say co-chair. We did pass that motion. Do we need to, is that,
I think we can just do it out of order.
Great.
thank you, legal, appreciate it.
At the end, we'll have, at the end, we'll have someone adopt the resolution with all names
Thank
filled in. So we will clarify that.
Sounds like we're getting there. Okay, and then,
I move to appoint me and Fee as secretary.
and I second. Okay, so Ashley, how do you vote?
I can do that.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Elena, yes.
Teddy, yes.
Me and yes.
All right, and Dan, yes. All right, so I think we're ready for the full motion here, assuming that we can be on board with myself, me and Elena being the regular members of the THA subcommittee, Kristen being the alternate. Elena will chair both THA sub and the full THA. I'll be co-chair and vice chair, and me and the secretary Are there any other comments or objections to what I just laid out? Great. In that case, I move to approve resolutions of the Telluride Housing Authority certifying election of officers and designating members of the Telluride Housing Authority Subcommittee. Do I need to state in the motion who those are?
I think that would be
Happy to. For the full Telluride Housing Authority, the chairperson will be Ellen 11. The co-chair will be myself, Dan Enright, and the secretary will be me and Fee. For the Telluride Housing Authority Subcommittee, chairperson will be Ellen 11. Myself will be the vice chair, Dan Enright. The regular member will be me and Fee, and the alternate member, Kristen Permakoff.
Second.
We have a second from Mian. We'll take the vote. Myself, Dan Enright, I vote yes. Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Kristen, yes.
Elena, yes.
Teddy, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Motion passes unanimously. With that, we'll move on to the last part of the agenda, which is the adjourning of the Housing Authority, and we'll return to Town Council. Thank you.
Great. Dan, thank you very much. I'd like to have a motion to go into Block 23 Housing Corporation.
So moved.
We have a motion from Mian. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Ashley. Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Ashley, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Yes.
And yes.
And Teddy, yes. We are now in the Block 23 Housing Corporation meeting. Our president was Geneva. Our vice president was Jesse Ray Arguelles. So Ally, how do we want to run this meeting? How do you, if they were the two?
Did we have a secretary treasurer designated? I believe we did.
Oh yeah, there is. It's sorry, I didn't see that. Elena is the secretary. So Elena, we're going to defer to you
Great.
to run the Block 23 Housing Corporation meeting.
All right, I would like to call to order the Block 23 Housing Corporation meeting on Tuesday, November 25th at 11:06 in Rebecca Hall. We are also on Zoom. Present are Kristen Permakoff, myself, Ellen Levin, Teddy Erico, Mian Fee, Ashley Von Sprecken, and Dan Enright. The first item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes from November 19th, 2024.
I'm moved to approve the meeting. I moved to approve the minutes as presented.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion from Mian and a second from Teddy. Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Kristen, yeah. Oh, sorry. Kristen, yes.
Oh,
Ashley?
Ashley, yes.
And yes.
Did
Uh,
Teddy say yes?
Mhm.
It was
Okay,
second,
sorry,
yes.
I missed it.
Off.
I was the second.
Got it.
Elena, yes. Great. The minutes have been approved unanimously. The second item on the agenda is the election of officers. So consideration of resolutions of Block 23 Housing Corporation, certifying election of officers, retaining chief executive officer, and retaining authorized signers. So does anyone have interest in being any of the officers of Block 23?
I mean, this one is more or less
Yeah,
a
it's,
a tax entity, and I feel like for this purposes, just making Teddy the president seems easiest, but I'm fine with whatever.
I'm good with it. Doesn't, you know.
Ally or Kevin, do you have any input on that?
Do we ever have dual signatures?
So one thing I will mention is when we are selling property to employees to own, as opposed to the rental model, which is more THA, for sale, we use Block 23 quite a bit. So there are times when closing matters are time sensitive, and we really need to make sure, similar to THA, and I would make similar observation there, that we need to make sure that the officers are available at certain times. We are typically able to provide you advance notice of that. We'll say we're going to have 5 closings in the next week, but there can be a very active period of time. We haven't had it in a while. The last one was probably either Silverjack or Longwell, where we've had for sale units, and Block 23 is involved in that.
But do we ever,
So what's-
we don't ever have like the mayor and the president of Block 23 having to sign the same document, do we?
Sometimes they're signing deed restrictions, as I recall.
Yeah.
We do, and that's my question. Is it a problem if
Mhm.
I'm both to sign both
No.
places?
Because you're signing in your capacity and at the different entities. So you'll sign as Teddy Erico, mayor of Town of Telluride, or president of Block 23. So I don't, I think Kevin probably agrees. I don't see any conflict there.
I just want to make sure and bring that to the public's attention that I might be the person signing both line items.
But it's always still a public matter. There's a public record, and so I still feel very comfortable with that personally.
Yeah,
Yep.
logistically,
Yeah.
if you have to sign them anyway, it might
Yeah.
be easier to just have one
100%.
person have it in their schedule.
And that reminded me, I need to go to land title at lunch.
Is anyone else interested in being president, just for the sake of seeing if this this doesn't come with a ton of work. Okay, do we want to just decide all the officers and do one motion? Is that easiest? Okay, so anyone interested in being vice president? I would be willing to do it. If since I'm,
Yeah. I
yeah,
think it's
great.
fine.
And then we have a secretary treasurer position.
I'm happy to do it. It's fine.
Great. Okay, so with that decided, if everyone okay with that, I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
I move to approve a resolution of the Block 23 Housing Corporation certifying election of officers with Ellen 11 as president, or
Oh,
excuse me, Teddy Erico as president, Ellen 11 as vice president, and myself, Dan Enright, as secretary treasurer, and retaining chief executive officer and retaining authorized signers.
Second,
and we have a motion by Dan and a second by me. And how do you vote?
And yes.
Ian, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Oh, sorry.
Teddy, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes. The motion has passed unanimously. Without any further items on the agenda, I will adjourn the Block 23 Housing Corporation meeting at 11:11.
Great. Eleanor, thank you very much. We will return to the Town of Telluride Town Council meeting. It is 11:11 currently. The next agenda item is scheduled for 11:30 under action items. So I want to hold off until 11:30 to make sure everyone has the opportunity to tune in as we presented that agenda. So we will skip ahead to Zoe Denal for her to begin the manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor Erico. To start, I will give an update from our communications division. We had our recent merchant meeting on Wednesday, November 5th. This was for the town to help facilitate planning conversations for this year's Noel night. And Noel night is taking place Wednesday, December 10th. I want to say, and I know Ashley and Meehan were there, but it was a very well-attended merchant meeting, and I hope we can keep that momentum. I think it was very beneficial for our merchants to collectively get together and work toward a common goal, which was going to be our merchant or our Noel night on December 10th. I don't know if you have anything else to add to Noel night of what people can expect. Meehan, if you want to.
No, I think I think it was a really great meeting. It was really nice to have all of the merchants coming together to create a plan to have lots of vitality and excitement. We'll have the ski tree lighting. Of course, I believe there will be choral performances, and then all of the businesses are going to be running specials and experiences throughout the course of the day itself. So hope to see everybody there.
What is the date this year?
Wednesday, December 10th. Everybody say that. Wednesday, December 10th.
For 10.
Great.
And make a comment.
Yes, please.
That last year I did work for July 5 for Noel night at the Alibi, and the numbers were, or 2 years ago, the numbers were down because it was so close to Thanksgiving.
Yep.
And so as long
So we
as
pushed it out.
broader public knows that it's not the first Wednesday, as historically it has been, that it's now
That's exactly right.
the second. Will that depend on the Thanksgiving holiday, how that falls, or?
It will be up
gonna
to the
just-
merchants
Up to
and
the
the
merchants.
discussion.
Okay. Okay,
Yep.
cool. Thank you.
Yep. The town does not run Noel night. It's the merchants.
All right.
We're there to help facilitate, but the Telluride Tourism Board is putting out a marketing campaign and
Great.
see that being
Oh.
pushed too. Yeah.
And I have a question for anyone who was caught off guard by the date change. What's the best way to like get the information, like sign up for emails? How can people do that if they're not already getting all the information they need?
Thank you. Visit bit.ly, so bit.ly-TOT news, and you can sign up for our newsletters, and it also will provide other avenues for communication. But we very much encourage, and we encourage all of our business owners as well. One of the big things is we do have the list of business licenses. And so when we are communicating to our business community, we utilize the information on file through their business licenses. However, a lot of the times this is an email that they do not check or does not direct. But that is the information that we have. So if they want that to be updated or changed, I very much encourage everyone to visit bit.ly-TOT news. Yes, Ashley.
And this last merchant meeting was robustly attended, but I would encourage any business owners to attend the merchant meetings, which are happening every other month.
Yep.
Throughout the year so that they can chime in on things that are important to their business or, questions, trends, whatever's being discussed in those meetings. So more business owners and merchants should be at that meeting.
And the next meeting is Tuesday, December 9th at 1 PM. And this is a joint meeting with the town of Mountain Village. We're going to hear from TMVOA, Mountain Village, the Tourism Board, Flight Alliance, as well as the ski resort. So it will provide the merchants with a lot of updates and the avenue, provide a lot of feedback, not just to the town, but to a lot of those groups. And if you go to our manager's report, you'll have the link to our merchant meeting information, which is bit.ly/TOT merchant MTGS. And you can also add our next meeting to your calendar through a link there. Before we move on from Noel Night, for parking, to support our local businesses and encourage community participation in this year's Noel Night events, the town will temporarily disable all paid parking zones in the commercial core for the full day of Noel Night. So the normal 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. paid parking hours will be available for free on Noel Night. So allowing residents and visitors access to downtown shops, restaurants, activities without the need to pay meters or through mobile payment. However, standard parking regulations will still be in effect. So designated areas like loading zones, center lane, residential permits, outside the commercial core, and safety related restrictions will still be in effect. So enforcement staff will focus on safety and access needs rather than meter compliance during this period. This is hopefully to reduce barriers for shoppers, enhance Noel Night's experience, and support the vitality of our local businesses during one of the most important evenings of the year.
Does that include the Silverjack parking garage?
It includes the Silverjack parking garage.
And it'll be from like midnight to midnight, 24 hours?
So
Is that
paid
the
parking
idea?
starts at 7 a.m. through, was it 6? Yep.
But not Silverjack. Silverjack is 20. That's why I'm asking.
So
about
we'll
specifically.
most likely start that at 7 through
Yeah.
midnight.
We'll probably match the paid zones. Make it easier.
Okay, just want to make sure that.
Yeah.
nobody
The overnight there makes it kind of complicated.
How
So
about
free-
the center lane?
Center lane still into effect, always and forever.
Sure, everyone knows.
Cannot park in the center.
You cannot park in the center lane unless you have a loading permit ever.
Perfect.
So thank you for that, Teddy. Moving on from merchant meeting and Noel Night, wayfinding, placemaking, and signage projects. So the town has gone to bid for our phase 1 fabrication and installation of our signage for parking, vehicular wayfinding, and Telluride Town Park and Campground. So staff will hold a work session to review phase 1 designs in December and discuss next steps, including a material open house, a walking tour for the community to learn more about the multi-phase plan, and approach to the signage overhaul in the coming years. So we will have more for that on the community and a more robust presentation in December, but we'll continue to remind people of this much communicated change that the public has provided to us. That will be a change. Moving back onto parking, Park Mobile. So the town is preparing to transition its mobile parking payment provider from T2 to Park Mobile. This change will streamline the user experience for residents, employees, and visitors while providing improved data and reporting capabilities for staff. So over the next few months, all existing T2 mobile payment signs across town will be replaced by Park Mobile signage. As the new signs are installed, Park Mobile will become the primary platform for parking payments that utilize text, call, website, and app-based transactions. This platform also provides Spanish language support, including Spanish translation when calling Park Mobile helpline, improving accessibility for our broad range of users. It's very important to note, though, the physical parking meters located throughout town will remain in place and will continue to operate as they do today. The shift to Park Mobile does not change meter functionality. Rather, it just adds a more convenient mobile option. Park Mobile will allow users to activate the free 30-minute parking period remotely, pay or extend parking sessions from their phone, and receive clear notifications about their parking status. The new mobile platform will also improve analytics, giving staff better insight into our parking patterns and system performance. Staff will continue to share updates and signage changes, progress, and Park Mobile features go live.
Can I just thank the public for their very vocal support of Park Mobile? And I hope that this is a change that you understand that we heard you request and that we are fulfilling. And we hope that you like it as much as we do.
Great. Finally, the license plate reader system. So the town will begin deployment of its new LPR system this month. to support consistent enforcement of existing parking regulations throughout Telluride. We've mentioned this before, but this technology will modernize the way parking compliance is monitored by allowing enforcement staff to verify parking sessions more efficiently with greater accuracy. Because this represents a significant operational change, the town will phase in the LPR implementation over the coming months. During this transition period, staff will continue to use traditional enforcement methods while gradually increasing resilience on LPR-based verification. A major,
Oh, no, I was going to say something at the end of it.
Okay. A major change associated with the LPR system is the way that parking infractions will be issued. So instead of receiving a physical citation on your vehicle at the time of violation, the LPR will document parking infractions electronically and mail citations to the registered owner. As a result, individuals may not receive a parking ticket on the day of their infraction occurs. This is just like Silverjack operates currently. The LPR system is intended to improve efficiency, enhance compliance, and provide clear records for parking activity, and staff will continue to communicate these updates with the phased rollout.
I just want the general public to hear that this LPR system is ruthlessly efficient. And we all need to be very, very cognizant that if you are not paying parking, this system will see that and you will get tickets. And so I just want everyone to be very, very aware that this is an incredible system and an incredible asset for the community, but it will really require that we pay our parking so that we avoid those tickets in the future.
Through a more convenient system of Park Mobile.
Through a more convenient system called Park Mobile.
And that means make sure you're paying, because you'll think you skated and you didn't. And then all of a sudden you'll get a bunch of tickets in the mail. So
And that is the other
you got to
point
keep
of
that in
us
mind.
implementing in this more rolled out phase, because we understand that there will be a bit of a delay of people getting these citations. So instead of someone making a parking mistake and not getting the mistake citation, but they'll do that 5 days in a row, we'll give them the opportunity to recognize that and hopefully heed that warning. And so they're not getting that pile of tickets right at the get-go. Yes, Kristen.
What's happening with the entrance to Silverjack parking?
It's still
whole
going to be an
system?
LPR system, just like
Because
we
I've
have.
noticed some like papers taped onto it. They're falling off, they're taped up, they're not, they're falling off, they're.
So
in
you will be able to, you will be able to pay via Park Mobile. So we're shifting that signage.
Will those stay there? They'll just won't be in
No,
operation?
so the signage, the
gate?
machines.
The gates.
Where the arm used to be.
Oh, okay.
What's
Well,
up,
we don't have
those-
a gate there.
I think there was a plan to look at maybe redoing that.
Yeah,
At
that
one
would be
point.
good.
But right now,
Look at that.
no with the gate, and not the pay is how it is now, which is right now we have the T2 signs up where you have to text to pay.
Okay.
But this will be transitioning to Park Mobile. So
Okay.
that's the.
It looks a little messy over there.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And those were temporary signage that we are now replacing with Park
Yeah.
Mobile.
Excellent.
Great. Okay, moving on, parking meter relocation. So the town has completed its review of the parking meter performance using utilization data collected throughout the year. This analysis identified several meters that are underutilized and no longer aligned with the town's internal meter placement policy. So to ensure paid parking resources are deployed in locations that are most effective, staff will begin removing or relocating select meters over the next few months. These adjustments are intended to improve the overall function of the town's parking system, reduce unnecessary infrastructure in low-demand areas, and better support turnover and high-use zones. Meter changes will be phased to minimize disruption, and updated signage will be installed as needed to ensure clarity for all users. Staff will continue monitoring parking conditions and make further adjustments as necessary to maintain efficient and balanced parking ecosystem. All right. Moving on from parking for housing development. Canyonlands Tower House, our public-private partnership. This again is 36 deed restricted units, 28 rental, 8 for sale, and 3 free market. Looking, just to give a quick update on construction, a 3-week look back. The wider line loop has been completed. That was a lot of the utility work that had been going on. VPAN, curb and gutter and asphalt is now completed on Tomboy and Colorado West Foundation wall work completed. Eastern sidewalks have been poured on November 18th. Looking ahead, this western sidewalk pour will take place. Conduit install and utility corridor, water line installation, footing excavation, form footing and foundation walls, storm drain installs, backfill and compact water line, trench backfill, and compact sanitary sewer and dry well installation. So again, continue to work on that, the utility pieces.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yeah, of course.
For the listening audience, is there a place where they can view the drawings of these potential projects?
If you go on to Engage
These projects?
Telluride, yep,
Uh-huh.
engagetelluride.org, you can see all of our main projects that have all associated meetings or documents and information.
Programs and- Great.
And Canyonlands is one of those.
Okay, great.
Shandoka Building F Phase 2. This is the remodel of the 14 existing units and expansion of 3 units, an addition of 2 studio units and 1 new 2-bedroom unit. Construction update, final inspections and clean are underway. Owner's rep is conducting a punch list walkthrough of units, and the project will be delivered to town on or before its contractual date of December 18th. Community services to handle lease up and occupancy, likely with the phase moved in to reduce impacts. For Car Hinge redevelopment, we are currently on just the next steps of completing our Car Hinge conceptual PUD and preliminary subdivision applications. For Lot L redevelopment, we look to conduct additional community meetings on the alternative 2 design, which went before council and reviewed on September 9th. These develop plans for reviewing board's considerations, cost estimates, and operational and financing strategies for that alternative 2 plan. Yeah.
And I hope we can have some more public meetings before council's moving forward with steps or applications, because I know there are a lot of people interested in both of these projects.
Yep, that was the first point, to conduct additional community meetings.
Just reiterating. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. If there's no questions on additional questions on housing development, for business license renewals from the clerk's department, business license renewals are now available on MuniRevs and Rentalscapes for short-term rental licenses, and all licenses must be renewed by January 6th to avoid late penalties. So just a reminder to the community on that. From our community services department and our rental housing division, the employee rental housing policy updates, administration and communication. As you recall, on October 28th, town council approved updates to the Telluride employee rental housing policies, which included revisions to rent calculation formula and rent to income multipliers. Housing staff is implementing a structured outreach and administration plan to roll these changes out ahead of January 1st effective date. We are now, I think today or tomorrow, in fact, coordinating 3 tools to reach tenants in both English and Spanish. These are individualized tenant letters with a plain language explanation of the policy change and rent formula, a unit-specific lease amendment summary, and clear explanations of the tenant options, whether it is to apply the new formula January 1st, and this is of course recommended if rent will decrease for that individual household, or option 2 is to wait until the regular lease renewal, and this is a recommendation if the rent would increase for that household. The tenants have a strict deadline of noon on Friday, December 12th for amendments to take effect January 1st. So they have to return those lease amendments to our community services staff by December 12th. The tenant email, there will be a follow-up message reinforcing these key points, linking to the town website and providing digital copies of the letter and amendment. And there are short videos in both English and Spanish to give an accessible overview of what changed, why, and how tenants can decide what option works best for them. The lease administration part, again, a huge shout out to Delaney and her staff. For each unit, staff is generating and tracking individualized lease amendments. Rent will only change if the signed amendment is returned, and staff will give council an update on that implementation summary when it occurs. But this is, of course, a huge lift for Delaney and her team to make this all happen before January 1st. So again, a huge shout out to all of the extra hours they put in to make this happen for the community.
And to Lindsay.
And to Lindsay, of course. Thank you. With no questions on that, moving on to the facilities maintenance division, Shandoka Building F boiler and hot water system. The recent assessment of hydronic and domestic hot water systems serving Shandoka Building F confirms that while the boilers remain in good condition and have adequate useful life left, the supporting infrastructure, including pumps, controls, and piping, has significantly deteriorated. Much of this equipment was previously rated in fair condition in June of 2023 Shandoka feasibility report, but after further inspection in November of 2025, it shows that it's now in need of major renovation. So this declining system performance is attributed to aging pumps and piping components, multiple partial repair efforts performed by different contractors over the years, and increasing difficulty in servicing interconnected components. So to address these issues, staff and a mechanical engineer consultant recommended a comprehensive renovation rather than the continued diagnostic and repair work. So this approach is the most cost-effective and reliable long-term solution. So what we are going to be doing is a demolition of the existing hydronic and domestic water piping near the mechanical room, full servicing of the existing boilers, installation of new pumps and controls, and a replacement of the associated electrical contacts and wiring. However, most importantly, yes, Elena.
How does that impact our schedule with Building F?
It does not impact our schedule with building up phase 2. This is phase 1.
Okay.
Yep. So we already have tenants that have been living there for quite some time, but it is going to have an impact to tenants. So the tenant impacts, they have experienced repeated interruptions of heat and hot water. So staff has issued an update to those tenants outlining the planned renovation and support options available during the required 1 week of outage needed to complete the work. We are working with our internal staff on these options, and the work is most likely going to commence December 8th and last for a week. So we're trying to get it done as quickly as possible, but it's going to be a significant impact. So temporary relocating these tenants to a short-term rental and working with our phase 2 Shandoka building, but this requires a temporary CO in order for them to have access. So we're working through that as expeditiously as possible to provide more options. Any
I think the last point though, I think is something that the community probably would like to hear, just to know that the town is taking care of these residents, and that as a result, because of these upcoming disruptions, the tenants are going to receive free rent. for the
Thank
month
you.
of December.
I almost skipped that. Yep. To acknowledge both the past and upcoming disruptions, tenants will receive 1 month of free rent for December of 2025. Yes, Dan.
I think we would all agree it's not ideal to have to do this immediately after having renovated this building. I think a lot of that comes down to what you said here in the report, that in 2023, this was rated as fair or good condition. What happened there? Why did we get an analysis that turned out to be incorrect, that we some of these decisions on and definitely has an impact now? Why did we miss that?
So using those consultants in that rating, I mean, other than it was in fair condition and they either deteriorated more quickly than anticipated, or to your point, they did not give a thorough analysis. But we can look back and find the why if needed. We know why the system has deteriorated and what the issues are now, but why they did not catch that, or why it deteriorated so quickly over the past 2 years from that initial report.
And I think that's more to what I'm getting at, is how do we avoid this problem in the future? Because obviously it's a mistake to at least some degree, and we don't want to have it happen again and I think we are taking more steps to monitor condition of units and track them and have reporting software in place for that. So we're trying to do some of that, but this is obviously, I'll just call it a mistake, and we just want to avoid them in the future.
Yep.
I just want to clarify, just because I just want to make sure that the listening audience understands and I understand. So you said that during this time that there's going to be people that are going to be relocated into short-term.
They were looking to provide options for them.
Okay.
One of those options being relocate.
How many of our residents are going to have to be relocated potentially?
Well, all of them will have to.
How many people is it?
So there will be a week disruption. They will have the option, either they can be relocated, or we're trying to get a temporary CO for building F phase 2, where they can not be relocated, but use the showers over there. Or if they want to be relocated into that phase in its entirety and move and have that building. However, that is all contingent on a temporary CO, which we do not have at this moment. So it could be all of them will have to be relocated for that month, or they can stay and be comfortable with not having access to hot water, which I don't want to provide that option to anybody. But without having building F phase 2, the only option would be relocating to a short-term rental.
And two, I think to Ashley's point, because you asked the number of people, but maybe it's easier just the number of units in that building just for.
I have both.
Okay, oh, you got
just
both?
did
Okay,
it real
great.
quick.
Okay, great.
For number of people, it's 30.
Okay.
There's 3. There's 1 roommate situation and 3 families that have a few more people, and then, but it's 10 units.
Thank you.
Great. And then Zoe, I'm going to interrupt you to finish the manager's report in the afternoon.
Great.
If that's okay.
Yeah.
And we're going to go, we're going to back up. Apologies to Hayden and Delaney. We're going to go back to,
Can I quickly ask though, Teddy?
Sure.
I think Delaney moved some things around in order to make it this morning instead of this afternoon. So maybe we can quickly touch on her aspect of the manager's report, if that's okay.
that's fine. We'll get through that and then we'll go back to the action item 4A.
Perfect. So I will pause my report on historic preservation planning and building, but let Delaney finish out the community services update with the implementation of our previous rental housing policies, also giving an update on vacancies and AMI collective roll-up of information.
Appreciate that very much.
So fast.
The memo that you received is partially similar to the one that you've received 3 or 4 times at this point, most of you, not Kristen, not Councilperson Permkoff. For the implementation of the rental housing policies since last November 2024. This one has some increased information and it's presented a little bit differently. We tried to make it a little easier for you to read. Thank you to Hayden and Zoe for helping with that formatting. And one of the pieces that had become kind of confusing because the table grew and grew and grew, which was the very large table with all of the columns that talked about how many renewals there would be, how many there ended up being, how many went to legal, holdover leases, et cetera. So instead, this time in the memo, we laid each of those out by property for you. I would welcome any questions. I believe it is rather straightforward. The one highlight that I think we should call out is that after the request of why people are moving out, and we did provide that data just in shorthand, staff has discussed another tool that we can use, and we're going to put a survey out to people when they provide their intent to vacate to us so that we can find out a little more detail on those reasons as requested by council.
One thing when you guys look at this, if you like the table before, let us know. We're just trying to figure out ways to get this information as clear as possible with an easy roll up at the end of the staff report. Just to dive into it, 41 folks vacated over the last year. There's quite a range of reasons for why. Some people left the town, the state. 8 were unknown, but a lot of folks are just leaving the area, it seems like. And then from the roll up through key takeaways for the properties, you'll see Shandoka had 115 scheduled renewals, 82 people renewed, 33 didn't renew. Each property breaks down the reasons for why the folks didn't renew in each property. Again, the goal here is to make this very clear and concise. But if you do like that table, we can easily add it back into the next agenda. This just felt like an easier way to get the high level points to you guys quicker.
This wasn't originally in the packet, correct?
Right.
I just want to make sure I didn't miss it. This is the first time we're seeing this.
Oh, those things.
It's
So
different.
those pieces, yeah, that's different.
Okay,
Yep.
that's
We'll
why I'm confused.
We'll touch on those in a second.
Sorry, that's why I'm like
No problem.
looking at 2 things and I'm like, I don't see what you're talking about.
Yep, those
We're
are,
just talking right now about the actual memo packet.
Which page is it? Just so I make sure that do you guys know? Anyone know?
21?
421?
Yeah.
Sorry, thank you.
and then
Sure.
if you're ready to dive into the next handouts, we can, unless you guys
Okay,
want
that's
to
what-
sit in this a little
fair.
more.
Good.
Does council have any questions or feedback on the
I think, I mean, I love the chart. I mean, I think we all know that that's always gonna be my preference. But I think this is significantly more digestible, and I think this is easier for the public. So thank you for doing this and making this change.
Great. We'll start with the vacancy report. It's a little smaller and easier to see. A common ask of council of us has been to identify vacant units and the why they're vacant. So the handout here shows 28 current vacant units across all of our properties, 16 in Shandoka, 6 in Sunnyside, 4 in VP, and 2 in Voodoo. And it breaks down the reasoning for why each unit is vacant. A lot of them are rent ready and have been offered to folks and have been either declined or we're currently waiting for them to accept. Shandoka in particular has quite a few maintenance needs. I walked with the maintenance crew last week and saw firsthand some of these units, and some of them do have a lot of work that needs to be done. So they're divvying their time up to try to figure out how they can tackle this in an efficient way. Chris, our new manager, is astounding, and so he has a great handle on this. He has a pretty big vision for how this is going to work in the next couple months, and I applaud him for his vision. So he wants to have all these turned by the new year. So we'll see, but that's his vision. So obviously a couple of them are a little more hands-on than others, but by and large, they're tackling this pretty successfully currently. So they're doing a great job. If you want to go through line by line, Shandoka has obviously, looks like 4 units that are ready to go and have either been offered or they're pending. 3 need maintenance. 4 are currently in the process of being turned. 4 need a look at them because they just got vacated. 1 is on hold for a town of Telluride hire. Sunnyside has 3 people who have declined the offer. 1 is pending. 2 are on hold for town of Telluride employees. VP has 2 that are rent ready, and then 2 are currently in unit turn process. Voodoo has 1 that was recently declined and 1 that is currently in unit turn. And so if you have any questions on the statuses of this, the goal is that this document is a living document that the team and I can actively update as we go along. So the goal for every council meeting moving forward would be to bring the same document with it just evolving throughout time.
And just to harp on that point, I think it's very important. The vacancies are changing. They could have changed from the moment this printed to this moment. So it is an ever live document that we are presenting to council at a point in time.
That's right. And the point of doing this for you guys, the listening public, was to clarify, the information of the number of units that were perceived to be vacant without a reason behind it. So now everyone has just a little bit more information to why we do have certain vacancies versus 35 units are just empty.
And I think one thing is you put that the number of units that are offline, which are vacant, you put here as 28, but I'm just curious, do you have a percentage of our total, what that equals? Because the point of the question is that even in the biggest, most desirable, multi-unit
Yeah.
complexes, you always have a percentage of your units that are not filled. That's just the way that life
Yeah.
works.
So our spreadsheet does has that calculation on there. One thing that got a little wonky towards the end of this month was building F is going online. So all those appeared as vacant. And so rather than putting that on the spreadsheet this time, we took it off this morning just to make sure the data wasn't skewed the wrong direction, that they look like there's 20 more vacant units than there actually are. I think it was around 12% across the entire property system, currently not including building F, that are vacant.
Okay, thanks.
And then that'll be a data point we'll include moving forward. It was just, it didn't feel right because building F kind of moves the data points to out of our control currently because it's part of
Could be
the,
skewed.
yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I think that having the information on why some units are still vacant is helpful and good for us and for the public, but I think it is missing part of the point. And what we're keep talking about is, oh, these are still vacant. I am more concerned of why they are becoming vacant in the first place and why people are choosing to leave our housing system when it is the most stable and consistent housing available in our region. And the fact that there has been 41 people who have decided to vacate in the last year is above the historic norm. We don't have data on what that is, but we all know that that is higher than what it has been historically. And especially when we're seeing continued data, like 2/3 of the households are going to stay in the same tier, meaning that they're, even if it wasn't for the multiplier reduction, 2/3 would be seeing a 9% increase year over year with our housing system.
Not
due to that-
necessarily year over year. It only just depends on the AMI number. So 9% for this year, but next year
And I
not be.
And that's what I was talking.
Yeah,
But
not
thank you for
year.
clarifying.
Yep.
And I think having I'm sorry, I interrupted.
You can go ahead.
I think, I mean, that is, and that was what Hayden had just mentioned, that this like lease termination survey, like we're gonna start capturing that specifically so we do understand what that reasoning is, because I think we all know, we know a lot of things anecdotally, but I don't think that that is how we want to be making decisions for the community in the future. So I think we're gonna get more to that point, as, you know, are we going back retroactively? Are we trying to?
We're trying.
Okay, so, and we are trying to find from those 41 people, 41 households, what their reasoning was, because
Oh,
right?
on that, sorry,
Oh,
we have almost all of those there. If you look at the data in the memo, there's
Eight that we don't know why they
well,
left.
and I do want to point out that when you look at the non-renewals, some of those were relocated to other rental properties within our stock.
can we put that as different, as like?
As
make
a
sure that
different
yeah,
type, yeah.
I would love to comment on that, on kind of what we're talking about right now too. I don't think the success of the program is defined by people never leaving a unit. I think, you know, we are providing housing for people in transition, for seasonal workers. We're providing housing for people who eventually, you know, buy deed restricted units, or their income increases enough that the free market is a better fit for them. So I don't want to get caught up on the idea that people transitioning in and out of this program means that it's not successful, because I don't think that is a good marker of success. And I do think the increased non-renewals that we have, like we did know that we redid our rental policies because we knew that we had people making more money than our housing program was built for. So we rewrote our policies. And I think for, you know, for a lot of people who are kind of outliers in AMI levels, they might have found more appropriate housing. And I don't think that's a bad thing either. And I know some people have bought houses since then where their mortgage was comparable to the rent, which was the intention of why we did that. So I just want to point out that, again, like, I don't think that is a marker of the system failing. I think that's a marker of our policies kind of right sizing people and putting people in more appropriate housing situations, so that if you look at some of this other data, the overall AMI levels of all of our housing units have gone down, which was the intention. We wanted to house the people who were the most housing stressed and in the most need, at levels that were more appropriate for their income tier or their income level. So again, like, I just want to, yes, the data is showing that, and I don't think that that's inherently bad.
I think there's, and I think but I think both points are true. I think, but I do think that this data also shows that the policies have success in achieving the goals of affordability for the community that needs it the most.
Right, and I think the biggest evidence of that is the AMI levels decreasing in our housing units, which was kind of why we did this big overhaul to begin with, when we realized we had people at very high AMI levels who were still in our housing program. And the need for housing for people in lower AMI levels was definitely there. So we're creating more space for people at those lower levels, and I think that, I still believe that that is a good thing. So yeah, I just wanted to throw my interpretation out there as, you know, like, movement in a rental housing program isn't bad. I think it's part of it's filling a need of housing that is maybe for, you know, the person who moved here to be a ski bum for a year or two, or the family who's been working, you know, their way through town and finally bought a house in Lawson. Like, it's not a bad thing that people are not staying there forever.
I
Yep.
mean, I just agree. I mean, that was one of the things that we've said about housing, is that it was broken. There wasn't any movement in it. And I do believe that bringing places like Sunnyside and Voodoo and Mountain Village, creating Meadowlark, like, we are starting to create, like, we are starting to have rungs on the ladder again. And we didn't have them. We had low rungs and we had very, very high rungs in this community. And we're starting to build into that middle, and we're not anywhere close to being done, and we're not anywhere close to serving the true needs of the community yet, but we are making strides towards like what we want to do, which is to actually create a variety of housing for a variety of people here.
One thing I want to add on the reasons people leave, the highest one moved out of county or out of state. If there can be a follow-up question if they choose that, because I'd like to know, did they leave because their housing became too expensive and that was the push that wanted them to leave, or did they get another job somewhere else? I think that's the one that I'd like to see a little bit more information on,
Yeah, like
if you can do it.
Rico, like did they go to Rico? Did they go to Montrose, or did they go to like
Arizona.
Tennessee? Yeah.
And why? Was it a job or did we push them out? I mean, that's what some of the people are saying,
Yeah.
right? So I'd like that one to be embellished a little bit.
Is it okay if we keep it a little bit vague, because there are at least 5 reasons that are quite personal that we would prefer not, maybe we can.
Personal reasons could be one, right? Personal,
Okay.
right? I mean, you can give that option for personal reasons,
Yeah.
but I think it's just too
Right.
vague for the number.
We don't need to, I don't think
Hell.
we need to know where they're going. I think you just say.
No, I don't need where they're going, just
Yeah, I think-
why.
We understand the buckets.
We
Yeah.
have that in our buckets too, about like the reasoning why we have,
Yeah.
was the housing increase as part of this, was this the
In our
the
new
culture
survey.
of our
Right.
the-
Job change,
yep.
family, whatever.
Yeah, we
Okay.
get that detail in there. So
Dan?
We don't need to continue to rehash everything. I hear the points on turnover. I know what some turnover is expected, but I think that there is data that it is somewhat hidden in here what's going on when, on the AMI decrease, as we're acknowledging these external income sources that get factored into our local AMI source, that many of the people in our housing system who have to work hours at a local presence required job are not feeling nearly as much benefit from there. That's where it's like, I don't know how much of that AMI decreases because we're housing people who have or are earning less money, or they're earning about the same, but the regional AMI has increased. So as a percentage basis, you're actually look lower, even though you're earning the exact same amount.
I think it's the second one that you just.
Well,
said.
I imagine it's a little bit of both.
And I think they're.
Because
I
we
mean,
do
they're
know
probably-
we've had some
yes.
people who are at the high end of our AMI numbers who chose to move out of our housing. So that is reflected in the data. So I think it's probably both,
And I'm
but
sure-
we know both to be true.
Yeah, and I also just want to add, I think that on the topic of people moving into other or buying a deed restricted house, that was maybe we encouraged a couple people to do that, but there's people who are wanting to do that anyways. And in my time on council, every lottery we've held has had a fair number of applicants before this housing change, this policy change. So there was some of that anyway. And that's to your point that this is complex. There's many factors in here to try and distill it down to one thing.
We're on the,
I'm not saying that was
Yeah.
everyone, but I
And-
have heard anecdotal stories of that happening, and I
and I don't want to go, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I don't want to go down that rabbit hole for this. We know we need more data. We know we need to analyze it further. We know we need to make sure that we adjust the policies as necessary. It's part of the 2026 council goals and objectives with THA and THA subcommittee. This isn't a make the change and forget it. And it's and I think we'll continue to discuss it a lot.
Just really quick before we moved on. So the new policies were implemented on January 1 of this year, correct? Is when they started being
Yes.
implemented. Are we gonna get like a year-end review, I assume? Great, and perhaps space for a slightly longer discussion about everything after the 1 year mark, because that'll be sort of the most interesting and relevant data of because then everybody will be implemented onto the new rental housing policies. I'm sure there's still a small handful in this last month who are on the old set of policies. So, yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
No.
Our staff has talked about that a bit already. My goal is to have that to you at a February council meeting to give us time to get all of the January changes for this coming year also.
Just keep
On
Zoe in the loop so
Yep.
we can discuss it, an agenda set to make sure it gets put on without rushing you and making sure we have as accurate data as possible. We don't want to rush it because we want it to be as accurate as it can.
We put it on the agenda for.
And then
February.
very quickly to run through the AMI landscape, this has been talked about quite a bit in previous council meetings about where our tenants land on the AMI spectrum. One thing to note is that 32% of the households did see a decrease in their AMI range. Now is due to the increase of the HUD. So 9% increases. If you weren't making 9% more money, you might have gone down a tier. And so that's why you're seeing a lot of the average AMIs decrease. It's not saying they made less money. It's just saying that the income averages went up technically. And so if you didn't make more money, you went down in the percentile. Very great data to sift through. Again, the first 2 points are the average AMI across all the properties and kind of how our properties put folks in their AMI bubbles. And so Shandoke, obviously being the older property, has the lower range of AMI, but probably the biggest, I guess, variety. So it has probably the lowest AMI to the highest AMI range. And as you go through the properties, it starts to narrow inside their windows. And so number one is just the AMI distribution from 2025, which is the current AMI, and then 2026, which is where everyone's going to be next year. And then number two is going to be AMI by property. So this is a really great, what are they called, Zoe? Box charts.
Box charts.
So a great box chart showing the median folks, and then the whiskers kind of show the outliers of where everyone spreads out. You'll see Shandoka has, again, the biggest range of folks in the AMI tiers, and then it just starts to kind of narrow in as you get through the properties. One thing to note is AMI spectrum greatly varies based on your household size. So as your household, either 3 is kind of like that number where it has the most range in AMI, and then the folks who are in a single household have very low range. And as you increase your household size, you tend to fall lower into the AMI spectrum, because if you have 3 kids in your house, they're not making money. So you have a 4 or 5 person household that is lower on the AMI tier. Again, great data. We can dive into this again at a future date if you guys think this is helpful, but council's been really requesting where our tenants land in the AMI spectrum. So this is just giving that detail.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that.
Really quick, for that later meeting, it's just been something I've been curious about, and we can talk about this headline. How does the person at 25% AMI actually qualify? Because you would have to be earning sub minimum wage to meet the hours. We can talk about this offline, but it's been a thought that's occurred to me, or if you have an answer now.
I do. They are on housing choice vouchers, which adds a different element.
you move the
of what
microphone?
Required. Oh, sorry. Those folks tend to be on housing choice vouchers, and that adds a different element of requirements to us to allow them to stay there.
Okay.
Because the rent is actually covered. It's just not counted in their income.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, just, yeah, we can, that's sufficient. I'm just curious, because it was one of those, it just occurred to me lying in bed the other night of like, if you have to work 1,400 hours, Colorado minimum wage is 12-ish or whatever it
I had
is.
the same epiphany when we were going through this data the first time. I was like, how is this humanly possible?
Yeah, they should.
So, yes.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you guys very much. My apologies to the listening public for going over on that topic.
Can't win for trying, man.
Yeah.
Over or.
Thank you, Hayden. Thank you,
Sincerely,
Delaney.
thank you though for making time.
Yep.
Thanks.
I appreciate all your work getting all this data in a digestible way.
We're going to head into lunch a little bit. My apologies. That's going to bring us back to agenda action item 4 and 4A, discussion and decision as to disposition of town council vacancy, appointment by town council or by special election. We have Tiffany moving up back into the hot seat, and Kevin's going to contribute as well. Tiffany, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. So as you know, as of today, there's an immediate seat vacancy on town council, since we had 3 people run at the November 4th election for 4 seats. So in our charter, council basically has 2 options to fill this vacancy. 1, to appoint somebody, or 2, to call a special election. I do want to announce anyone that's listening that would be interested in either of those options that council members typically serve 4-year terms. I will go over that on both of the options for an appointment or a special election. That would change things. They receive an annual compensation of about $21,500, are eligible for Telluride health insurance, and then receive a wellness benefit. So if anyone is thinking about wanting to run or apply for town council. I encourage you to talk to any of your current council members about the benefits or anyone at the town. So first, I'm going to go over the special election option. So when a vacancy occurs, state statute governs how basically we schedule a special election. So when the vacancy occurs, we need to call a special election if that's what you choose, as soon as reasonably practical. So we can't really bump this out like 6 months. It needs to be pretty quick. However, it can't be so quick where statutory deadlines are not met. So there are specific statutory deadlines that have to be met for a special election. It has to be held on a Tuesday. It cannot be scheduled. There are blackout dates within 32 days before a primary general or congressional vacancy election. And then state statute also governs on when those nomination petitions circulate. So we would have to open the nomination petitions circulation period again, open that up for candidates. So just lots of deadlines need to be met. And then overseas ballots must be mailed at least 45 days before the election. So between the nomination petitions being returned and when those ballots actually have to be printed and mailed for those overseas, it's only about 10 days to 2 weeks. So it's pretty quick. I have drafted some draft special election calendars for consideration that are attached to the staff memo. They are in order of preference for those dates if you choose a special election route, March 31st being the first option. Unfortunately, any of the options, you can see the nomination petition circulation period is not great for any of the options in March because most of those open during the holidays. And that may be difficult to get candidates to circulate during the holidays. April, we're trying to avoid an April election because the whole town clears out for April. So March is really the goal for a special election if that's what you choose. Elections are very time consuming for staff. I'll be frank, it's very time consuming. The hard costs are about $12,000 to $15,000. Not considering staff time. So that's just something to consider as well. And then I did want to just bring up one scenario that possibly could occur if we do open the nomination petitions is if in the past, when we have had an appointment, we do receive, I put the numbers in there and I'll go over that in a second. We do receive more interest in an appointment rather than people running for office. And one thing that we don't have a crystal ball, but could happen is one person could circulate a nomination petition, return it. That's it. We have one candidate, we cancel the election and they're elected. So that's a scenario that just keep in mind could possibly happen since we did just have an election 3 weeks ago and we didn't have enough people interested. So the next option is an appointment, and our charter states how the appointment should go, a very brief procedure. Basically, if council decides to go with an appointment within 15 days, so of that vacancy occurring, so starting tomorrow, and then within 30 days after deciding to go by appointment, that needs to be filled. So this is a very quick process. This would be about a 3-week timeframe turnaround is what I'm suggesting prior to the December 16th meeting. There are no hard costs associated with proceeding with an appointment. I did include a link in your memo to a draft application for review. If it's something that you decide to proceed with an appointment, I would like feedback on any questions that you would like added to that. And I have that ready to go. That could go live tomorrow. Those are the questions that we asked in the past on that application. So in the past 10 years, we have had 2 instances where we had a vacancy on town council. One in 2015 when Tom Carnevale resigned. His term, he resigned in January. His term was up that November. So it was less than a year of an appointment. And we had 4 applicants that applied for that position. Bob Saunders' death in September of 2016. Council also chose the appointment process. And we had 10 applications at that time for the 1 seat. And his term would have expired in November of 2017, so it was about a year and a half. I have a draft timeline for consideration. If you choose to go an appointment, we would start advertising tomorrow and the application process would open. I would recommend canceling the December 4th retreat and instead scheduling a special meeting on December 15th to conduct interviews. In the past, how it's been done, I looked past agendas for those two in 15 and 16, and interviews were at the very beginning of a regular meeting. And then the appointment was made, the person was sworn in, and they immediately started. I'm suggesting taking a day to do interviews, get public comments at that meeting, and then make your decision either at the end of that meeting or at the beginning of the regular meeting the very next day, December 16th. The December 16th meeting is very packed. We have an appeal scheduled, lots of items. So you'll note in the language that it says that before any business can be conducted, that appointment needs to be made. So that December 16th meeting, if you decide to go with an appointment, action could not occur on that until you decide to appoint someone. So the staff recommendation is to proceed with an appointment. It's the fastest option, it's the cheapest, and it's been precedent in the past 10 years that when there is a vacancy, that's what's happened. That's how other communities in the state deal with a vacancy of this nature when there's not enough candidates on the ballot. So that is the staff recommendation. But of course, it is your decision ultimately, and I will do whatever is decided. So I'm here to answer any questions.
Great. Tiffany, thank you very much. Before we kick this around council and probably a pros and cons discussion of each, I want to make sure nobody on council has any questions for Tiffany procedurally on special election or appointments. Ashley?
I have a question.
Mhm.
So in our town municipal code, it says that if we go the route of a appointment, that we have to cease all of our official decision-making duties at that time until the appointment is made. Is that the correct interpretation?
So the exact language is if council chooses to fill the vacancy by appointment, within 15 days of the vacancy occurring, the town clerk publishes notice accepting applications. And then within 30 days, the vacancy, after the vacancy and before conducting any other business, the remaining council members shall appoint. So yes, it says you can't conduct any more business, but I interpreted that as, it's not like if you decide right now to do that, we have to stop this meeting now and it just cripples you for the rest of the day. I do think that going forward in the next 30 days, any meetings that are scheduled, no action can be taken. But as far as this meeting, the interpretation that I have is you're fine if you choose to go with appointment to finish today, and then within the next 30 days, you would have to make that appointment before doing any more business. Yes.
And Kevin, can you chime in on that as well?
Yeah, I've had an opportunity to talk with Clerk Kavanaugh on this, and we've looked also back at how we've handled this in prior appointment matters. That's consistent with our interpretation. You're not even at the point yet where you've decided whether there's an appointment process versus a special election. So I think, again, you're in that stage, and it's the charter provision. The vacancy is filled by appointment or election at the discretion of council. That's what you're charged with doing today, making a decision, giving some direction. Are you moving forward with either appointment or are you calling a special election? And if it's through the appointment process, then you're right. The first thing you need to do on your action date of 12/16, the next regularly scheduled council meeting, is the first thing you have to do is take action on appointment. And you need to fill that before you can move forward with any other business on December 16th.
Great. Kevin, thank you for that. Ashley, does that answer your question? Does that also create more questions for council?
They answered my question, but I just don't know if I agree with the interpretation. It seems like to me that the way that the code is saying that once you choose a path, you choose path A or you choose path B, then that's how you have to act. We can obviously have meetings without taking any official action. We can continue with our meeting, go through the things like work sessions, things like that, where we're not actually taking a vote. But it feels like my interpretation from that feels like it would be, you would stop taking official action once you've decided what path you're going to walk down. We can disagree on that,
So
whether or not, but that's just how I feel about it.
That's fine. And I'm going to give council right now two options. Option one is just to decide on this issue and whether you agree with the clerk and town attorney, or you agree with Ashley. The other thing we could do.
Well, I mean, you don't have to do that. That makes it sound like that I'm like
It's
giving
just your
legal
point.
advice.
No, it's just,
But I guess
it's your opinion.
No, it's my opinion on that. I guess, and that was just, I wanted to hear their position and I wanted to share my interpretation as well with you, but I don't think we need to like
No, but.
get how everyone feels about I'm
But-
not an attorney.
No, but but my point is, if you bring up something that adds a question in everyone's mind, everyone should
Sure.
have the right to chime in on it, right? Because it's obviously important for you to bring it up. So if it's important for you to bring it up as a town council person, I think everyone else should be able to chime in on it as well. And I don't want to dismiss your point. I don't think that's fair. The other option we have is we can discuss this and then vote on it at the end of the meeting. So we can do that as well. And I would just love to hear everyone's thoughts. I
I
mean,
have a quick
plain and
question
simple.
for Tiffany
Shoot.
on procedure. Worst case scenario, no one decides to run for a special election. Where does that leave us?
Well, then I think you still have a vacancy and we're back to square one where you have to probably appoint.
And I want to reel it back into
Thanks.
the question at hand about appointment, which is each council member, straw poll or whatever, do you kind of agree with Ashley's sentiment or not? I mean, I have to address it because it's
Sure.
brought up.
I think it's a fair question to ask, but in the realm of nuanced legal affairs, I feel like I haven't been led astray by our legal counsel previously, and I'll trust their interpretation. Even though I completely understand where that question arises from.
Great. Mian?
I can't get it to load.
I need some more time.
Okay. Ellen, do you have any thoughts on it?
Yeah, I think I would want to like read the language and more carefully look at it before I give another opinion. But in general, I feel similar to Dan that I've always been like led in a good direction by our legal staff. So I wouldn't necessarily question their interpretation, but I would want to pull up the language and reread it right now before I say that I feel one way or another.
That's fair. Kristen?
I feel comfortable with Tiffany's interpretation and Kevin's interpretation.
Great. I mean, I feel comfortable with our interpretation as well.
Yeah, I think I'm just more of the like is it better safe than sorry? Like I agree, but I also think that we're under significant scrutiny and
We could bump the motion to the end of the meeting. That's a good suggestion. That way. we
Like the
conduct-
cleanest way to do it is bumping the motion to the end of the meeting. That unfortunately opens it back up for rediscussion. And that's just how it goes. So I'm comfortable with that. Kevin?
Yeah, if you want to look at the exact language, it's in Clerk Kavanaugh's memorandum, page 24 of the packet, second paragraph from the bottom, under the heading appointment option. I think it's verbatim, the language that's taken there in that second
Mhm.
paragraph from the bottom.
I'm looking at the municipal code at the moment. It is verbatim.
Yeah, I guess the
Charter, excuse
Yeah,
me.
and I pulled it up on my phone. I couldn't get it on this silly iPad, but yeah. My interpretation says if the council chooses to fill the vacancy, and then it shows within 15 days after the vacancy occurs, publish the notice within 30 days after the vacancy occurs, before conducting any other business. So your interpretation is that we have until 30 days.
No, I'm saying this meeting was already noticed, so I think you can conclude the items that were on this agenda. But your interpretation is a very literal interpretation. I totally see where you're coming from, but I don't think that this is intended to completely just cripple council and not be able to complete today's agenda that has already been noticed and the items are on there. But then just no more business after this meeting I know that is very loose, but it is exactly what it says is what.
It
your
says before
interpretation is.
conducting any other business.
We're just gonna vote on it at the end of the meeting.
I think
Okay.
Great.
You avoid the issue if you want.
That's the easiest way to do it. That's what we're going to do because we're getting into the weeds before we're even discussing the topic. So to be safe, we'll just handle the motion at the end of the meeting. And that way, no one can have any confusion about our ability to conduct business for the rest of this meeting.
Sounds
Does
good.
anyone on council have an issue with that?
Whatever.
Are we gonna discuss it right now or just wait to discuss it at the end of the
I mean, I
meeting?
think we have people.
We
with
have
hands
people,
up
we
already.
have people are hands up. We've got to discuss it and I'm sensitive to leading into lunch and all that stuff, but that's just how it goes. So, are there any other questions of Tiffany or Kevin before we go into discussion?
No.
Okay, great. We have a tough decision at hand, whether to go to special election or go to appointment. There are pros and cons to each of these choices. And I think the easiest way to do it is just open it up for people to discuss what they feel the pros are, for what their preferred path is, what maybe the cons are, and what they're not choosing, and see how that goes. Kristen?
Okay, so as the newbie here, I ran for the election, me and Dan, and we didn't have enough people to fill the seats. That's why we're in this position. I feel strongly that there was a reason, whatever the reason is why people did not run, I don't see why they're going to change their minds now, to be honest. A 2-year term might be more appealing to people, less intimidating for people. I feel like it would be a good opportunity for the 6 of us to come together in a transparent way and hire someone that we think will help the council move forward. I'm leaning toward an appointment because I feel like it's our job. We were elected to do a job. I feel like I could make a decision. I was appointed when Glider Bob passed. And, there were 10 people for that seat. And it was a long discussion and there was a lot of debate and it was very thorough. And I'm not saying that it was so great because I was the one that got appointed, but there were a lot of reasons that factored into that decision. And I feel it would be very transparent for the 6 of us to have the discussion in a public meeting and interview people who want to step up, because I don't see why there's going to be people running for an election when they didn't before. So I'll just start it off with that.
Okay, Kristen, thank you.
And I like the staff recommendation. I'm listening to the staff too.
Eleanor?
Thanks.
I think we have like 2 mediocre options for a non-ideal situation. So I'm just like not excited that we're even in this position. So to say that I feel passionately like one is a great option would just be misrepresenting how I feel about this to begin with. But my instinct was to go to a special election. And I know that's not, I usually align with the staff recommendation, but in this case, I think I really took to heart a lot of the things that were said during this last election, specifically around 300. And I feel like there were a lot of accusations of us not listening to the community and making decisions without, and I don't think this is true, but making decisions without getting, all of the feedback and allowing everyone to have the chance to weigh in on something. And although I do believe that we have that in our decision-making process, and not everyone participates in that, but it exists. At the same time, I'm really sensitive to people's want to be involved in the democratic process. And I think that allowing the community to choose who fills this seat is a cleaner, well, not cleaner, I actually don't think it's cleaner, is a more open and inclusive way to do that. I think that logistically an appointment sounds simpler, and I do have confidence that we would make a good choice. As to people running, I don't, part of me thinks that putting your name in the hat and choosing to run for office is kind of a prerequisite to having this role. Like if you can't handle the election process, this job is really hard and there's a lot of criticism. And I think that, you know, to have hesitance in that part of the process makes me question, you know, someone's, if they're the best fit for one of these seats. At the same time, like I see a lot of reasons why an appointment is a great pathway. So, you know, I don't feel strongly like either of these is a great option, but my instinct was a special election. And I think a lot of that is because of a lot of the rhetoric I heard around 300 and some of the things that I personally said about wanting to, you know, be getting more feedback from the community and listening more and being more involved. And I think that, you know, sort of directly points at a special election. So that's my point of view.
Great. Elena, thank you. Ashley, I see your hand up.
Sure.
So,
I agree with all of the sentiments that Elena said, except I will put myself pretty firmly in I think that we should do a special election, mostly for the reasons that Elena gave. I really appreciate the perspective of our clerk's office and legal and what they've presented to us here, but I really firmly believe that we had a lot of feedback from our community that said that they want the ability to give more input. And simultaneously, there was a lot of feedback given that a portion of our community doesn't trust our decisions right now. So I would say that I feel really strongly that in order for our community to feel like they are a part of this process, that it needs to be put to a vote and allow the community to make that vote, knowing that it is going to take longer, knowing that it is going to be more expensive and it is going to be a heavier lift. But I feel like the political climate right now that's what a big portion of our electorate was asking for. And I want to respect that. And that being said, I do think that we all here could make a great appointment if we needed to, but I will support that we go and do the special election despite some of the more logistics and the hurdles, just because of the climate that we're in. And I think that people have been asking for that. And I really believe, you know, when we were going through, you know, the 300, most recent 300 discussion in our community, you know, myself and many of the people up here talked about how important it is to have representative democracy. And that means that we have people vote for their representatives. And I would really encourage anybody who's thinking about joining us up here to not be intimidated by the election process and to, you know, be a part of this, be a part of the, you know, the community that you live in, have a say. I would really encourage any of the people that participated in 300, a lot of them are registered voters in the town of Telluride. They can come and join us up here and have their voice representative for those folks as well. So I really hope that we have a robust group of people that come out for a special election and that the community has an opportunity to choose their representatives. And that's how I feel at this time. Not saying that previous appointments weren't the right option, but for me, it feels like today at this moment that the election is the route that we should take.
great. Ashley, thank you. Dan?
Thanks. Yeah. I think I'm on a very similar mindset to Elena and Ashley. I think the way Elena phrased it, we're presented with several unideal or less than ideal options, and I do sort of feel that way. And I think to your question, yeah. So I'll say where my thought process on as far as real costs, it doesn't seem that significant in the term of our budgets. More time for our clerk's department. Sorry, I think I can live with it. The persuasive argument for sorry. Normally, we're very supportive. On this one, I can live with it.
We love you, Tiffany.
Yeah, we love you. We'll support you. And I'll bring you a bottle. On the argument that is persuasive, or at least somewhat persuasive to me, is that we just went through an election. People didn't take the opportunity to step forward and raise their hands. That does carry some weight, but to me, it does sometimes in life. To your question, Kristen, of why didn't they do it before? think with everything going on in the world, just all of our hectic lives in general, sometimes things do slip through it. And this is an intentional event where now the word is very much out there to the community that people didn't choose to run this time. And I think we would see it slightly different. I think that I've been approached, as I believe we all have, by at least a couple interested parties, either for an appointment or at least tentatively starting to raise their hands that they'd be willing to run. And I'll just sum up by saying I agree that one of the big themes of this last election is that we operate under representative democracy, and that the cornerstone of that is letting our constituents choose who represents them. And that's the system we operate under. And I still believe philosophically that that is the best system of government that we have. And so we should stick true to that value. If we get through this process and we don't have anybody raise their hand, well, then we can still appoint somebody then. But I think if I'm basing this off of what's most in line with my values, that's where I think I still sit. And I think the thing that gives me hesitance is that we can bicker about so much of everything. And I don't know that we would have such a unanimous consensus on who that seventh person is going to be. And that's going to leave more space than I feel comfortable with for that continued line of rhetoric we've heard from the public of, oh, this town council list doesn't listen, they don't actually represent us, they're out of alignment. So I think I'm still leaning towards a special election at this time.
Great, Dan. Thank you very much. Mian, we haven't heard from you yet.
Initially I was fervently in the desire to have an elections camp, for all the reasons that everybody stated before. But then the community started talking to me about it. And there's been overwhelming, like I haven't had a single member of the community say directly to me that they wanted an election. They've actually spoken to me, and a lot of people have said that they think it should be an appointment. And what they've said is really just that people are tired, and they're tired of what they just saw happen in the course of the election that we just had. There definitely have been people that have made comments about the cost and the effort of the special election. And to your point, Dan, sorry, Tiff, that doesn't necessarily carry too much weight for me, but when overarchingly the community is saying to me that they would prefer to see us appoint, that's something that I really have to listen to, and I think I also obviously was very involved in the last election, and I absolutely hear the frustration and mistrust that is out there. And I don't want to be tone deaf about that. And I don't want to reinforce the idea that council is listening, but to a point that Ashley just made, you said our community doesn't trust our choices. And I think one of the ways, we have to earn that back by doing the work, not by saying well, if you don't like our choices, you make the choice. I think that we actually have to put ourselves in the line of fire and justify the decisions that we were making, because that was the job that we were elected to do. That was the job that we swore to do. And I think it's harder for us to appoint, but I do think that there is a way, some sort of hybrid approach where we can do significant public outreach. I would love it to be similar to the way we've run some of our executive searches, where we have community meet and greets, and the community does get to have that weigh in and talk to those candidates, and then provide their feedback, and that we do receive that feedback from the community, because I want the best person serving this community. I want the absolute best person in that seat. And as somebody who has now run 3 times for a position in this community, I would do this job forever, but I don't want to go through an election ever again. And it is, and that I do not think that my reticence to be go through the election, to take those arrows, to have to compete on that level, has anything to do with the job that you can do when we are asking you to sit here be educated, and advocate for the needs of the community. And so from my perspective, I'm leaning towards wanting there to be an appointment because I think that that will actually allow our community to start moving forward together and heal from what has just happened. But I do think that I don't want it to be in a vacuum. I want us to do what we said and what I said during the election, which is be completely, radically, wholly transparent and get as much community input and feedback and give them the opportunity to not just say yes or no about something, but to actually say, this is why. This is why this candidate is the one that speaks to us. This is why. And so that we can use that to frame our decision and frame the trajectory that this council will start to lead the community. The end. Sorry, that was a lot.
Mian, thank you for your thoughts. And now it's my turn. And, you know, similar to Mian, you know, I was strong in the special election camp until recently and definitely see the merits of having that election and having the people decide. But from hearing, you know, recently in the last couple of days from locals like me, and people have asked me to appoint, and not one person is, not to my recollection, asked for that special election. I wish I had a crystal ball to know, would we get better candidates in an appointment versus better candidates in a special election? You know, obviously no one knows the answer to that. But my priority is to heal the community. And I'm not sure we're ready to go through an election with a lot of the questions that were asked of the candidates and the temperature of those meetings from the fall. And I think that although there's tremendous pressure on council in appointing and creating potential animosity, I'm leaning towards that being the right way to go. My only question is the time frame if we chose that way. I don't like the fact that the public would comment on the candidates and meet the candidates the day before we would appoint. That seems awfully quick to me. And I think, you know, we can do the appointment in a way that creates a transparency because the public will be involved. I'm not sure exactly how we go about that because we are tied with an extremely tight time frame. And it's a tough one. Like Ellen has said, I don't like both options, you know, but as your leaders, we are tasked with making this tough decision. And is it special election or is it appointment? I'm leaning towards appointment, which I'm surprised I gave it the thought to kind of change my mind, because if everyone remembers from the last meeting, we were pretty unified in special election and thought we'd get through this one with that special election quickly. But it seems that for a few folks, things have changed. That kind of leaves us, you know, at first glance in a deadlock. Kristen, hold on 1 second. You know, what I'd like to do before we further discuss it, unless someone has something extremely paramount to say, is we've had a lot of patience with people in the room and online that have been waiting over an hour to chime in, and I would love to hear that. So unless someone from council has something important to say, I think we should go to public comment. I would like to start in the room. Do we have a sign-up sheet for this, or is it?
I did not put one out. I apologize.
Okay. You know, we don't have a sign-in sheet, so we'll just go, you know, by hands raised, who would like to speak. Joan is the first hand I see. So,
Doug said something.
yeah, I mean,
Let's just start that way.
we'll start with Doug, but you know, Doug, in the future, I, you know, appreciate the chance to be called on instead of just standing there. I would appreciate that, but we'll let you go first.
Well, I'll see if I can do a good opening for former County Commissioner Joan May. I've just recently switched my party affiliation from unaffiliated to Democratic. Longtime left-leaning unaffiliated voter with criticisms of the history of the Democratic Party, and I would hope Ms. May is part of leading those changes that we need to see now as the current chair of the San Miguel County Democrats. I just wonder what is going on here. We had two lack of candidates to run in the first place, and two candidates resigned, including Marisha Marsalka, who is associated with the workplace of Adrian Christie, who decided not to run for re-election. And as Anna Cooling said in her, the new appointed district attorney for the 7th Judicial District said on November 5th, before the Board of County Commissioners, right at the start of the meeting, referring to Judge Sean Murphy, what is going on here? And that's my question. Thank you.
Doug, thank you very much. Joan?
Hi, everyone. I know all of you, but I'm Joan May, and I do not live in the town of Telluride, but Telluride politics affects our whole region. And I thought I would share some information with you that I have collected the day after the election, while it was very fresh in everyone's mind. I was hearing a lot of chatter about the elections, and I heard pretty much everyone on council say that they thought it should go to an election versus an appointment because of all the reasons everybody's been saying today. And so I did an very informal survey. I asked 18 people I know who are voters in Telluride, and a variety of ages and a variety of positions on question 300. And I got 11 responses back. So not exactly an official poll of 2,000 people in town, but I thought the responses were interesting, and so I wanted to share those with you. I heard town council say that, I heard your distrust. The people I talked to definitely were feeling some frustration and mistrust, and that's why those on council were saying that they were more in favor of an election. But at the same time, there's no denying that there's serious election fatigue, and special elections cost money, and an election would mean that you're operating with less than a full council for a longer period of time. I haven't heard that brought up yet this morning, or this afternoon, I guess now. It's true that an appointment is not as democratic, and that's why we have elections every 2 years, so that we can be democratic. But vacancies offer an opportunity to try something else for an interim solution. I haven't heard that mentioned either. And because, here's the question I asked: do you think Telluride should appoint someone to fill the town council vacancy or have a special election? And, I'm running out of time here. So basically, most people, 9 out of 11, said they would prefer an appointment due to election fatigue and cost. But the strongest counter argument for a special election is ensuring democracy and transparency. So just to be quick here, I would say that what I'm hearing about having an appointment, but making sure that you're transparent in that might be an option for now. And it does give council an opportunity to, I think Mian said it really well, like you can do this hard work and prove that you can be leaders and can represent the community well by doing an appointment. And I could share the responses with you if you want. I'm kind of out of time now, though. Thank you.
Joan, thank you very much. Is there anybody else in the room for public comment on this? Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment for in the room and then get the comments online. Looks like we have 2 hands raised, Piper. We'll unmute Mark Shambaugh first. I know his hand was up for quite some time. So we'll start with Mark.
Hi, good afternoon. Can everybody hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, and congrats Mian and Dan for your reelection, and welcome back, Kristen. I think we've got a good the base for a good council, and I'm actually here for Hark business after lunch. But I saw this on the agenda and I wanted to share some input about the empty seat next to Kristen there. I couldn't agree more after listening to staff, listening to many citizens around the community, and Kristen, Mian, and Teddy, that I think it's time that you can actually gain credibility out of this, and not shy away from leadership with an appointment. The cost and delay till March, which means they'd be seated in April, a cost that's not in the budget, doesn't seem like it's best serving the community. Certainly, the past precedent is a strong driver towards credibility in your decision if you decide to appoint. And if there is a special election, as Kristen spoke to it, you just don't have any assurance that anybody's going to apply. I mean, 3 weeks ago they didn't. And then you got to start all over. And that is definitely not in the community's best interest if you end up in April with no one. So I would hope that you can select the best and most experienced person now. I think it is the best chance of getting a qualified candidate. And I'm really sorry and sad about this, but somebody that could just serve 1 year, unless there's not any special election in 26, or 2 years at the most, versus the 4-year commitment that all of you have already demonstrated to. So I'm sad about that. But you've got to get a better shot to get a better candidate here. And I just hope you'll agree that there's just no reason to wait till the end of March and spend more money not in the budget, follow past precedent. And I think you have much better odds for a qualified person with selecting somebody by appointment now. And I think that you have the chance to demonstrate really good leadership and come together as a newly formed council and move forward with the people's business with an appointment. And the key is, as several of you already mentioned, in a very transparent, open way with no politics. Your selection is on the line with every word you say in the interviews, and in a manner that you really, I think you will come together on this. So I just thank you for your consideration of following staff recommendation. Good luck to you.
Great, Mark. Thank you very much. And we will now go to Pam Bennett. You could unmute her.
Good afternoon, Council. I'll keep my comments brief. I believe that your constituents, your electorate, are shirking their responsibility. They need to elect the council members, and then they need to allow the council members to do their job. I feel like you guys are in a no-win situation because there is a lack of confidence in our council. And if we're all assuming that if you guys select a body, that there's going to be this full support for it. I don't think there's going to be. There's so much division right now. So I would encourage you to allow a special election, support a special election. And if no one steps up, then we are where we are right now. And then you have tried, because my heart goes out to you guys. You guys are in a no-win situation. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Pam, thank you very much. Is there anybody else that jumped in, Piper?
No, sir.
All right, we are going to close public comment. Before we continue, I would like to ask council's opinion, considering it is 12:42, if you would prefer at least a shorter break and maybe start the afternoon session a little later and then pick up the discussion after the presentations, proclamations, and appointments to boards and commissions, or if you want to power through it. I would love everyone's
I
thoughts
just had
on
one
that.
other comment
Sure.
to tag on to something Joan said, and I can't remember who else said it, but for the past year, the town, you guys have been running on 6 people, and a 7th person definitely brings another opinion to the council. And I feel like having a full board, I think would help diversify the people sitting up here. So
Right.
make this moment easier, that's
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, I'll just say one more thing is we've all been sitting up here talking about transparency and that we're going to be super transparent. We're going to be ultra transparent. I think that we have been very transparent, and that still has got us kind of in this position where people, for whatever reason, don't think that we are. So I'm personally struggling a little bit with what are we going to do so differently this time that we haven't been doing for years, that we haven't already been doing, that is somehow going to make our electorate go, oh my gosh, now all of a sudden they are being so transparent. So that's just one thing that I feel, and I just wanted to put that out there because I think that we have been very transparent, and I'm a little unclear about what we're going to do here today that's going to change that for us. But I just wanted to bring that point up because it was said a lot.
Yeah, I agree with what you said. And I think that's part of the reason why I am leaning the way I'm leaning is because I feel like, you know, we have these community events that, you know, are underattended. We have meet and greets that, you know, I wish more people came to, and we send out the emails and we do all the communications and people still feel like they're not in the loop. And so I'm already anticipating a lot of negative feedback and criticism of how we do this next step. And I think, you know, and I don't want to make decisions for fear, but I do think, you know, if the criticism we're consistently getting is that we're not transparent enough and we're not including people in the process, I really don't want to misstep on this one. I think this is like, you know, it goes back to fundamentally what our democracy looks like. And I think this feels important to send back to the voters. Somebody said something about, about having that seventh person sitting up here and weighing in on stuff. And I couldn't agree more. Again, right now that would be really convenient. But is it truly representative, and is it adding a new voice if we're the one picking what that voice is and what their perspectives are? I question that.
Right now.
What?
So we're 3 and 3 right now. So I mean, it would.
Well, on this issue,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
there will be others.
Mhm.
And, you know, will we pick someone who we like their point of view on things and we generally agree with them? Probably. Is that representative of what the electorate of Telluride wants? I don't know. And for that reason, you know, I still think that a special election is the best way to accurately represent the electorate, the people of Telluride, and kind of respond to the criticism that we've gotten over the past few months. I would hate to participate in all of those community conversations about 300 specifically. And again, I don't want to act out of fear, but some of the things that I said, I feel like I would be going completely against what I said that we wanted to do as a council if we were to choose the appointment path here. I don't love either option, but I still feel pretty strongly.
Yeah. And it's hard because it would have been great if we had, 20 people in the room to comment, 20 people online to comment. If more of our locals approached us, in the streets, at the bar, wherever, and gave us their opinion, and that clouds.
That happens plenty, Teddy.
Yeah, I mean, not on this issue though, but
Yeah.
a lot of others. And that also clouds my judgment. Does that mean they want a special election to voice it, or does that mean they trust us to make the decision as long as we have, a public forum for that appointment? And I wish I knew the answer to that. And we're almost flying a little blind because we don't have at this point in time, what I've seen, from the community to you can't have it both ways. You can't want to have a special election so you can decide, but not, engage your elected officials on this issue to really tell us what you want. And I'm not sure, you know, what little I got was in for appointment but I didn't really get that much. And has government in general just beaten and the election process just beaten everybody up? So people are pretty apathetic about it. And that's a bummer, you know, and we tried to have the process and nobody ran, and then people backed out, and people are right. It's a mess that we're tasked to solve, and who knows what the best path is. Man.
You know, during the election, I think, you know, when I have heard the discontent that the community has with us, you know, I think we are using the word transparency, and I agree. Like, we are doing far more than has ever been done before. Technology is doing far more than we've ever been able to allow it to do to ensure that the community is educated, that they do have these opportunities to come to these, you know, community meet and greets or community meetings or public meetings or subcommittee meetings or any of these other moments where you can learn about things. And we've done that. And I don't know how many more meetings we ultimately can add to do that. But what the feedback I got overarchingly was that they wanted the conversation. Like, it wasn't this opportunity where they, and specifically, actually, one of the things that consistently was said was how much these community members resent our public comment process, in that they feel that they are sort of screaming into an abyss, and they're not having the back and forth, and they're not having the dialogue, they're not having conversation. And I think that ultimately speaks to, like, you know, if I want to get on a soapbox, which I won't right now, about like, we're losing community because we're not interacting with each other on a regular basis. And so I don't know that the election is doing anything except exactly that, which is like them telling us what they want, but we're not responding. And I that's where, like, I think, I mean, a lot of this, I feel like let's just throw it all out and start it all over again and say, all right, like, we're going to have a meet and greet, like, but we want you to come and we want to hear you tell us why this candidate speaks to you. Not just like that they do, yes or no, I like person XYZ, but like, why this person is going to serve Telluride best, and like what the future of Telluride looks like to you, and like have that conversation. And it's way more work for us, and it's much harder. And it is, you know, perhaps more subjective, but I also think that we have got to do the hard work of proving to the community that we are going to do the hard work, and we're going to make the hard decisions, and we are going to stand by and justify why we're doing what we're doing for the public, because I think that is the only way that we start to regain the trust of the people that we lost. And there are people that trust us. I think that's the other thing that we're losing here. Like, there are people that trust the people, that those of us that are sitting up here, and trust our opinions and trust what we do, and know that we are working incredibly hard to make this place better. So I just to that point, like, I think that maybe is a little outside of this conversation, but I think it's conversation, it's dialogue, it's feeling heard, and they're not going to feel heard with a vote. They're going to feel heard if we show up day after day after day and engage.
I mean, I disagree with that. I think that people 100% will be heard with a vote, because they literally get to put pen to paper and put their vote in. I think that, you know, I have not had the same experience maybe as you and Teddy, where people have come up to me and said that they really want us to do an appointment. That hasn't been my experience. We don't, you know, we all know different people in the community, and different people talk to different representatives. So I just think that that's important to say, that I have not had that experience where people came up to me and said that they would much prefer us to do an appointment versus an election. But I feel like people, it's important. I think Ellen has said this at the very beginning, that sitting up here, every single one of us is sitting up here right now. Kristen, you've been previously appointed, but you ran for your election and you were, you know, elected, you know.
This is the third time I ran.
Yeah. So it's like, we've all put ourselves out there to do that. And I think that that's also an important part of it. And I agree with what Ellen has said earlier, that, you know, there's been a lot of talk that, oh, well, maybe we'll get better candidates if we do an appointment process where they don't have to go through an election period. And I think that that's kind of a little bit of a sorry excuse as a reason to do it. I think that you should stand up in front of your community and say what your what you stand for, what you represent, what you're going to do for it, and get people to stand up behind you rather than it be like a, you know, again, I think that what you're saying, Mian, is beautiful. And I would love nothing more than for us to have these great community discussions. But we all know from experience that it feels like fewer and fewer people are showing up for that. And I think that when you run for an election and you are a candidate, you are given an opportunity to go and stand in front of your community and say, hey, this is what I'm about. You host your events, you go out, you talk to people. You know, I stood at Hook and handed out cookies and stuff, like trying to interact with people. Like, we'd all do different events at bars. It's like you are putting yourself out there to say, I want to represent my community. And I think I think that's really important. I think that being able to say, well, we might get better candidates if we just do it, you know, as an appointment position, people don't have to put their hat out there. That kind of bums me out that we don't have our community members that want to stand up in front of the community and say, here's what I stand for, vote for me.
But the potential is that maybe people who have run before in past elections would come forward for an appointment. So they have put the time in. They have talked to the community. They have been on the Kodo forums. They have been at the TAR forums. They have done stuff like that previously, and maybe they just missed the vote. I mean, when I ran for reelection after my first term, there were 10 people for 2 seats. And I thought for sure this election, there'd be at least 10 people to run. And I just feel like if no one runs and then it's April and then we have to go through again, and then we're still continuing on with only 6 people, that's not the best representation for our community.
Yeah, I don't think we have like everyone's been saying this. It's like there's not a great option in either
Right,
of these things.
right, I know, but I'm saying that just because someone's gonna maybe come forward to apply for an appointment doesn't mean they haven't run for an election before. Maybe they have.
But I would then ask, like, why wouldn't, if they really want the seat, why wouldn't they run now?
It's just not guaranteed. It's not guaranteed. I mean, you could have one write-in, you could have one write-in person win the election and then no one gets a choice.
But that's the
We don't-
choice.
I mean,
Write-in candidates.
I
for
mean,
town
I think,
council.
I think we're gonna have candidates.
Hold on, I want to make sure there's not side conversations. One was more technical, so I want Dan's question, if it was heard, to be answered, which was the write-in candidate question.
Yeah, so the question was, why hasn't there been a write-in candidate on the ballot in the past? Because there's a deadline for which a candidate needs to submit a write-in candidate affidavit. If I don't receive that, then that doesn't go on the ballot. I will say the timing of it is nomination petitions are due on typically a Monday. The write-in candidate affidavits are due that Friday. Just think about that.
And just to clarify on the other technical timing question, if hypothetically we go the special election route, no candidates move forward, we don't have to wait till March, correct? We could
No.
appoint much quicker than that.
It would be basically after the nomination petition deadline would be due. So if we look at the proposed calendar for March 31st election, the write-in candidate deadline would be January 23rd. So we would know then whether or not we have any candidates.
I see. Yep.
And so, here's where we're at, we're at a little bit of an impasse, with, 3 and 3. And so, we've got a couple options, and just like the decision we have to make, they're not great options. And, we can, take a short break and squeeze in a super quick lunch and then revisit this in the afternoon. Unless one of the 6 that change their mind for the soft kind of discussion, it'd be a great time to mention that. And then the last option is, and I've had this conversation with both Kevin and Tiffany, just in case, and it might be a just in case issue, is that it just gets tabled to the next meeting on December 16th, and we have the chance to go out and try to listen more to the constituents. I'm not saying that's the way to go, but those are the options in front of us right now. And we're not an odd number because we don't have 7 people. That's part of the problem.
Do we have anything in our code about if there is a tie? Is there any way for tiebreaker? Is it just we're supposed to have an odd number of people?
Exactly. We'll just
That's
need to, someone's going to need to change their mind.
This isn't like who won the election by drawing the ace of spades? Was that Stu? Any old timers remember that?
Can we do that? Can we just flip a coin or something?
For cards.
Gridlocked?
No.
Transparency.
you know,
A motion has to pass with the majority.
That's right.
3-3, the motion fails. You've got to have a motion that passes.
with what I'm seeing, I don't think it's worth calling for a motion. I think we're probably
I
gonna,
thought we were gonna wait anyway.
Just give it
Well,
some time.
and we'll just readdress it in the afternoon.
I'll just jump in. I think a lot of, obviously, to address Ashley's concerns, we'll have an action at the end. But another part of today's agenda, and that we've moved things around, was the boards and appointments to understand if we're doing an appointment versus an election. And that will help our conversation for boards and appointments. So if we are not going to have any soft direction that we can lead into that agenda item, then I recommend that we pause, that we have a quick 15-minute break and be a little bit late to lunch. Prior to the boards, if you still want to maintain having that value for the board appointment.
We can't have the board discussions.
Yeah, the
and-
council positions, not the other
Board
Yeah,
appointments,
the-
yep.
The liaison.
Okay.
Mhm.
We
So,
can't really have that discussion if we don't have much direction of what we're doing, because they're two different conversations, I think, based on the timing, right? Like, so you have point them, and then someone might have a different answer if you're appointing it, and then you have temporarily, and then you have the discussion at December 16th with the appointed council member versus what's the decision we make if we've now got to wait till April and how we handle the boards and commissions. I think those are two entirely different discussions.
great.
So I'm not comfortable having it.
So I think then we will pause and pick up in the afternoon. We'll discuss when we'll do that, Teddy. But we'll reopen up the discussion in hopes of having soft direction at that point. Have the the board appointments action, and then final action of the day will be the action that council hopefully can do. And if not, then we'll look to have this discussion in our December meeting.
And what we'll do is we'll reconvene at 1:20.
Okay.
Apologies to the people who have to sit and wait, but that's how it goes.
Thank
you.
We will adjourn for lunch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to reconvene the Town of Telluride, Colorado Town Council meeting after our abbreviated lunch break. The time is 1:23 PM. A thank you for everyone who's in the audience and your patience as we get going a little later for the afternoon. First item on the agenda following the lunch break is public comment on non-agenda items. And each person will be allotted no more than 5 minutes. And overall public comment will be limited to 45 minutes per council meeting. We have a sign-in sheet. The first member on that sign-up sheet and ready to go is Doug Tooley.
Thank you, Mayor Erico. I have another, I did a censored Codo commentary, inappropriately censored Codo commentary a little whiles back. I've got another one regarding Initiative 300 and the special interests in Telluride. I make a brief reference to the Epstein files in that commentary, and I'll speak just a little bit more as I conclude on to that subject. Large project. Opponents claim that would subject local decision making to special interests. I would suggest that square foot basis. It's the interest of but I'd also suggest that there's a Jeffrey Epstein sexual privilege factor in these networks of people. Many of the supporters of Initiative 300 are opposed to 7 development. Yours truly is not one of them. The plan to handle the multi-year loss of funding has not been put forth. The project may not even work. The one thing that would make housing and parking work in Telluride is the development of the property just west of environmental decisions. So I would hope everybody has considered what the suspension of Judge Murphy and the specifics of the allegations mean. I will allege that broadly speaking, he is part of that same Epstein file problem that we have in this country that is quite authoritative. And I'll have more to say on that later. Thank you all. Have a great day.
Thank you, Doug. Next on public comment is Graham Hoffman.
Thank you. I'm Graham Hoffman, and I'm the president of the Telluride Professional Ski Patrol Association. We want to say first and foremost, a thank you to this wonderful community. Just so far, it's been overwhelming in its positivity towards us. As you probably know, we just had a session with Telsky just hours earlier, and the company continues to be extremely out of touch with the cost of living and the struggle of our patrol here in this community. We do just want to briefly clear up the 35% that Chuck and his spokesman continue to bring up and attempt to put those numbers into reality. And such, according to a preliminary study that our governments are putting together using MIT's living wage calculator, the living wage in San Miguel County for seasonal adjusted work is $37.67. In the company's most recent proposal, hours earlier, all but 3 patrollers would be making above that number. 35 out of 71 patrollers would be making less than $30. This isn't good enough. Our proposal doesn't get everybody over the threshold, but it does far more to lift up our entire patrol. We're up there on the mountain right now, right this moment, getting it set up and ski pack in the upper mountain to mitigate our perennial avalanche problem. It's paramount to our and our guests' safety that we're able to continue to do this work. Unfortunately, we continue to be utterly disappointed with the company's minuscule movement towards their offers. We greatly hope that Telsky will soon take our concerns seriously for the sake of this community at large. Thank you.
Graham, thank you very much. Continued best of luck in those negotiations. Next on public comment is Chris. I'll be honest, I can't really read the last name.
Thank you, Mayor. It's pronounced Uline. It's not
Right.
spelled anything close to how it looks. So
That's why I
get that.
I didn't want to butcher it for you. Sorry.
I'm just here to express interest in the open town council seat. I understand I missed part of the discussion earlier and that it's going to continue later, but I have to make it to work, so I'm not going to be able to be here for it. But I would like to just say, if there's a special appointment or a special election, I would be interested in running for that seat. So thank you.
Great. We'll keep you posted for sure once we get through that discussion later in the meeting today. And then your best path is always stay in touch with Tiffany. She's going to be your go-to. Is there anybody else in the room for public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment in the room. Is there anyone online, Tiffany?
No.
Seeing nobody online, public comment is closed for this meeting. That brings us to agenda item number 6, presentations and proclamations. Our first, and we're a little off on timing, so I'm not sure who can make it or not make it, but 6A is introduction of new housing facilities manager Chris Humphreys. I see Delaney in the back. Yeah, sure. No problem. So do you want to introduce Lewis? Okay, so we'll do 6B first, introduction of new community services office assistant, Luis Tavares. And hopefully I pronounced that correct. Nope. Same problem with the last guy.
It is Luis Tavares. We are so grateful to have Luis in our housing division in the community services department. I will let him say a few things about himself, but I can't help myself. I watched him grow up here and he is a Telluride young man, and we're just really excited to have him on the team. And then I will let Luis say something.
Perfect.
Hey guys, I'm Luis Tavares, the administrative assistant at the Shandoka office. Yep, I did grow up here. I've been around here since 2005. In December, it'll be 20 years, which is pretty wild. Yeah, I'm just really excited to be working for the town. It's pretty cool. I get to interact with a lot of people, especially the Spanish-speaking ones, that I feel sometimes they don't get the support that they should. And I kind of like the fact that I'm there to kind of help out with that.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Thank you so much. Welcome to the team.
Gracias.
And then that brings us back to 6A with the introduction of the new housing facilities manager, Chris Humphreys.
Again, I think I've already expressed my beyond extreme gratitude to have Chris Humphreys join our team as the facilities maintenance manager. I keep doing this and I'm probably going to do it forever and ever. His first week on the job. He fixed the sump pump in here, which nobody could figure out. So that was, there you have it, life-changing. We're so glad to have him here in Telluride, and I would love for him to say a few words on his own as well.
Thank you all. Very excited to be here in Telluride. Very excited to get to know all of you a little bit better. I come from a background of mechanical and plumbing construction. Most recently worked in higher education and facilities maintenance, and I'm excited to continue using my skills here to the betterment of the town. So thank you all.
Great. Thank you. Thanks for joining the team. That brings us to 6C, introduction of new Deputy Marshal Tom Kavanaugh. And I don't see the chief here. It'll be remote. Oh, there they are. Look at that.
Good afternoon, Council. My apologies for not being there in person, but it's my pleasure to introduce our newest Deputy Marshal, Tom Kavanaugh. Tom's from the Denver area, graduated from CU Boulder. He started the academy with us in May, graduating in September, and has been on the field training program since. Kind of a little crazy fact I'm going to share about Tom is his fitness training is insane. He's actually getting ready to compete in the Iditarod on his bike here in February. So he's going to be doing 350 miles on a fat tire bike over the Iditarod course. So I think that's pretty impressive and unique to Tom. But let him speak to it at this point.
Yeah, hey everybody. I did not have a speech prepared, so I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity to be employed here at the town of Telluride. It's been great so far. Everybody's been super welcoming, and can't wait to meet everybody individually.
Great. Thank you so much, and welcome to the team. And we really appreciate your service to the community.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
And that brings us to 6D of our presentations and proclamations. That's the presentation of Park. A little echo there. Presentation of Park Preservation Awards with, and Kristen is here to do that.
To recognize the 2025 Park Preservation Award recipients. Established in 2008, the Telluride Park Preservation Awards are presented periodically by the town of Telluride and the Historic Architectural Review Commission to recognize those who have contributed to the preservation of Telluride as a National Historic Landmark District.
You speak in the mic, Kristen.
Oh, sure. Sorry about that. Nominees are judged on their project's enhancement of the overall design of the community and protection of the traditional character of the town. Awards are presented in 4 categories: rehabilitation and restoration, most compatible addition, most compatible infill, and continuing preservation. I am now going to announce to the public the award recipients selected by HARC at their October meeting. And the words I will be reading are coming from the nominations that were submitted for each of these projects. And HARC had a robust discussion about each project as well, and then made their selection. So 218 North Willow. Represents a careful, considered approach to preservation. It's one of the town's oldest residential structures, the McClellan House, dating back to 1883. Nestled within a neighborhood of predominantly historic homes, this project balances preservation with progress, navigating the constraints of scale, site, and modern living needs to deliver a seamless, respectful addition that enhances the whole. 218 North Willow is a model for how additions can serve the evolving needs of residents without compromising the authenticity of Telluride's architectural legacy. It respects what came before while contributing to the ongoing life of the home and the neighborhood. This project achieved its goal of sensitively expanding a historic home, providing essential modern space while protecting the massing scale and architectural integrity of the original 1883 structure. And this award of excellence for most compatible addition goes to Tommy Hine Architects. And we have these beautiful awards here that each of the recipients will be gifted. And thank you to Lindsay Mills and Tammy Brand for designing and having these made for our recipients. So award number 2 of 5 is a 2025 Award of Excellence for Continuing Preservation of 575 West Colorado. 575 West Colorado was originally constructed in 1913 and holds historical significance within our community. During the 1980s, a number of non-historic additions were made to the structure, altering its original character. Over the past many months, these additions have been thoughtfully removed as part of a comprehensive renovation effort. The front facade has now been meticulously restored to reflect its original 1913 design. Positioned at the entrance to our historic community, the home serves as a welcoming landmark and sets the tone for character and charm of the neighborhood. So the award recipient for continuing preservation of 575 West Colorado is Shift Architects. Okay. That, I should be having you applaud each time.
They won an award. We don't get
First
the
one, so-
very often.
All right, moving on.
Some joy.
The 2025, the 2025 Award of Excellence for the most compatible infill is for 546 West Pacific. This project demonstrates how a modern home can contribute to the character of a historic neighborhood through subtlety, sensitivity, and precision. It's set on a compact lot with direct adjacency to a historic structure that encroached on the western property line. The project responded not with avoidance, but with architectural generosity, turning a potential challenge into a defining opportunity. The home's massing was kept deliberately understated to align with the rhythm of the street and avoid overwhelming the adjacent historic house. From the front, the elevation presents a clean, simple face grounded in the use of natural materials such as wood and metal, which echo Telluride's rugged alpine vernacular while signaling a modern sensibility. The understated roofline and human-scaled elements create a friendly, walkable frontage that blends effortlessly with its neighbors. The success of this infill project lies in its restraint. It does not compete with neighboring historic homes. It complements them through careful alignment of form, proportion, and material. It delivers a contemporary living experience that is rooted in place, respectful of history, and quietly innovative. So this project achieved its goal of responding to neighboring historic conditions with creativity and care, demonstrating how architectural constraint can inspire thoughtful, context-driven infill. The 2025 Award of Excellence for the most compatible infill goes to Tommy Hine Architects. So now number 4 of 5, the 2025 Award of Excellence for Continuing Preservation is 437 West Colorado. Originally constructed in 1891, the Sang residence stands out as a beautifully restored structure. In 2021, the Historic and Architectural Review Commission approved a thoughtful renovation aimed at preserving the home's historic integrity while updating it for modern use. The project included the construction of a new foundation and a sensitive rear addition. The original primary structure was fully preserved. Historic wood siding was carefully repaired and repainted, and the original placement of windows and doors was maintained and restored. Completed in the summer of 2024, the restoration honors the home's legacy while supporting the long-term vitality of the neighborhood. The continued maintenance of this landmark provides the community with a tangible connection to its past and a shared sense of place. So the 2025 Award of Excellence for Continuing Preservation goes to Shift Architects. And finally, a 2025 Award of Excellence for the rehabilitation and restoration of 151 South Willow, The Shed. So the town of Telluride, as you all know, embarked on a unique adaptive reuse project to transform a historic 550 square foot shed into The Shed, a vibrant and multifaceted property for middle and high school students. The initiative exemplifies the town's commitment to preserving its historic heritage while responding to the evolving needs of its community. Centrally located on a prominent downtown corner, the modest structure, once underutilized, has been reimagined as a flexible hub for youth engagement. The project balances heritage preservation with contemporary function, breathing new life into the historic building while ensuring it remains rooted in Telluride's cultural context. Cornerstone of the project was the preservation and restoration of the building's historic character, including the original wood siding was carefully removed, cataloged, and reinstalled after the addition of modern continuous insulation, enhancing the thermal performance without compromising authenticity. And the interior underwent a complete remodel to create a dynamic environment suited to academic, creative, and social activities. As you all know, but for the public's benefit, for those who may not be up to date on this exciting project, the shed is operated collaboratively by the town of Telluride, Communities That Care, and the Tri-County Health Network. This partnership ensures the space remains focused on supporting the health, well-being, and development of local youth through inclusive, community-driven programming. By thoughtfully rehabilitating a historic structure and transforming it into a vibrant youth center, the town of Telluride has created a model for how preservation and innovation can work hand in hand. The result is a welcoming, resilient space that honors the past while inspiring the future. So the 2025 Award of Excellence for the rehabilitation and restoration of 155 South Willow, the shed, goes to CCY Architects.
It's also operated collaboratively with the town of Mountain Village and San Miguel County. And I think it's important to note that the kids themselves had a large part working with CCY in the design. So it was designed with the help of the community that uses it.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Zoe. And thank you all for letting me present the awards.
Great, Kristen. Thank you very much. That brings us to agenda item number 7, appointments to boards and commissions, current board openings. Telluride Town Council is accepting applications for current and upcoming vacancies from residents interested in volunteering their service on one of the following town's boards, committees, or commissions. Applications must be received by noon on Monday, December 8th, 2025 for possible consideration at the next town council meeting, December 16th, 2025. Board of Adjustment and Appeals, 4 regular seats for a 1 or 2 year term, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term. Commission for Community Assistance, Arts, and Special Events, and this seat is being considered today. 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county resident. Ethics Commission, 3 alternate public at large seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. 1 regular public at large seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Historical and Architectural Review Commission, these seats are being considered today. 2 regular seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident at least 1 year. Parks and Recreation Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Please note that town council may choose to appoint a sitting alternate to a regular seat vacancy. Should that occur, council reserves the right to appoint any applicant to an alternate position. With that, that brings us to 7B, Commission for Community Assistance, Arts, and Special Events, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, and we have Piper Miller to present.
Thank you, Mayor. So this vacancy on case is for Courtney McElhenney. Thank you. Her seat, she is unable to be with us today, but she is reapplying for a new term. She has served on case since October of 2022. Her application is attached in your memo, and her attendance the last 2 years is provided as well. If you choose to reappoint Courtney to a regular seat, staff recommends a 2 year term that would be effective December 12th, 2025.
Great. Piper, thank you very much. Any questions from council for Piper on this application to case? Seeing none, is there anybody in the room for public comment on this application? Seeing none, Tiffany confirmed no hands are raised on Zoom. Great. Unless there's any further discussion from council on this appointment, I would entertain a motion.
Yeah, I'm the liaison on this board, and I think Courtney's great, so I'll make the motion. I move to appoint Courtney McElhenney to a regular seat on the Commission for Community Assistance, Arts, and Special Events for a 2 year term effective December 12th, 2025. Second.
We have a motion from Elena and a second from Dan. Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Dan, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Ian, yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Teddy, yes. It is approved unanimously. That brings us to Agenda item 7C, Historic and Architectural Review Commission, 2 regular seats for a 1 or 2 year term, and Piper will present again.
Thank you. So we do have 3 applicants and 2 regular seat vacancies. One of these regular seat vacancies is occurring because Kieran Lannon stepped down and chose not to reapply. So that is a brand new regular seat vacancy. So the applicants are Stacy Lake, who is reapplying to serve a new term in a regular seat. And we also have one of our sitting alternates, Andrew Williamson, who is applying to elevate to a regular seat vacancy. And should that occur, should Andrew be elevated to a regular seat, that will immediately create an alternate seat vacancy. And that is the seat that our 3rd applicant is applying to fill, and that is Sherry Gorley. Stacy has served on HARC since October of 2021, and his application and attendance is provided. Mr. Lake has been recused from 6 items in the last 2 years. Andrew Williamson has served on HARC since September of 2022 in an alternate seat and is applying, as I said, to elevate to a regular seat. Mr. Williams has been recused from 3 items in the past 2 years, and Sherry Gorley is a new applicant applying to fill the alternate seat vacancy that will occur should Mr. Williamson be elevated to a regular seat, and her application is attached as well. If you choose to follow with these appointments, staff recommends reappointing Stacy Lake to a regular seat for a 2-year term that would be effective December 1st, 2025. If you choose to elevate Andrew Williamson to a regular seat, staff recommends a 2-year term that would be effective December 1st, 2025. And if you choose to do that, and that creates an alternate seat vacancy, staff recommends appointing Sherry Gorley to that alternate seat vacancy for a 2-year term effective December 1st, 2025.
Great. Piper, thank you very much. Any questions on this application of the 3 candidates from council?
I guess I have a question, and I can't remember if I'm just misremembering, but I thought that at some point, I think it was when I was first elected, we opted to require like a background in am I misremembering this?
That is a part of the code that, and it says that in your memo that, insofar as practical, all members of HARC shall have an expertise in architecture, local history, planning, or archaeology, and demonstrate an interest and knowledge in town and historic preservation. And if you look at their applications, you see that all of them definitely do meet that standard.
So like Kieran, I think maybe kind of felt more into that, like maybe like more nebulous version of what that language is.
He's a
But,
historic.
but he's so like he didn't have like the certifications that like Stacy would have.
Right. No, and that I understood. I think the one that I would love to hear from Sherry Gorley about her experience with the field, because that was the one where it didn't. There wasn't like an obvious thing where like, oh, you're an architect, which is a lot of who serves on this board. So I was just curious about that. I think varying perspectives are great on boards, but that was something that I just wanted some clarity on.
Absolutely. And I believe that she is in attendance with us today to speak on her behalf.
Great.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah, I am Sherry Gorley. Thanks for considering my application to serve on an alternate seat with HARC. I first came to Telluride over 20 years ago, and like probably all of you, when you drive into the canyon, you immediately fall in love with the beauty of the canyon and the town. My husband and I were fortunate enough to get a home here in 2018, and Telluride definitely is our favorite place in the world. Yes, I'm not an architect or a builder. I'm an electrical engineer, actually, by my original degree, and I turned into a patent attorney after that. As I transition into retirement, I am hoping to apply some of my career experiences in giving back to the Telluride community. I think service on HARC would be a great place for me to do that. hundreds of times in my career in helping engineers to convert their new ideas into patents, which is a tangible asset. In many ways is an analogous process to what the HARC Commission does. It all relates to having excellent communication skills, tons of attention to detail and learning very difficult technologies and whatnot, applications of laws and regulations to new situations. And so in many ways, I see that as very analogous to the process. So as a HARC commissioner, you would expect me to operate definitely in accordance with the HARC values. And so, certainly we know those are preservation as far as historic properties in town, efficiency. I'll always come prepared to those meetings. Respect for others. I have lots and lots of experience working with staff and others, and it's essential, I feel, in creating these opportunities to work respectfully with all shareholders, and also consistency in decisions. So I have had the experience of really learning over the last couple of years in great detail aspects of the land use code and the design guidelines. And so I feel like I could help in those regards as well. So I do humbly ask for your support and vote in becoming a HARC commissioner, and happy to answer any other questions you might have.
Great. Thank you very much. Are there any specific questions? Great. Thanks.
One specific question. Do you happen to live in a historic home in Telluride?
No, I'm over down by Clark's Market. So
Me too.
yeah.
Any other questions for the applicant from council? All right, seeing none. We do have two other applicants. I see Andrew in the room, and I don't know if you want to say anything about your application.
I'll say
Certainly don't
something
have to.
Full time.
Looks a little different standing on the side of the room. Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Thank you for your time today. My name is Andrew Williamson, and I've had the privilege of being on the Historic and Architectural Review Commission as an alternate seat for the past 3 years. And I'm here today to respectfully ask you for your consideration for a permanent seat on HARC. During my time on the commission, I've gained a strong understanding of our guidelines, our processes, and most importantly, the responsibility we share in protecting Telluride's historic character. Stepping in regularly as an alternate has given me some hands-on experience with complex applications, thoughtful discussions, and the balance between preservation and thoughtful evolution. I've learned how vital it is that we approach every project with consistency, fairness, and respect for the cultural fabric that makes Telluride so unique. If appointed to a permanent seat, I will continue to be prepared, engaged, and balanced in my decision-making. I will listen, ask questions, and work to uphold the standards that protect Telluride's historic legacy while supporting sensible and well-designed projects throughout this community. Thank you.
Great. Andrew, thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none. And I don't know if Stacy's online or, yeah, we know Stacy pretty well. We also have the chair, Mark Shamball's hand raised. So if we can unmute him, we'd love to hear from Mark.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. Well, hello again. If it's okay, I'll just give a comment on each of the three. And I mean, I think this is a pretty easy decision, straightforward. But Stacy is a licensed architect and 4 years on P&Z and 4 years on HARC as our vice chair. We need his experience. Andrew, 3 years as an alternate. His track record is commendable. And as Elena can testify, of late, he has really stepped it up with more motions, as I've been calling on alternates to try to make motions, and he's taken the ball and run with it. It's his turn to move up. And lastly, with Sherry, probably the only one that you don't know, she, out of respect for the board, has applied as an alternate seat, which most of us started at also. I would have to say her experience in codes and regulations is probably equal to most of our board members. She's committed to historic preservation. She actually spent all day with us last February at our historic preservation training with Nori Winter, as most of you know, who originally authored our guidelines, and she really engaged in that meeting last February. Lastly, I would just say in 26, we have 2 more expirations. And as you know, Alitza only sought a 1-year extension. So she'll be one of those 2. And with 3 meetings in 2025, where we only had 3 or 4 people to vote, I think you can relate to this when you're talking about having 6 people, but because of recusals and or absences, which often happen, 3 of those meetings, we only had 3 or 4 people to vote. And I think we've got to fill the seats. And I hope you will approve all 3. As you can imagine, how we might not get to a good decision with only 4 of us or 3 of us voting. So thank you very much and happy Thanksgiving.
Great, Mark. Thank you very much. Any questions for Mark since he is the chair? Since this is an appointment, is there anybody in the room for public comment on any of the applicants? Seeing none. Tiffany, double check online. Okay, great. Unless there's any further discussion from council, I would entertain a motion.
I move to reappoint Stacy Lake to a regular seat for a 2-year term effective December 1st, 2025, and appoint Andrew Williamson to a regular seat for a 2-year term effective December 1st, 2025, and appoint Sherry Gourlay to an alternate seat for a 2-year term effective December 1st, 2025.
We have a motion from Eleanor. Do we have a second?
My amendment
Oh,
to the Historic Architecture Review Commission.
oh, yes, I accept the friendly amendment.
Okay. Ashley, with your second, do you accept the friendly amendment?
I also accept the amendment.
Great. Eleanor, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Me and yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it's approved unanimously. Thank you for 2 of you for your continued service. And Sherry, welcome to Hark. And thank you very much for throwing your hat in the ring. It is much appreciated. That brings us to agenda item number 8, consent calendar. I assume everyone has reread the minutes from our last 2 meetings. And I would entertain a motion for approval of the consent calendar.
I move to approve the consent calendar as presented.
We have a motion from me, and do we have a second?
Second. Second. I'll do it.
We have a second from Elena. Kevin, was that motion clear enough for you?
I heard it.
Okay, great.
That's not saying it's clear.
Me, and how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes. The approval of the consent calendar is unanimous. That brings us to agenda item number 9, public hearing. Second reading and approval of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the sale of certain deed restricted real property known as Silver Jack Unit 305. And we have Allie here.
Thank you, Mayor Errico, for the introduction. This is the second time this item has come up before you. So this is the second reading and adoption of a potential ordinance to dispose of property as is required, the process required by the town's charter. This is an affordable housing unit subject to the affordable housing guidelines. That is not going to change as part of this potential sale. The unit was previously occupied by a town employee. The town repurchased the unit to then place another town employee in the unit. That employee has been identified and we are under contract. Closing is anticipated for mid-December should this ordinance pass today. And I'm happy to answer any questions about the process, about the contents of the deed restriction, what this means for the unit, the employee, any questions at all.
Great. Allie, thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing no questions from council, since this is a public hearing and second reading and approval, is there anyone in the audience that would like to comment on this? Seeing none in the room. Tiffany, anybody online?
No.
Seeing no further public comment, unless there's any further discussion from council, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve on second reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the sale of Silverjack 305.
Second?
We have a motion from Mian, a second from Elena. Mian, how do you vote?
Ian, yes.
Elena, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. Thank you, Ally.
Thank you very much.
That brings us to agenda item number 10, work sessions, 10A. Update from Telluride Arts, and we have Jessica Galbo here. And we're going to have you come step up to one of the hot seats and be able to speak in the microphone so everyone can hear you.
You. Thank you for having me. Thank you, Mayor, Council, and staff. I am grateful to be here and grateful for the chance to serve this organization with a mission that I am truly passionate about, that I truly believe in. Telluride Arts has a long history in Telluride. It's the oldest nonprofit in Telluride. And as part of the vital part of this community, it's an honor for me to support it in its next chapter. And today I'd like to share where we are and open a constructive conversation about a path forward. I'm going to be sharing my screen also with Todd Brown here. A lot of institutional knowledge and can answer questions as well. For your patience. And you should all be following along with this. The information here in these slides is exactly the same as information you were provided previously. And go to full screen. Yeah, I'm not able to go to full screen. Okay. So to begin with, I would like to just show you my quick agenda along with you're following along with the materials presented to you. Organizational update, our consideration and alignment with staff analysis, our transparency and stewardship, the transfer warehouse, kind of our status and background, and then our financial snapshot, our current position and evolving context, and then a thoughtful exploration with you all. This session revisits the existing agreements tied to the transfer warehouse and considers whether any adjustments of alternative approaches merit further exploration. It also gives you an update because, as you know, I'm new to the position. Do you have anything you want to add? Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
So organizational update. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
I'm Jessica Galbo, and I am new to this position. A little less than 3 months. I'm very excited about it. It's a way that I feel I could serve the Telluride community in a broader way. I've lived here for almost 25 years, raised 4 kids here. I'm excited to step into this role and looking forward to working with all of you. My first priority at the organization was focused on clarity, financial transparency, stability, and rebuilding trust with our arts organization partners, the artist community that we serve, which is the majority of local artists, and new and existing donors after a period of significant leadership and organizational transition. The mission of Telluride Arts right now is to elevate and nurture a vibrant, inclusive, creative arts community by supporting local artists, presenting cultural experiences, and inspiring connections through the arts. How Telluride Arts is delivering on that for more than 50 years. They've been providing direct support to independent artists, local artists. That is something we're still doing today and in this past few weeks. Offered free community space to nonprofits, served as the original fiscal sponsor for many Hallmark festivals, Telluride Theater, Bluegrass, Telluride Film, Chamber, and many more. Activated public spaces with art and cultural programming, and led signature offerings such as Art Walk and Arts Bazaar, which you're all familiar with, I'm sure. Operational strengthening. The organization has consolidated from its 4 locations to one central HQ that's across from the library at 135 West Pacific, kind of in our cultural core. We have streamlined operations and definitely reduced overhead. That was one of my first goals, and we are on track to do that with the new budget. Reestablished consistent and transparent financial reporting. I encourage you all to go to telluridearts.org. There are tabs there for financial reporting, and all of the things that I'm going to present today are available on the website all the time. And staying responsive to Telluride's current arts and culture landscape in a way that keeps us centered on our mission and avoids mission drift. Creative and community programming. Recent activities, just to let you know what's going on in the HQ space. All local artist group exhibition happening now, and artist sales opportunities, including a brand new makers market. Current immersive installation with Raíces Sin Fronteras. I encourage everyone, and I think you've all been invited by email to come and walk through this immersive exhibition featuring our immigrant community. Sold out community concert recently. We partnered with Shared Arts Foundation at the show bar, and that was fantastic. A joint presentation. Most recently, we had an office and gallery full of young readers when we launched the Telluride 123 book launch, also a direct recipient of the direct artist grants. And starting on December 1st, a year-round makers market offering local artisan goods for purchase year-round. We've had dance classes, performances, workshops, and more. Expanded support for creatives. We're looking to rebuild and expand public art initiatives, increasing support for underrepresented artists, and strengthening ties with CAFE. We currently have some direct grantees also from the Latin community, which we're very proud of, and also our immersive exhibit right now. We're offering a creative exchange series that starts in December. Which is a professional development peer-to-peer series. And our first presenter is Tammy Brazy, who you might know from her artwork. And she's coming actually from Ridgeway with a group that she meets with regularly to talk about how to receive feedback and, you know, the artistic process. And these are complimentary and free workshops to public. Artist salons, these are really just learning opportunities for community connection and like mixer. So responding to what I've heard on the ground in the last 3 months, which is our artist community saying we really want spaces where we can gather, that we can meet each other, that we really want to rebuild this cultural and artistic community and feel like a sense of belonging. Does anyone have questions on that? I just wanted to appreciate the supplemental background memo provided by town, and it's not my intention to kind of restate the analysis, but just to share where Telluride Arts stands today and how we have stabilized operations and how we might collaborate with the town. Financial transparency and stewardship. In our commitment to transparency in the recent months, we have reconstructed donor and campaign records, amended past filings, all 990s have been amended, and a new 2024. Published the 2022 audit and other financials on our website, which are accessible 24/7. And posted the new independent appraisal, although I didn't see that, so maybe it's not loaded, but I did supply that to the council and staff. I believe that this organization is now positioned to strengthen its financial processes. We have new leadership. We have new staff, some existing, but mostly new staff, clarified mission, and re-engaging our funders as we speak. I'm in lots of conversations. Historical financial snapshot, and you can see the exhibits here, but since 2017, Telluride Arts has secured approximately 11.4 million in commitments for the transfer warehouse project. 9.2 million of that to date has come in the door, and 7.4 invested directly into stabilization, acquisition, and capital improvements. Less than 15% of all funds raised were used for overhead or programming by previous leadership and management decisions. 9.2 invested or capitalized into stabilization and improvements, and of course, less than 15% spent on overhead. The 11.4 million committed but not in the door, that's from private donors, CCI, which is a $3 million grant, and National Park Service. The outstanding 2.19 is all outstanding pledges and a pending $750,000 National Park Service grant for the warehouse specifically. And that's where those pledges stand. Any questions there? This is where you come in, Tom. Transfer warehouse, the status and background. So the historic stabilization is considered completed as of 2024. The structure is safe to enter. Deterioration has been halted and the integrity has been preserved. A certificate of occupancy obviously awaits final stabilization, which depends on future use and design. So there is 2 million out there that I'm told is what's necessary to finalize, and that all depends on final use, what it's going to be used for, what it's going to look like. The remaining needs, removal of the temporary bracing, floor installation, power and water, back wall windows, doors, any design build elements such as the Quonset hut stage, and a final stabilization step, depend on chosen use as we discussed. I did have a conversation with Olson Kundig. This is very broad strokes without a schematic design. The original enclosed design that's on the PUD now is 40 million. Plus a scaled open air concept. This would be like an open air art park with a partial stage. That's between 8 and 10 million. And again, these are not hard numbers. And covered, sorry, I had to cross out open air, that was a mistake. Covered, anything covered from for the entire warehouse is 17 plus. And again, these are big ballparks without any schematic design. Any questions on those numbers? How we got here. Under the existing PUD, the current restoration requirements are scheduled to conclude in 2027, and based on current financial and project realities, Telluride Arts doesn't really see a viable path to meeting the scope envisioned in the expanded restoration framework originally presented to you. Unexpected subsurface and structural conditions required extensive engineering, significantly increasing costs and making the original plan financially unrealistic. Given that reality, this has naturally prompted a reconsideration of our board of what next steps and with Town of Telluride should be explored now, and what type of project is viable, appropriate, aligned with community benefit. I have been asked a few times like what my vision is. I want it to be open and service to the community, the most economical and fastest path to having it be in service. That would be my only vision. Next slide. Financial snapshot, we've touched on this. Asset summary, land, building, construction, total asset 9.11, net book value is 8.79. The independent appraisal that you have in your attachments here, unrestricted land value. It talks about the restricted as is valuation, and then the differences kind of reflect the regulatory restrictions, not really overspending. And finally, the 990s that I've also provided to you. I have a narrative on the website that's a little more extensive than this. But in 2022, the board ordered a financial audit by an external company out of New York who did complete that audit and finally get that summary in the last few months, just as I started. So the 2022 and 23 990s were both amended and have been uploaded to ProPublica, but those are on our website. So everything from 2022 moving forward is defensible and clean, aligned with our QuickBooks. In 2022, also, the audit company clarified capitalizations, and they actually took a fair amount, I think it was close to $1 million out of what had been capitalized into non-capitalized. You can see that in the audit on the 2022 990. 2023, there was a major investment period, as you can see from the 990, and then 2024 construction pause, leadership transitions. Am I going all right pace?
Yeah.
I feel like I'm going fast because I'm nervous. Okay, so current position and evolving context. Ownership and financing, and this is for our public benefit as well. Telluride Arts currently holds title. Line of credit has been renewed and is current with the town of Telluride. Stabilization did increase the property value and all financials are publicly available. Organizational rebuild. The HQ is fully reactivated and committed to the mission. I know that. I'm in there every single day and we are truly delivering on our mission to support local artists and also partner with our amazing arts organizations as best we can. I know in the past we have maybe not done to the degree that we can. And so really refocusing on what that looks like and how to deliver on that. Arts organization partnerships. Some of our friends are here today. Thank you so much for coming. And online. And we just really want to strengthen. I know that we're more effective together. Everybody has their specific niche in the arts world here, and these organizations are incredibly strong. And we just want to look at how we can re-engage and strengthen our arts community with our arts organization partners. And then the historical financial snapshot, I did provide that to you as well. But given this progress in light of unanticipated cost of stabilization, it feels appropriate to revisit the existing agreements with the town of Telluride and consider whether adjustments in scope, expectations, asset transfer, or shared stewardship approach could better support the long-term viability and community benefit. And really that's our biggest goal, is finding that place of community benefit and also benefiting our arts community. Just exploring our future pathways. We recognize that the warehouse itself involves multiple dimensions, including financial, regulatory, operational, historic, and community serving questions and paths forward. But there's areas of inquiry that we hope to explore with the town, stewardship structures or adjustments. Given the 2027 deadline for the current PUD, at which time the asset would change hands if current design isn't delivered on, are there opportunities to revisit the scope, timelines, and public benefit with our current realities? What alternative approaches to activation, such as an open air art park concepts, merit consideration, considering the $40 million project was a multi-layered, had indoor space, etc. It did serve the community at a time, so we know what that looks like. And what financial, operational, regulatory questions does the town need more information on to kind of explore these ideas and how we might jointly explore what is truly realistic, given we're looking at this $8 to $10 million number or 17 plus if it had a roof. Again, those are total ballparks without schematic design or engineering in there. So we're motivated because we know this is a true gem of our community and can be in service to this entire community. and was, and I think a lot of us, everyone I've ever spoken to just really considers it sort of the beating heart of Telluride and how we can get that in service to our community, along with perhaps, new priorities, just reassessing. Our guiding principles, regardless of the path, we're, as Telluride Arts Board and staff, and the people we serve, we're committed to transparency and accountability, preservation of the historic asset, public access and community benefit, sustainability, collaborative planning, and realistic and achievable next steps. We are looking at today's session as an opportunity for collaboration and thoughtful evaluation to benefit Telluride, restore transfer warehousing consideration of the challenges faced during stewardship, and in light of the current expanded restoration being financially and logistically improbable. I would say sometimes people say what's happened in there. A lot has happened. $9.2 million has happened. And a lot of that, it doesn't look better, but I would say that it's gone down and into the walls. I know Jared and Todd can speak to that process, but here we are with an opportunity to build up, whatever that might look like, or to finish off. And again, of course, it's a high number. Viable pathways, including collaborative partnership models, we are open to. Ownership evaluation, we are open to that. The board and myself are open to creative solutions to determine what information is needed to explore them further and work toward an approach that best supports the community value and the historic value. We'd love to continue this dialogue. I can't wait to hear what your thoughts are. And I just want to make it clear to everyone in the community, on council and staff, I'm available at any time to discuss this. And having been in for less than 3 months, I've learned a lot. I have a lot of things to think about. And I think some of these things that I presented today were just really clear. And now that we have that basis and strong foundation of the financial transparency, what we can and can't do, that we can really look at this with clear eyes. So thank you for giving me this space on the agenda. You guys had a lot to do today, so I appreciate that. And
Great. Jessica, thank you very much for that presentation, getting us all up to speed of where you're at. Zoe, I know in the packet you had followed up with kind of a memo as well. Before I open it up for council questions to Jessica or Todd, do you have anything to add?
I appreciate Jessica's thoughtful input and bringing council and the public up to date on where Telluride Arts is. Obviously, one of the main points in their discussion was the transfer warehouse and the realities of where they are with the transfer warehouse. So with that, I just wanted to better prepare council with a multitude of different paths with that reality in a neutral way, just looking at what each option presents through legal analysis, financial analysis, and operational considerations, as well as looking at that public space and the public benefit and community impact. So I won't go through all of those potentials, but know it's there if you do have any direct questions for me throughout the conversation.
Great. Zoe, thank you very much. Kevin, do you have anything to add?
I don't think I'll add anything right now. There's extensive background on this issue going all the way back to 2015. I've provided council with some of the timelines and background legal documents on this issue, but I'm available if anything in particular comes up beyond that.
Great. Thank you very much, Kevin. So with that, before we hear from the public, are there any questions from council directly to Jessica or Todd? Dan?
Just one quick question. Thank you. And thank you for being here. On one of the cost considerations, one of the options was, quote, scaled open air. Can you just help me understand what that means or what that might look like?
sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, as everybody recognizes, this is not only a gym, but it's a gym with gremlins attached. When I started with this, I still had black hair. And Kevin had more.
It's true.
Back actually in 2013, when this was part of the Four Corners project of the town and envisioning what would happen on the Zoline properties when they finally came out of probate, the warehouse, the strong house were recognized as significant historical monuments that needed to be preserved. How that would happen has been a drunk stagger through the field, if you will, with a whole lot of unexpected revelations as we dug into the foundations of the warehouse. The first document that I had in 2015, when the property was owned still by Meriwether, they had purchased it from the Zoline estate, was that creating a shell within the warehouse that would meet the standards of the National Historic Preservation Trust was $5 million. That was to rebuild the stone, put a roof on it, water, sewer, infrastructure. $5 million. Through a whole lot of back and forth with town, with the developer who was responsible for creating that, by 2017, they had, the developer had completed the stonework, which brought it back to the original parapet height, put a cap on it so it wouldn't continue to deteriorate, and installed that bracing structure. So the steel that you see on the outside, the braces on the inside, their guesstimate for building the shell inside was $1.7 million. As most of you witnessed, Telluride Arts went through a design competition, settled on LTL Architects out of New York and Boston. They came back in with a design concept that was $15.7 million, multi-level, meeting the needs of the community as it was viewed at that time.
Todd, was that the one where they were gonna drop it in?
Well, and all of the design concepts are inside the
Right.
shell.
Right.
And as Telluride Arts got a whole team of engineers together to start exploring that concept, we found out a lot of things about how it was constructed in 1906 and what had happened when the roof caved in, and the original basement or partial basement had been filled in. Anyway, we ended up spending $3 million in 2013 to go in and inject concrete between the inner and outer walls and the rubble that was in there to create solid walls rather than the structurally questionable walls that were there. Throughout the period of COVID, we used that building, the community used it, and people fell in love with the idea that it was open air, it could be safe, it could be used, and it maintained that rough and tumble look. So we went back to LTL at that point and said, can we redesign this thing so that it's more open, more aesthetically pleasing with that rough concept? And LTL basically said, no, we're not interested in that. So we severed our agreement with them, went to Olson Kundig, who has built a lot of things in the region or designed a lot of things. And they came back with a design that is currently in the approved amended PUD that has a partial open, had a big swinging door that could be closed, a back part that can be closed off and has offices and a basement with, facilities, including restrooms. And through not only the machinations of COVID and the problems in getting contractors and what's happened to material prices, that estimate went from 17 million to over 40 million, at which time the then board choked and said, this is far more than anybody bid off. And we're, as an organization, getting out of our mission, which is supporting the local arts, and getting into building a building and trying to figure out how to fill that building with enough money-making opportunities to support it. But that put Telluride Arts into competition with galleries, with other spaces in town that rent to various functions, and the board called a timeout and said, this is not working. What do we do next? The board has turned over. I think I'm the only member that was on 5 years ago, still on the board. We've had change in leadership, change in staffing, which Jessica just went through. And what we offer is, to your point, this is a long way to get there, but we've got a shell. If it's going to have a roof on it, that's one thing. If it's going to be open, that brings a different kind of necessity for stabilization of and getting rid of that steel that is not only on the outside, which has to be taken off for the National Historic Landmark piece, but getting rid of all those braces on the inside that are so problematic to work around. So it could be a stage in the back, it could be open, it could be just a completely open space. It could have rudimentary facilities. It could have bathrooms to support what's right across the street in the Silverjack building. Could be lots of different things. So the answer depends on what we all together come up with as the plan for it. And what Jessica said was, we've had a guesstimate from not only our architect, but Corey Fortenberry, who's done all of the takeoffs and the buildup of costs of somewhere in the $8 to $10 million range to put an interior structure, get rid of the outside steel, but leave it as open air. That's in the $8 to $10 million range, all the way up to what we're currently on the hook for with the PUD of over $40 million.
Can you, sorry, you just said something that sounds contradictory to me, that you said that the Fortenberry design that was going to be an enclosure, but then also open air. Can you just that's the cheaper version versus the $40 million one? Can you explain that?
$40 million is about 2/3 enclosed, 1/3 open. And that's the Olson Kundig design that Corey did all the pricing on that got us to the $40 million. We've asked Olson Kundig to start working on a design or designs that are not nearly as exotic, if you will. Gets rid of the basement, gets rid of the rooftop deck, and just basically has it as an open air shell. But how much gets built within that shell runs it from $8 to $10 million. If it gets covered, that's at the.
I think I can also clarify just a little bit. The open air concept would have a similar either design build element in the back, the way there was a stage there for theater or presenting films or whatever it was. So our arts community was able to use that. And when I talked with Olson Kundig, it's more like they would create an exoskeleton, although it would be on the inside, to really brace the walls with exposed beams. And then there would be a design build element in the back against the wall, similar to the way it was during COVID, and whether or not that's a permanent structure or another Quonset hut, which actually worked. That can be decided based on, community feedback and, from our arts organizations feedback, but can it have, open air art park vibe where people can go in and out at different times during the week? And then can it also host events in order to support itself, events for our community and arts partners, public space, public gathering space. I mean, all of these things can happen if it has that hybrid model. But when he says show, I think he's talking about that like a stage area for, that's similar to what it was in COVID, but there would be no roof on it.
I'm gonna just quickly
Yeah.
try this, the staff
Go ahead.
description. And currently, what we talked about in the staff memo was the expanded restoration. So that's the current description. And then this concept that we refer to as art park concept.
Yeah. And ultimately what I think part of this work session is for us to determine is, the initial kind of summary of where Telluride Arts is at and then what the future is. And that's anywhere from an open air structure to the $40 million plus structure. And Telluride Arts doing it. It sounds like from their presentation, they may ask for a collaboration, or if we as council just want to follow the PUD agreement that expires in 2027, right, Kevin?
That's correct.
Okay. And so that's kind of, part of, why we're here today. Any other questions before we open up to any public comment? Ashley?
I have several questions just because this obviously the information that you gave us, Jessica, is like more information than we've ever gotten before. There's a lot of numbers and stuff in there. You guys talked about that you've recently amended your 990s for several years. So I do have a lot of questions. I don't know if I'm going to have time to get all of them. So I just am going to try and narrow it down to just a couple. I want to understand, because obviously the PUD that this was part of, this was the community benefit piece of a larger development property. And so I want the community to kind of understand that this isn't just a PUD in regards to the warehouse, that the warehouse was part of this larger redevelopment of that entire block. And this was the big community benefit that was supposed to be given to our community as a result of the big development that was allowed there. So just so everybody knows, this isn't like something that's like targeted at Telluride Arts or anything like that. So I think that historical note is just important for the listening public. I think that obviously for the community and for, myself included as somebody who, I didn't give a lot of money, but gave some money and stuff like that. It's obviously we've heard that there was issues and things and unexpected stuff. And I think that that's, inevitable, but also tough in these types of situations where it seemed like there was so much money being given. And now we're in a situation where, the walls are mostly stable. It seems like that we're almost there, but that's not even over the finish line. And that bill came in significantly higher than anticipated. So I guess my biggest question for all of us is, you mentioned in your presentation about that you really want to get this back to the community as fast as possible. But I would ask for us to maybe have a discussion about what does the community need versus what is the fastest solution to this space. Is it still the case that based on the PUD agreement that said this needed to be like an enclosed kind of performing arts center for the utilization of the arts community, is that still the need that we see within our community? Because if that's the need that we have, and we know that that maybe has a $40 million price tag to it, that might change our conversation versus if we say, well, we don't think that's the community need anymore. We think the community need is this open air art park, then that again will change the conversation for us to go forward. I don't know the answer to that. I have my opinions, but I think that that's the bigger discussion that we need to have is what is the community need like for this space? Because that's ultimately what this is supposed to be fulfilling is the community. This is supposed to be a community give back for other development that was given.
I think to that point though, like I actually would take it a step further, and because I think like this is a work session, but maybe one that doesn't necessarily have like strong structure behind it, you know? So I would actually take us back a step further and say, who is it that is supposed to be or should be making that decision? Because deciding what the community needs, like that is going to be a process, but the question is going to be, who is going to be the one leading that, and who ultimately should this asset be maintained by? Who should be the one kind of guiding the process, and who should be maintaining this asset at this point, given the past history that we've seen with it, and given what we do know that the future could potentially be. And I think the memo that we had was well lined out with some of those options. And I think we need to kind of go there and then move forward again, so that way we're just kind of at least on a trajectory that like I can mentally kind of process through.
Yeah, I think, to kind of follow what you guys are saying, I think the community needs to get to the finish line with this project. I think the vision has changed, and I think depending on who you ask, what they see for that space, the answers will be different. I also have my own opinions, and I have received my own feedback of what people would love to see happen in that space. But I think the biggest piece of this is getting it done. And I think that's where, which price tag is reasonable for the community to take on, whether it's a project that the town is leading or a project that a nonprofit that's supported by the community is leading, because either way, that money is coming out of our community's pockets through one channel or another. And so I think, the biggest thing is, how do we get to that finish line? And I don't know if we're ready for input on how we get there, because I definitely have my thoughts, but I don't want to jump the gun here.
I'd like to actually get there.
Okay.
I think
So I
think that's where we should.
I mean, for a long time, I've thought that a hybrid approach makes the most sense. I think that there's a lot of
What do you mean by hybrid?
the option 4. I think the town, as sort of the project manager, can get us to that finish line more easily and more in a more like expedited way. And I think at the end of the day, regardless of whose name is on the deed, the space is supposed to be a community benefit. So I think, the nuances of, I know there's more attached to this, but for the average resident or the average visitor, it's not going to affect them much whose name is on the deed of this building, but how do we get it done? It will affect them whether or not it's actually open to the public. And so I think that, the town coming in to help get this project to the finish line makes a lot of sense. I think the town is not an expert at cultural and, curation and isn't spending as much time connecting with the arts community. And so that's where I think that Telluride Arts provides a real asset to that plan. I've, for a long time, wanted a sculpture garden, and I think this art park is kind of right in line with what I was thinking. I think, deciding what really happens there, what art it is. We have a public arts commission that I think would be really cool to pull into this process. But I think the community will best be served by the hybrid ownership or shared stewardship model, some version of that.
Mian?
I wholeheartedly agree with Elena. I think that, candidly, the first two options where Telluride Arts maintains ownership of this facility, they're not options for me at this point. We've had too many misses. We've extended this PUD far too many times, made too many allowances. It doesn't work. And it has nothing to do with current management at all. And I think that this is a really lovely opportunity for Telluride Arts to focus on their mission, which is an incredible mission that serves this community, and for the town of Telluride to help further that mission by doing the things that the town has further resources to do. I'm not opposed to option 3. I don't love it as much. I think that option 4 is what really actually serves the community best. It helps us to move forward in a way that's streamlined and methodical, and allows for us to use all of our assets to their highest and best capabilities and possibilities, and will serve the vision that I think ultimately everybody does have for this facility. I don't think the visions are that diametrically opposed. Honestly, I think everybody wants it to be what it is, which is, really what we saw during COVID. That space was the heart of community. And that was a place for people to gather. And I think, all work together to get it there quickly.
Kristen?
So, what are you guys asking for? What's your preference? Because you do have 2 years. I know you're saying that you want to get it over. Doesn't
They have 1 year.
from October 2027? Doesn't that say 2 years?
November.
Oh, I thought it ended. Sorry.
2
I
years.
thought it was at the end of 26.
My question goes to you instead of you hearing what I want, but what do you guys?
Sure. Well, given that it doesn't seem like viable to complete a $40 million project, especially with some of the false starts and the openings of the different PUDs and the relationship with the town, I think the space is sitting there. And to Elena's point, I think it would be fantastic to get it moving in a direction where it served the community. Maybe those community priorities are different. I know our arts community, I'm speaking for myself, but in general, from what I've seen, space is a commodity, and this could serve both things as an access point for our community to gather, without programming in there, but also with, reasonable programming in there. There is a current, there's going to be decibel level constraints. It's not going to be something that's really going to be in competition with our music venues. It can't be, but from my understanding, just according to the decibel levels, but it can be used to kind of elevate and strengthen our arts community, which I think, in a time when our town is changing so much, like, we want to advocate for that. And whether it's, Telluride Arts or partnership with whomever is invested, it's a big raise. And, again, I feel like now I've come into this position. If I'm asked to go out there and raise these funds, I'm going to go for it. I have been talking to a lot of our donors who obviously haven't been communicated with in a little while. But everybody asked the same question: what's it going to cost to get it done so that we can use it? So that's a long story.
Ashley?
I'm I agree with the essence of option 4. I might disagree a little bit. A sculpture garden doesn't exactly tick a lot of boxes for me. I think that we could have an opportunity to put sculptures in other public places that would be fine. I don't feel like this needs to be designated specifically for that. I think that, some of the real high points of the warehouse was its use as a community space for gathering and stuff like that. I am curious because, and I just might not be as educated on this position. There was a lawsuit, and I think you're alluding to it, with the decibel levels. And that was part of, the PUD and all this, that there was supposed to be this roof that was going to contain a lot of the noise and stuff like that. I know that obviously a space that has a roof is going to be more expensive. We've already explored that, but I'm I'm thinking about like the highest and best use of this property to me feels like it is a space that needs to have availability for use in a lot of different weather conditions and at a lot of different times of day, that it's not just a space that's available to the public to use only when it's sunny and only when it's light out, because we don't want to be running afoul with other conditions that have been set. So I like I said, the spirit of option 4 to me feels like that's the correct direction that we should be heading in. And that's that, you know, in the very bright light of day, I feel like right now with like all of the information that we've gotten from you guys and obviously your transition into this role and how everything is moving, it feels like that might be the best option for us to move forward with this option 4. But I would really, again, I want obviously the community to be able to use this space as soon as possible, but I want it to be the most useful to the community simultaneously.
And I don't want to get us bogged down too much in the use details, because that's a bigger discussion with a lot more user groups and locals that need to contribute, and additionally for financing, and that could range from indoor to outdoor to outdoor temporary for how long temporary could be. Doesn't, 1 year, 10 years, 20 years. But what I would like to do now, since we've had a pretty good, robust discussion, there are people here in the audience and want to give them an opportunity to speak if they see fit. So is there anybody in the room for public comment on this work session? Jared, calling up.
Mayor, town manager, council, staff. Thank you all for hearing what these lovely people had to say about the warehouse. The warehouse means a lot to this community. It means a lot to me. And I think that there's a lot to be said about this discussion and this option 4. If you do some research, and maybe some of you have, if you look at communities like Carbondale or Crested Butte, they have arts facilities like this that are owned by the town, and they are leased by the nonprofit arts groups to operate them. And I think in Carbondale, Amy Kimberly helped the town build the facility that they have over there, and they lease it for like $1 a month. They operate it, and it's all about a community space. And I think that's a really smart path here forward. And just with my history with the building, being the manager there and then being the superintendent on the construction, up to date on where it is, and then the past year being the steward of the warehouse and just keeping the lights on. I think that's a lot to consider. And the other point I want to make here is, I moved the wishing well over to the front door that was used to raise money for the Valley Floor. And I put a light in it. It lights up at night. It's on a timer. And I walked by there the other day to look in there, and there's a lot of crumpled up dollar bills, but somebody threw $100 bill in there, and it's front and center. And, it just shows that the community does want to relight the fire to try and get something going with the warehouse again. And I encourage you to try and bridge the gap there.
Great. Thank you, Jared.
Yep.
Anybody else in the room for public comment? Seeing none. Tiffany, is there anybody online? Okay. With that, and Jared's comment, I'll reopen it to any further discussion from council. It sounds like, we're on our way to potentially, a work session direction. And if, it sounds like a lot of people like the number 4 option. If you don't like the number 4 option, this is your chance to chime in.
Just so I'm clear on the process for this, because so the PUD has these requirements for the timing for the completion of the project. If we decide to go down the hybrid option, it seems like then the chances that we're going to, even as a collaborative team on this, or a more collaborative group with the town getting involved more, it seems unlikely that we would still even meet that deadline. Do we need to amend the PUD then at that point in order for us to move forward? What's the order of operations?
Great question. And we try to outline that in these options. The only option that does not require any changes or amendments to the PUD is if they kept to the PUD and finished by their time, and did not default. So if that is not going to happen, the options are you let the clock run out in the current PUD and it defaults and the town receives the property at that juncture. If you want to provide direction to staff to continue to explore this option of a hybrid ownership with shared stewardship model, then as we laid out, the staff would start laying out all of the considerations and negotiation points. There will be a lot of work to really define that relationship and define what those next steps are, a considerable amount of work, and whatever back and forth discussions and decisions that would come to. But as far as the PUD itself, if anything is changing, then the PUD no longer stands. So we can't be under the current PUD if we're changing it to an art park or whatnot. And if the ownership changes, responsibilities to go through the design would go toward the owner. So the town would be the one putting through any new HARC applications or other applications for the property. Did I miss anything there, Kevin?
Yeah, I think the three that are going to be triggered are a HARC application, because right now what's approved is the expanded restoration. That would have to be modified. P&Z approvals for the various PUD amendments that would be coming from that. And then as a component of the P&Z approvals for the PUD, we wrapped in town council approvals as well, because this was an important enough project, and it included a variation of the subdivision land dedications back from 2015 and 2017 that council had to approve those variances, if you will, in addition to the P&Z PUD variances that they approved. So there's three components. I think the important things to remember would be under option 4, town would get title to the property. There would be some sort of an operating agreement with Telluride Arts to run something there. And then I think an important component of this, and I think we need more information, and this was in your memorandum, Zoe, that Telluride Arts continues to pay for improvements to the extent that they have funding for that. And that's a condition that has found its way into the PUD agreements going all the way back to 2017, when this was pulled away from Meriwether and was put into basically the stewardship, the offer of the public benefit from Telluride Arts was they were going to fundraise for this. And not only would there be dedicated, what we call it was referenced here as a line of credit, it's the letter of credit, which is the guarantee that improvements would occur. But then any pledges, any fundraising that's been received by Telluride Arts as part of their capital effort for the expanded restoration or even the basic restoration, that the town would have to have access to that to complete the improvements. I mean, that can get you close to what I think some of the perceived public benefit was here. But you have to remember the original perceived public benefit was for Meriwether to complete the improvements to the warm, dark shell before they sold a single free market unit in the property to the south. That occurred in 2017. We're now, we're 8 years on that. And really, we're 10 years from the original agreement in 2015.
Yes, which is what I was bringing up
No.
earlier.
Kevin, thanks for clarifying that. Dan?
I think this is all important context and a good conversation. Where I end up, I'll cut to the chase, is I think we all agree that this space needs to be utilized for a public benefit. We have some broad strokes ideas that I think we could get to somewhere. It would be a pretty massive shift in multiple ways if the town were to take over operations of this. I don't think that that's what anybody's proposing, and I don't think that that's a great idea necessarily. So that's where we have to then look to our regional partners who have interest and experience networks around this. We are lucky to have the two major players both in the room currently. One of them has already clearly raised their hands as interest, and I think it would only also be fair to just extend that outreach and say, who else has interest? You don't have to answer right this second. I think that that's sort of the answer I was expecting as well, though I think I'm getting told what I would figure. So then that leads me to that leads me to conclude that likely we want to still partner with Telluride Arts in some form or fashion. I will also note there seems to have been a bit of a breaking of trust in the community amongst Telluride Arts and the other regional nonprofits. So we're looking to rebuild that. So I'm on board with option 4. I would want to have a pretty specific understanding, analysis, and agreement what a cost sharing arrangement would be. As Kevin was just noting, the town has already sort of put up its share of the investment now for quite some time, and the public benefit we were hoping to get out of it has not materialized. So how do we sort of square that circle and get to a rebuilding of trust, and then get to an agreement that works not just for Telluride Arts, not just for the town of Telluride, but the other regional nonprofits, and then of course our citizens as well. And that's where I don't know that we're there yet, and I don't know that we need to be. But I'm a tentative yes. I'm not a full blown. This feels good and I can support this 100%. I have some questions and some concerns. I think we want to keep talking. I'm glad we have our regional partners all here around the table. Hopefully we can get there, because I think we all share the end goal. That space needs to be used. We need to we need to deliver, and we haven't delivered. Yeah.
I want to I want to remind everybody that this is just a work session. So no decisions will be made. Everything is just, people's thoughts at this time and nothing further. And I think if we say, yeah, the direction is look at number 4, then we start diving into the details to see if it's something that ultimately becomes acceptable, to us as the town of Telluride and the role of Telluride Arts and what they think about it. Unfortunately, and I'm not here to throw anybody under the bus, but unfortunately, there's not a whole lot of time for that because of the last 9 years, where frankly put, Merriweather skated. They really did. And that puts us all in an uncomfortable spot. But I think it's a good first stab at maybe what might be the best path forward, but we can't make that decision. We can't make any other decision other than let's examine that a little further and see where it goes, because it would be irresponsible to go any further than
And
that.
I'll clarify that. That's exactly what staff is looking for, just general direction on what further exploration is needed to move these discussions forward. And I think both Kevin and I pointed out the option 4 will require lengthy discussions and understanding of that position before we're actually providing counsel with a reality of proposition.
Can I add one thing? Can I?
Can you do public comment
Yeah.
now?
Gotta come off the microphone.
Just
Sorry.
out of
No,
turn.
I know I'm out of turn, but that's common. It's theatrical. The only thing I want to add is that I know this is a long standing conversation. And first of all, I'm really happy that Jess stepped into this role because she is committed to working with the community and she understands our arts community. So I'm grateful for that. So thank you. The other thing I want to say is that I sat through all of these original meetings 12 years ago, 10 years ago, and that community need has shifted exponentially. So I feel like whatever is chosen, we do need to go back to the arts community and the artists to really say what is needed now. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Great, Sasha, thank you very much. So with all that, Zoe, do you think you have enough direction?
Can I, sorry.
Sure, that's right.
I think I just want to get really clear on a couple of clarifying points that I do actually want to make. I think when we look at option 4, I want to be clear that I don't like a hybrid ownership model. I want to look at a shared stewardship model. I also want to focus on the community benefit, and that's the community at large, their benefit, to Ashley's point as well. And so I also don't want us to eliminate options that we maybe have not considered or groups that we have not considered that could partner with the town in this asset, and maybe partner with the town and with Telluride Arts and with whomever else it could potentially be. But I do not want us to go down a path where this is just an automatic, this organization and the town. So whether that's going to an RFQ, RFP for management services, whatever that could look like, this is just the start of what I would assume is going to be a very, very long, lengthy process. But I do not want us to eliminate those particular options if there could be some other option out there, because to Sasha's point, things have shifted, things have changed. We need to look at what the community needs now and what they're going to need into the future. And it may be what we're envisioning, but it may also be something very different that we haven't considered yet.
I would normally agree with you. but I'm sorry, I just don't know that I do on this one. I feel like if you go out to that RFQ, RFP, then you're asking for people to have whatever sort of concept and have, all these things might sound good. You can come in with a high degree of confidence of, oh, we're going to be able to fundraise. We're here because reality smacked us all a little in the face, and the concept that we thought was going to work out spiraled out of the control of anybody in this room. And now that's where I feel like what I was just saying of we need to deliver. Going through that process again, I think we're taking another big step back instead of trying to make the best of the unfortunate reality situation that we're in currently. And we've got something that I feel like we could work with. I don't know that we're going to get a better project by reopening that entire Pandora's box. And that's not to say not to bring in other inputs, other sort of collaborators, other regional nonprofits as part of this process and part of the final outcome. But reopening that PFP to any and everybody, to whatever concept you feel like you can deliver on, I think that delays use of this asset. And I'm pretty skeptical in this situation that would result in a better outcome.
So to be explicitly clear, because I think like I'm worried that we're like maybe not aligning on what we're talking about. I'm talking about the management of the asset. Like, so like, that's what I'm talking about is like, or are you saying that it is like Telluride Arts or bust?
But on my question on the management of the asset, who's going to put forward the money for the entire renovation to get a utilizable asset? Is that going to then be 100% the town and then we contract out to somebody else? Is that what you're proposing?
I'm not, I'm proposing that we go down a path where we are not eliminating, we're not closing doors. That's what
But who's going to pay for it? That's my question.
Well, I think that that's going to depend on what we talk about, but I think like I just want us to say, like, if you're saying like, we're just going to do this with Telluride Arts right now and that's it, done deal. That's one thing. I want us to consider that there could be other organizations or groups or hybrids that like maybe also could handle the programming instead. So like, I just don't want us to eliminate everything except for one organization right at this very moment.
But I think in order to do that, you would need to eliminate all other sources of funding, and the town of Telluride would be then the sole person responsible to getting the building to a level of occupancy. So is not shaking her head.
So a couple things to this conversation. I think you guys are talking about the same piece, just of different sides. So if one thing for option 4 to take effect anytime before the default date, Telluride Arts would have to voluntarily put the ownership back to town of Telluride. They would have to have some motivation to do that, most likely. Otherwise, we are waiting probably to that end time for that piece. So just putting that for Dan's point or anyone else. Number 2, as we discussed in this memo, the town has no funding allocated for this resource. So, and looking into the future of our capital needs, it would have to most likely be a reshifting of priorities should we take on any of these capital costs. So again, I think to both of your points, to the town's benefit, whoever would be taking over the operations would most likely need to take a large part in the investment of finishing out that space in order for it to happen in a timely manner. Otherwise, it would most likely be a much longer time frame for the town, 5+ years.
And I want to add one thing, and this is more devil's advocate. And I know that people in the room may not necessarily be responsible for this, but we need to hear from the community, because how many cracks do we want to give Telluride Arts? I'm playing more devil's advocate at that, but they've had a long opportunity to complete this structure. And I know there's hiccups in every construction project. We've seen them on ours, right? And we just, again, it's not the people in the room. It was probably, their predecessors that put them in this spot. But I think, to Mian's point, if we need to open it up to other people, that's just something we may have to do for our constituents to chime in on.
But my question is still, who else in our community is going to be willing to step forward and spend minimum $8 million, assuming that estimate is right, to get the building where it needs to be, to hold events and to be the community asset we're trying to get it to be? That's what I'm trying to ask.
I think I might.
Alienating anybody if we do that.
Yeah, I mean,
I think we're making the
I'm-
process
possibility
longer.
is that no one else comes up with an RFP and then it's Telluride Arts.
Yeah,
but
or their response, they have the best response because they do have that backing. I mean, that's really ultimate, like, that's all I'm asking is that as we start this process of considering option 4, that we are not completely just going down one path and one path only.
I might offer just a middle ground option, as we saw with our Voodoo commercial space, and really ultimately only one entity was able to support that request. But a lot of people went through the RFP process, coming up with a formal proposal and all of these pieces really in vain. So if the council's concern is wanting to gain the interest of any other members of the community, if they want to have this opportunity before staff takes the time to put together a formal RFP process and people put the time to do that, we can have like a request for, interest or something a little bit more casual, just to understand that ground. And then if it does seem fruitful, putting out a formal RFP process.
Kristen?
Yeah, I was
See-
just gonna say that with this deadline that is the October 2027, if we could aim for that as kind of your finish line, as you said, or some kind of time where we can use it in some way by then, because to open it up into a really big thing and then it takes another 10 years, that's just gonna be way too much. So I'm supporting staff moving forward with option 4 in a streamlined process to involve more of the community, to see how the needs have changed of the arts community, who's always been working with the town to try to get it done. And that would be my 2 cents.
Eleanor?
I just want to mention, like, what value does the work that Telluride Arts has already done to the space hold? Like, are we considering that in this process? Because I feel a little bit torn. I kind of see both of y'all's points. Like, I like the idea of kind of being an equal opportunity for everyone. And then I also feel like it could drag out this process or put us in another position where we pick someone who then doesn't have the means to see the project through to completion, and we're kind of right back where we were. And like Telluride Arts already has such a significant buy-in in this project and so much invested in it already, that does carry weight in my decision of who is the right steward to share this space with. So I just wanted to mention that because nobody had specifically said that. And I do think there is some weight to the amount of money that they've already put into this project.
Oh, I mean, I absolutely agree. I also think, I think scales are scales and they balance. And with that comes every other misstep or misstatement that has been made in regards to this building by Telluride Arts. But again, I just want to explore it as an option because I do think that it will ultimately make the project best. Do I think that we are going to end up right where I think we all are talking? Yes. But I think that we would be remiss if we didn't at least consider that there could be some other ways to go about making this the best thing it possibly can be.
And time will help Telluride Arts in this as well, because time will give them the further opportunity to mend the relationships that might have been frayed over the years.
I'm just going to keep harping on with option 4. This is only an option if Telluride Arts voluntarily gives us the asset.
And we're not expecting that answer. I don't think we even really want that answer. We just want to start the process so they had an idea of our thoughts first, and then,
I just want to state that we are in agreement and want to collaborate moving forward with something that works. And if there is an organization, arts organization or other that shares in a vision, as motivated as we are and wants to share in the cost, well, I'm all ears. So we are totally open to considering that there might be partners that would strengthen this process. So.
Great. Kevin?
What I think we need a bit more clarity on, I think starting to emerge, and I have some points here, if I can go over them if you want me to, but I think you have it in your head as well. I think the clarity that we need from the town's point of view is what has been raised for the capital improvements that were the commitment and the obligation of Telluride Arts, and what remains of that that can go towards if the town endeavors to continue forward with that mission. I think we really need to understand that. And I've heard conflicting things. I've seen conflicting numbers. I think we really need to have, and it doesn't have to happen here, but I think we need to have a side meeting with the principals at the town and at Telluride Arts. And we need very clear books on what's out there and what remains. Because that's going to inform, I think, part of your discussion.
There's a lot more heavy lifting to be done, plain and simple.
And that's an obligation that you go all the way back to 2017. That was always an obligation that if this did fail, that all that fundraising and the letter of credit would be available to the town to complete the project. And those are the safeguards that were put in place. And I will say, I think the town is in a strong position on this. So I'll just leave it there.
Yep. Okay. Any other further discussion? Do Zoe have enough direction?
I think our direction, just very high level, is to continue discussions with Telluride Arts on a potential ownership and stewardship model. And then internally, staff, Kevin and I and other staff will look toward the other points, one that Kevin just made, and one of a potential request for interest on the stewardship model beyond Telluride Arts, and figuring out what that looks like. And we'll come back to council with further definition and ideas to help further along that direction.
Great. Jess or Todd, do you have anything further to add?
No, we're in agreement on alignment.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for your time, and everyone who's in the audience for your time as well. It's much appreciated. And we will keep moving on in the agenda. That brings us to work session item 10B, and that is the Hark annual report when Kristen is back for us.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
These lights are starting to hurt my.
And I like the other, like those are incandescent and they're nice.
Did you not pay attention to the meeting where Elena taught us all about the different types of
different
lighting, lumens?
Lumens, temperature.
Welcome. I can't even remember what that was.
It was for exterior historic,
100 is ideal, but
very
like,
historic lighting.
yeah.
And I'll make fun of it, but I did text you afterwards. She's like, what labels am I supposed to go?
All right, Kristen, the floor is yours.
Sure, I will try to speed this along for all of you and constrain how much time I take because I know this is a packed agenda. So this is the 2025 Hark Annual Report. Pursuant to Land Use Code, Section 9207E, Hark is required to submit an annual report to Town Council. The report is intended to summarize Hark's decisions and activities in the preceding year. Consistent with past practices, the reporting period is August 1, 2024 to July 31, 2025. In the past, this was to align with the state's fiscal year. Moving forward, I'm considering changing the reporting to you to an annual report, which makes more sense perhaps in terms of comparatives, but I'm following the model from prior years today. I do have a printout of this report as well, and it will be available online along with the presentation for the public. So ongoing activities, guideline regulation changes, as you know, updates to the design guidelines were approved by Town Council at the August meeting following a year-long review process. Further review has been initiated by staff to identify necessary updates to design guidelines to ensure compliance and consistency with the State Wildfire Resiliency Code, the updated Energy Code, et cetera. And so that process will be beginning in terms of work sessions with various boards and with Town Council, and will be reported on reflectively in the next annual report. Our Hark retreat, we held our annual strategic planning retreat in February at the Telluride Science and Innovation Center. During that retreat, we talked about process improvements, design guideline interpretations, improving adherence to Hark values, and all of this towards better serving our community. During the retreat, HARC members identified 10 potential process improvements and 7 additional potential action items for the year ahead. We also had a full-day design review training workshop, which was led by Nori Winter, the consultant who had facilitated the development of the initial Telluride design guidelines. And it was an excellent workshop, which included both indoor learning opportunities as well as a walking tour of the town to look at practices in action. And in addition, so lots of trainings. In addition, we participated in a number of trainings, including the annual Historic Preservation Conference at the state level, Saving Places. That was staff and Bob Mather, HARC member, and in person, and Mark Shambaugh, our chair, attended virtually. Staff also participated in and continue to participate in certified local government virtual forums, which provide an opportunity to connect with colleagues from Colorado Mountain towns with historic landmark status to discuss best practices and share updates. The Telluride Historic and Architectural Survey update. Staff are applying for grant funding to initiate a comprehensive update in 2026, and as well for funding for disaster mitigation planning for historic resources. In this reporting timeframe, there was one challenge of evaluation to correct an error in the 2013 THAS. A non-historic accessory structure had been erroneously included as historic. Otherwise, no changes. Community education and outreach. A priority action that was identified during the HARC strategic planning retreat was to offer one or more historic preservation public outreach educational seminars in the year ahead. So grant funding will be sought to support this programming. And hopefully we'll have lots to report in the next annual report. HARC Preservation Awards, since they are awarded every other year, they were not awarded during this reporting period. Awards, as you know from our earlier discussion, are in 4 categories, and these awards will be awarded in the next reporting period, summarizing the awards you gave out earlier. Telluride Comprehensive Plan. Telluride, as you know, launched a year-long comprehensive plan update process in July 2025. And as part of that process, HARC members participated in work sessions and community engagement events. Preservation of rated sheds. The need for an updated evaluation of rated sheds is a critical need identified by HARC. And so we have done some work following this reporting period in that space. It was identified as a priority during the strategic planning retreat, and we will report on those actions next year. But do know that we understand how critical this need is to ensure the preservation of the structural integrity of these historic resources in order to prevent demolition by neglect. And so staff are working along with HARC members to support that effort. Now these are just the numerics, and again, you'll have a digital and you can have a printed copy if you'd like summary report, but fairly consistent number of regular meetings over the years. Special meetings, we had 4 this year: the strategic planning retreat, the full day training with Nori Winter, a comprehensive plan work session, and a joint HARC P&Z special meeting on small cell wireless design guidelines. The number of applications reviewed and hearings per application are summarized here. There were 47 total applications reviewed between, all the various levels here. And the approvals you can see as well, most approvals occurring within 1 or 2 hearings, and some with multiple hearings beyond that. Noting that for a number of the projects that were reviewed, this total 47 is low in a sense, because I'm only counting those for which a determination was made. So if they were continued, I didn't tally them in this chart. And there are a number of projects that are currently in that continued moving forward to the next reporting cycle space, which we've actually approved since the end of that reporting cycle. So just to be consistent with past year's reporting. All right, so CAs issued, we had 46 CAs issued for historic structures, 150 for non-historic, with a total of 211 in the August 2024 to July 2025 reporting period. Noting that the staff level reviews were the majority of these at 91 insubstantials, and 81 CA amendments. And 9 were large, small scale review by the full board, and 15 minor scale. So I included the comparison tables from past year's reports here, but they'll be hard to see. So I made a few summary charts just to help compare. But looking back on past years, number of certificates of appropriateness issued, fairly consistent over time, as you can see here, between 2021 and the 2025 reporting periods. And that was for historic structures. And then for all buildings and structures, historic and non-historic, we were higher this year than the past 3 other years. HARC member attendance and recusals, we have a very dedicated HARC board with very limited non-attendance, and the recusals here reflect the total number of times a HARC member had to recuse themselves from a public hearing on a project. So in some cases, if a project was continued, it was counted multiple times because I looked at each meeting and each time they recused themselves. So the numbers may look a little high in the case where it's a project that came back more than once. There were 14 total recusals by HARC members throughout the year. Board composition vacancies. HARC has consistently had all 5 full regular seats and 2 alternate seats filled. We have not had an opening in my time working with this board. The board composition during that reporting period is listed here with everyone's current term end dates. And then composition vacancies, you have taken care of a number of these between October and today, but I will just for the public summarize. So first, Kiernan Lannon's most recent term expires currently in November 2025, and he is not seeking to renew. Kiernan began his first term in June 2017 and has served on HARC for 8 years. HARC members and staff are grateful for his extensive contributions to historic preservation in the town of Telluride through his service on HARC. And I know town council will be recognizing him in December, and I hope a number of HARC members will be able to join in that recognition. Town council also made the following eliminate potential now that you've done this. In October, November 2025, Stacy Lake reappointed to a regular seat for a 2-year term. Elitza reappointed to an alternate seat for a 1-year term. Andrew Williamson elevated to a regular seat, and Sherry Gourlay appointed to an alternate seat. Thank you for all of that today. And staffing. Currently, the Historic Preservation and Planning team is comprised of myself, Darren Candelaria, Historic Preservation Planner 1, Ben Tribble, Planner 2, Tammy Brand, Historic Preservation and Planning Coordinator. And on Monday, a new senior planner, David Hunter, will be joining our team, and I will be introducing him to you at your December town council meeting. And recruitment is in progress for a new senior historic preservation planner. In the interim, a consultant from Logan Simpson, John Southard, is serving as historic preservation planning consultant on a temporary part-time basis until a senior historic preservation planner is hired. John is assisting with some HARC reviews on a limited basis. And that is to help us be able to expedite reviews. He's been reviewing for the past 2 meetings, 1 project for each of the 2 most recent HARC meetings. So that's all I have for you. I tried to be speedy in terms of this report out, and I also submitted our annual report to the state, which is different, somewhat similar, but a different formal report as well. So that's all taken care of, and happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, thank you to HARC for all that they have done to further this important work in the reporting year.
Great, Kristen. Thank you very much. Any questions for Kristen? Kristen, once again, thank you for that. Great,
Kristen.
quick summary of HARC. We appreciate that. That brings us to agenda item number 11. Action items 11A, introduction and first reading of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, establishing certain water and wastewater rates and charges for 2026. And Kaylee Ranta is here to present.
Thank you. We are looking into the water and wastewater rates that would be effective January 1st, 2026. The most recent rate study that was performed by Burns McDonnell was completed in 2023. And that rate study recommended a 5% rate increase annually through 2028 for the water service and an 18% rate increase from 2025 through 2027 for the wastewater. Staff looked at this when we went through the 2026 budget process, and we did not think that 18% was reasonable for the 2026 increase since the scope of this project has changed so much since we did this rate study. But we know we still need to increase reserves to pay for this project, help pay for this project. So we recommended a 5% rate increase during the budget process on both of those services, and that was approved in the final budget for 2026. So these would be effective for the January service, which will be seen, the January bills will go out in February. So that's the first time that customers would see that rate increase. And then we plan to do an updated rate study once we have a better idea of what the capital projects look like.
Awesome.
For the water and wastewater funds.
Great. Kaylee, thank you very much. Any questions for Kaylee on this? And I know we went through it in pretty good detail over budget.
Necessary medicine.
Yeah.
Yep. That's it. It is an action item, so if there's not any further discussion from council, I will open it up. There's nobody in the room for public comment, nobody online. So unless there's any further discussion from council, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve on first reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, establishing certain water and wastewater rates and charges for 2026 and direct the town clerk to set the matter for a second reading at public hearing to be held on December 16th, 2025.
We have a motion from Eleanor. Do we have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Ashley. Eleanor, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Me, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes. It's approved unanimously. Kaylee, thank you very much. 11B, consideration of approval of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the town's metered pay-to-park zones, hours of operation for parking within the Town of Telluride, and Hayden Burdowski is here to present.
Good evening, council. Everyone's favorite topic, parking. This is strictly administrative, it feels. So currently snow removal is from 2 a.m. to 7 a.m. or 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. And paid parking is at 8 a.m. from 6 p.m. So there is an hour gap between when snow removal ends and when paid meter parking begins. So in order to clarify our wayfinding signs and make it more cohesive, we want the metered zones to start when snow removal ends. And so this is purely one, aesthetically pleasing for our new wayfinding signs we're proposing. So there's no gaps in our jurisdictional boundaries of parking. And then also just helps clarity. So if someone parks between those hours, they don't accidentally leave and then get a ticket because they were in the limbo zone. So that is all that is being proposed with this change. No dollar amount changes, no zone changes, just hours of operations.
Great. Hayden, thank you very much. Questions from council?
Why is the staff recommendation to move the paid parking time up by an hour instead of moving the snow removal restriction back an hour to 8?
We didn't really consider that. I think from an administrative standpoint, I imagine they like to be done with the snow removal through the time period no one's in town. So 2 a.m. to 7 a.m. feels like probably a time when there's less folks driving on the streets.
It wouldn't change anything except for giving them more time.
Yeah, we didn't look into that really, honestly.
I think the reason why is because it's no parking.
Yeah.
From 2 a.m. to 7 a.m. And if you moved it up, then it would be no parking from 2 a.m. to 8 a.m.
Correct.
Which could be impeding on people that are coming into town for
For work at 8.
Yeah.
stuff
Like
like
an 8
that.
o'clock
Right.
appointment.
Yeah, that's
So I
correct.
saw
Yeah.
it.
So if
I guess my question is there really a lot of confusion about this free hour that we have? Like, are people really like, well, I came in at 7, so I thought it was free all day? Like, is that real?
That's not the motivation behind.
No, so the motivation behind this is one, to help the wayfinding. So we're about to do a whole sign rollout for downtown and make our wayfinding easier. And so when designing the signs, we're trying to make it more cohesive so the no parking and paid parking just align a little better. Again, this is purely just trying to make it align a little easier. It doesn't have to happen. Like you said, there's a lot of confusion. Quite frankly, I ran the numbers on who parks around 8 a.m. anyways. It's very few. So very few folks are parking when it starts. This is strictly just to help with just the time constraints in downtown.
I just don't want the appearance. I don't think it's the intention, but I don't want the appearance to be that we're just trying to get another hour of paid parking.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't love the like optics of
It's a money
increasing, right?
grab.
Yeah, yeah. And that's why I was gonna ask pretty much the same question is like, is this really a problem? Like, do we need to do this? Cause it feels, I understand that there's like a really nice like 7 into 7 that I
Mhm.
get it. But, you know, we already have from 6 PM to 2 AM that's unpaid parking. So it's not like it's either
Also now
or.
another hour of enforcement that we have to.
Well, I'm going to just go back. I think it will help to understand the motivation just a hair clearer. So, and I think Hayden provided the data of the actual usage of that hour as well. So you are correct that it's more perception than this is going to impact any usage piece. For our wayfinding, ultimately throughout town, we are looking to make it as clear as possible in a lot of the different behaviors or structures that we have as the town. We've made changes elsewhere to ensure that ultimate goal. This is just another aspect of that needs more of a council input and formal approach. So you're 100% correct. Is it a big problem that people are coming and paying for parking or not paying, coming to use that hour? And is there confusion from the community? The answer is maybe, most likely not, but we are getting ahead of all of those problems proactively through the goals of our wayfinding program.
We're still going to need to, they're measuring two different things though. Because the parking restrictions or the pay park hours are one set of time year round. And then the snow removal restriction, that's only during the winter, and I believe only certain days a week for certain zones. Remind me exactly how that works. We're still gonna need to have both though, is my point.
And we will always have both signage.
Yeah.
One, as you pointed out, will be, I think it's like a slide or a flip to be removed. So the potential conflict that we're honing in on is only during snow removal season.
So again, I guess that just steers me to like, what are we doing? What's the point? What are we really accomplishing? Because we're still gonna need both, with both signs and
Do you add a picture of the wayfinding sign?
I don't.
Okay, so maybe help describe that.
Yeah, so the wayfinding sign itself, it has a little slot that will be one side moved basically to the paid parking when it's snow removal times. It shows no parking between these hours of operations. So the goal was just to bridge them. That way there's just no gaps. Again, it's not a requirement or a necessity. We're just trying to make it very clear that there is no gaps when we do have snow enforcement.
But it's okay. I guess my opinion is I don't see a problem with the gap. I don't see a problem with an hour of free parking that somebody gets to take advantage of until the for pay parking starts. Because you're going to have a sign anyway. It's still going to have to say either 7 AM or 8 AM. And
Yeah.
if people have come accustomed to having that free hour, like I said, we're also, if you are going to start it at 7, then it feels like to me, then you're going to also start enforcement at 7 AM versus starting it at 8 AM. I'm not really seeing what, besides just like, it looks nice to like have these numbers line up. I don't know if it's really a problem that we need to deal with. And also I don't know if we want to start enforcement an hour earlier.
And during snow removal time periods, we definitely could, because they come at 6 AM during this time to help with ticketing cars and towing and whatnot. So we definitely have staffing for that. To your point, whether we want to enforce it or not. Most importantly, it would just be a change in our wayfinding collective direction, because anytime we do have free parking, we have free parking during this time. So if we were to follow those goals, and this is what Hayden, I think, was trying to get at, is we would have signage that says snow removal this time, free parking this time to this time, paid parking this time to this time. So just consistency throughout our parking wayfinding program. Where Car Hinge, free parking, Lot L, free parking during this time to this time, just to consistent messaging.
That seems like a little bit granular in my opinion, but if others feel strongly to have consistency, I'm not going to fight you.
Elena?
I feel like we might be creating a bigger problem than we're solving, just given how much we've already heard from the community about parking. The perception of adding another hour of paid parking, I think, is gonna like create a lot of upset with our constituents instead of really solving a problem that doesn't really exist.
It
That's
seems-
my
'cause
opinion.
in the Park mobile app, it has the opportunity, like that's one of the reasons we're switching is because it has that, we can do the built-in free 30-minute into that system. So it seems like we should be able to also build in the hour from this time to this time, it's free. And then I don't think we need to be that consistent on the signage. Like people just want like, they can figure it out. They can look and go, oh, if I'm here between this and this hour, it's free. And then it starts paid at this time.
We're welcome to take any direction. We're just letting you know the information we've been given from our professionals that are helping develop this program.
Kristen?
I tend to agree with adding an extra hour of paid parking. It's probably not going to be popular. And the plowing, I mean, then you're going to change them back in the summer. So then in the summer, it's going to say paid parking 7 to whatever. I think just leave it at 8.
They both always exist though. Sorry, but
That's okay. I'm done.
because there's always the paid park hours.
Mhm.
And then in the wintertime, there's the snow removal parking prohibition from a certain time to a certain time. And you were right, I did have it a little backwards at the initial
Yeah.
there, but they are still measuring sort of different things. So on days that there would be a snow removal parking restriction in effect, you can't park there from 2 a.m. to 7 a.m. no matter what. And so we're really just talking about, I think Ashley was right, we really are just talking about the signage and is the alignment of the times sufficient reason to make this change?
And I think we're getting good collective direction. I just want to make sure we paint this picture as well as possible. So to Ashley's point, for Park Mobile or paying for parking, if someone utilizes that free hour of parking, whether it's signed or not, just knowing that it's free, it is their responsibility after that hour to start their payment for parking. So if they park there and are gone for more than an hour, they will not get reminded.
Sure.
They will just happen and they could get a ticket. Same for the 30 minutes. People still have to initiate that paid parking process to get those 30 minutes. So.
Yep.
I think I feel more comfortable with that scenario than communicating to the community that we're adding an hour of. paid
And I
parking.
think we can see how it goes also. And if we are getting a lot of complaints of, well, I keep forgetting that after an hour that I have to start paying and I get all these, whatever. If we initiate this and there is confusion, we can bring it back to you. It just means that we would change our signage at that point, but
Yeah, I mean, that is annoying, but I think the problem we'd be creating with our community is greater than the problem that we're solving.
I think that's great input, collective input.
Okay. Before we wrap it up with no action, anyone else have?
Sorry, Hayden.
This was, I mean, like I said, yeah. Like I said, there was no, it was one way or the other. It was just present to you guys. If you guys liked it, we can go with it. If not, then nothing changes. And like I said, I ran the numbers and there's very few parking originations before 8 or around 8. So it would have been like 4 people. So not a huge deal, just trying to make it aesthetically pleasing. So
We can revisit it in the future if we need to. All right, we'll keep moving on. Hayden, thank you very much.
so welcome.
That brings us to 11C, consideration of adoption of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of certain deed restricted real property known as 285 Mahoney Drive, Longwell Unit A2, Telluride, Colorado, 81435, located within the Town of Telluride, San Miguel County, State of Colorado, and Ally Slayton will present from the corner.
Thank you very much, Mayor Erico. So this is the first of 3 properties that you'll see on the agenda today for consideration of repurchasing. This unit, however, is unlike the other 2, which we'll see here shortly. This unit is a town designated employee unit. What that means is this unit is not subject to the Telluride Affordable Housing Guidelines. It was reserved when Longwell was first constructed for use by town employees. And each time it is sold to a town employee, when that town employee either leaves employ of the town or voluntarily decides to vacate the unit because they might have found free market housing elsewhere, the town repurchases these units and then resells them to or leases them to another town employee. We don't have very many of these units in town. This just happens to be one such unit. The employee is staying with the town. They just have been able to find a free market opportunity. So this is a pretty simple resolution to repurchase this unit. And I don't believe, and Zoe could probably provide additional information, but I don't believe we have identified someone yet to repurchase. We will advertise to town employees once we have secured this unit, with the intent that it stays within the town employee pool.
Great. Zoe, do you have anything to add?
I do not.
All right, that's pretty straightforward. Any questions from council to Ally or Zoe? Kristen?
How many bedrooms is this unit?
I believe this one's 4 bedrooms.
4-bedroom. Is there a time limit on how long we wait for a qualified town employee to?
We will have a qualified town employee.
Is there a time limit though? Or like if saying there's a situation where there was no one identified, is there, so it doesn't sit vacant for a year? I know at Entrada, I mean, there were some units that just sat because there was.
Yep. So to Ally's point, this one's different. So number of times we will hold units for larger recruitments. This one we will not be holding for recruitment. So we have a long list of employees interested in purchasing. So we're very prepared to have a qualified employee take over the unit.
Yep. And just speaking to that term, qualified employee, the only qualification for this property is that the person is a town employee.
Right.
So there are no other, I believe it's full-time town employee, but there are no other restrictions on income, assets, spouses' income, number of people in the unit. Ideally, we try to place, it's an internal decision, but we try to place, if it's a 4-bedroom unit, hopefully not an individual, but it's full town discretion with this unit.
Yeah, I was just looking down the line. If there was an open town unit, how long would you wait before you would release it maybe to a lottery or something?
Well, it sounds like the only reason why there's ever open ones is for recruitment purposes. So if we're trying to fill a town employee that we need, then that's why we're holding it open, is because we're trying to recruit somebody and provide them housing in order to get that position, not necessarily because there's not interest in it.
There's usually 2 reasons. One, maintenance or
Maintenance, yeah.
or and with Entrada, we did work on those units and we're holding.
Jay, yeah.
Yep. Yep.
And I think it's tough to have a policy because it all depends on how many people you have interested. If you had 3 people, that may take you 6 weeks to vet that process. If you have 10 people, that may take you 12 weeks to vet that process. It's always nice when staff tells us, yeah, we have someone or we don't, and then we could decide.
Oh, no, I think it's just part of the transparency piece. I just was asking, and as the town increases staff and the town set this goal of housing 30% of the staff in town, then it's more units going to town staff. So if you wait 6 months and these people don't qualify or whatever, just thinking about it for the future, not for right now, because I know we still have more to do, but just plant the seed of maybe some kind of.
No, and thank you for bringing that back up, that we do have this goal to house 30% of our staff. And so
And
I think it would be,
Mm.
I think it would be a really lovely moment in time for us to get to a point where we don't have employees that need these units. We're just not there yet, but I think that's something that we can keep on our radar and revisit if and when we get to the end of our list of employees that are looking for housing, that are asking us to help them. So.
I will just touch on we're lucky with this unit and why the conversation's a hair different, because this is a town dedicated employee unit.
Right, I understand
those are
the
different
difference.
process. Yeah.
Any other further discussion? It is an action item. There's nobody in the room for comment and there's nobody online. So unless there's further discussion, I would entertain a motion.
Move to approve adoption of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of certain deed restricted real property known as 285 Mahoney Drive, Longwell, Unit 82, Telluride, Colorado, 81435, located within the Town of Telluride, San Miguel County, State of Colorado.
We have a motion from Dan. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Elena. Dan, how do you vote?
And yes.
Elena, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Me and yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. That takes us to 11D, consideration of adoption of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of certain deed restricted real property known as 911 East Colorado Avenue, formerly Telluride Family Housing, Telluride, Colorado, 81435, located within the Town of Telluride, San Miguel County, State of Colorado, and Ally and Zoe are here to present this one.
Thank you. And I'll tag team with Zoe on this one a little bit. But just to start this one off, it's again another proposal to purchase. I don't believe the town has a strong opinion here other than to mention that this would be a good opportunity to clean up a tier 3 unit. Zoe can probably give more information as to what the owners have suggested they would like to see happen. This is a 3-bedroom unit on the east end of town. So one of the former Telluride family housing units. These units very rarely turn. This is a town constructed project, one of the very first, if not, I believe maybe the first. There is one unit in this development that is just like we just saw, a reserved town employee unit. All other units, including this one, are subject to the Telluride Affordable Housing Guidelines. I will go ahead and take this opportunity to mention that we do have a lottery coming up for 2 units. That lottery is going to be published here very soon. The drawing is anticipated to occur in January, but that is for the Entrada H unit that the town purchased earlier this year, and the White House unit that we also purchased earlier this year. Once we understand what is going to happen with the Pheno units, those will likely also be subject to a lottery probably next summer. But right now there are 2 units that are anticipated to go to lottery here within the next few weeks, opening for application, with the drawing, like I said, to occur in early 2026. This potentially, depending on the timing, could be one of those units that we enter into a lottery. I doubt it would be part of this next lottery, but that is one option. So the town could purchase this unit, enter it into a lottery, or purchase this unit and prioritize it for a town employee, which I believe is possibly the preference of the town, or decide to pass on this option and allow the current owner to choose a qualified purchaser without retiering the unit.
I'll jump in with more background. So the intent to exercise first right of refusal was due on November 17th. So we did have collective council understanding to take advantage of this first right. So we did indicate that to the seller and to the housing authority. As Ally mentioned, this unit presented itself with an opportunity that we discussed with the sellers, which is to re-tier the unit from tier 3, which we do no longer exists within our ownership portfolio that we're looking to phase out. However, they did have a preferred buyer in mind who happens to be a town employee. So through our discussions and this opportunity, we relayed this opportunity. They were comfortable with the town pursuing the purchase and retiering it, but they are still very supportive of their initial preferred buyer. And they have provided a letter of support, which Tiffany can send out as well, for that buyer. So through all of these different mechanisms and opportunities, the town's recommendation is to exercise our first right, re-tier the unit, and maintain that preference by selling it to a town employee under the guidelines.
Great, thank you. Any questions from council for Zoe or Ally? This one's a little trickier.
And that's the unit, that's the preferred buyer that the seller has identified.
Yep,
Happens to
prior.
be a town
They're the
employee.
same, yeah, one and the same person.
And I think if it weren't for the tier 3 classification, we would pass on this first right of refusal and probably allow it to be sold to the preferred buyer. So this feels like more housekeeping than anything else. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, because we wouldn't be able to clean up the tier if we didn't buy it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you would always have the option to have first right of refusal. So if you think council's preference would have been to pass, if we didn't have the opportunity to re-tier, but that would ultimately have been up to council.
So the seller could just sell to their preferred buyer at this point, if we say, go ahead and sell it.
If council does not exercise their first right
First
of
right.
refusal.
The difference is we wouldn't clean up that tier 3,
Yeah, and the
This-
problem with, oh, sorry.
which makes tier 3 is being phased out primarily because it's tough to thread the needle on affordability, right? And so that would open up another conundrum if we didn't clean that up down the road.
Like the income level doesn't match the mortgage needed to buy the home at that
Right, yeah,
price.
Do we know that their preferred buyer can meet the tier 3?
I don't know under the qualifications, tier 3 or tier 2.
Well, and then that was gonna be
mean,
my
they have to
question.
qualify.
I mean, and that's a question maybe for the December meeting, but it feels a little, that's the thing that gives me a little bit of hesitancy is very specifically tailoring the future tier and what this looks like for this one buyer, because then that holds in perpetuity. And that's maybe more of a question for the December meeting than right this moment, but it does.
But didn't we wanted to get rid of tier threes as like
So,
in entirety?
yeah.
Is the point, right?
I think, as Ally mentioned, you can exercise the first right now with the intention of us retiering it. We understand that direction. Then we can discuss, once we have that, do we want to put it to lottery or do we want to have it prioritized to a town staff member?
So
Would
really,
be discussed at the December.
so really, does that mean that you really want our decision? You want one or two decisions on this?
If you are able to give all of it, great, but all we really need to know is do you want to exercise the first right? Period. That's all we need to know. All other things can be a future discussion, but it's nice for staff direction at the very least to understand your intention to retier, and then supplemental if you have it, the other intention.
But is that,
not
does
necessary.
that change? I guess my point is,
Yep.
my position is based on the conversation, but based on the understanding of this specific properties.
Yep.
Is that would it streamline it to make it maybe less meetings if we do it all together versus like,
Yeah, if you're able to give us direction now, that's great. But if you don't have enough information, then we can wait and provide that. If your question is, does the owner have is the owner's ultimate preference to make sure that they're able to sell to their preferred buyer over the opportunity for us to retier? I honestly don't know the answer to that.
So the owner also has the opportunity to come forward and ask if they could tier the unit differently. However, it's not always in an owner's best interest because it delays the sales process. This does not affect the sales price. So retiering the unit only opens up the buyer pool of who could be eligible to purchase the unit. Typically, that means increasing what really matters for retiering is increasing the income that's eligible to purchase. However, by increasing the income that's eligible to purchase, you are also making the unit more affordable into perpetuity. The nuance with tier 3, I think, is probably everyone here knows, and as the public might be learning just now if they're listening to this meeting, tier 3 actually lies between tier 1 and tier 2. So it's very confusing. It goes tier 1, tier 3, tier 2, tier 4. So tier 3 is confusing. Tier 3 was created about a decade or two ago, I think, when it was meant to, it applies to units that were not previously tiered. So tier 3 is more or less a placeholder. Ideally, and also tier 3 units are not being created today. So there are no new tier 3 units. The only tier 3 units that exist are units that were established tier 3 when the tiers were first put into place. So the thing about tier 3 and what we would like to see happen is as more tier 3 units come up for transfer, the town can either purchase and retier these units, or as we have seen happen on one occasion, actually, current owners can come forward and ask for a deed restriction amendment to retier their unit prior to the next sale. So that is an opportunity that would be available for the current owner if they did want to seek retiering this unit without having the town be the middle person. However, it's my understanding that this owner would like to sell as soon as possible. So I don't think they can necessarily accommodate the delay that is needed for this retiering to occur before they really need to sell this unit.
Did you say there was a letter from the owner?
Tiffany just received a email that I can forward.
I'm comfortable exercising our first right of refusal to change the tier away from tier 3 to help sort of clean that up. I think that works well for us. I don't know that I feel prepared to say which tier this should go to at this moment. I do think that has potential implications for this potential buyer, because we don't know what their financial situation looks like and what income tier they'd be trying to qualify under. So.
And that's not what we're asking you. So the decision we need today is the town purchasing or not? Because we are under a deadline to get back to the current owner so they can move forward with either a different household or the same household or whatever processes that they would like to follow to sell. At the next meeting, we do anticipate coming forward with more information about the tiers that exist, both at Telluride Family Housing, which I believe they're all tier 3, but also with, are we lacking 3-bedroom tier 4 units? Are we lacking tier 2 units? How much improvements might be needed at this property? How much should we be building in for affordability to allow improvements for this property that's quite old by now? So we're not asking for re-tiering at this meeting. We can't take that action at this meeting, but we wanted to bring that up to you as a preview for what we'll be asking you to do if you decide to purchase today. So today, it's just, do you purchase, do you not? At the next meeting, we will ask for a decision on re-tiering and a decision as to whether you would like to see a town employee prioritized for this unit, or if you'd like to re-tier it and enter it into a lottery.
Great.
Okay, so I think I'm understanding better now. Get on the train
Yeah.
here. If the town exercises its first right, purchases the unit, then the town decides which town employee would get the unit? So
First,
how does that?
first we re-tier. That's the first
Mhm.
thing we would have to decide.
Yes.
And then after that, it's kind of the decision, with Zoe usually has a list of town employees who have expressed interest. If it's a town employee unit.
It's the town employee deed restricted unit, but since this isn't deed restricted for the town, it would be preferred buyer or lottery, right?
Well, if the town purchases it
We can sell
and gives staff the direction to prioritize it to a employee, we do have an internal prioritization process. But ultimately, as Ally mentioned previously, it is always up to the manager's discretion. I think, so knowing all of those things, we would still put it within that process. This person most likely will be closer to that top of that prioritization and make a decision. But I think the ultimate goal would be to most likely align with the preferred buyer, to your point.
And they just happen to be
Yep.
the same person.
It all happens to align that way, but yeah.
And it helps the seller a little bit time-wise. That's, I think, important.
So I'm just gonna keep reiterating, because I know there's a lot of moving parts with this one. So for direction, does council want to move forward with first right of refusal? Yes or no?
Yeah,
Yes. Perfect. And then I think we hear the straw poll of direction that staff will look for a December work session to go over the re-tiering, as that is a aligned sentiment of council to look to re-tier this unit.
Yep.
Okay.
And then, so no, so you don't need action on this then?
Only action we needed, and which you will have to say, is the resolution to purchase for that first right of refusal.
Okay, so we
But it's
got to
helpful
take the
to
straw
get-
poll
yeah.
to the next level.
Yeah, and
Okay,
it's
well,
helpful to get that further direction. So we can look to agendize and prepare for a return discussion. And then if council wants to continue to have more discussion along, do we want to put it to a lottery, or do we want to prioritize a town staff member? If there's any additional information you need to help with that decision, that direction would be helpful as well. And we can bring that up at the December meeting as well.
and then we should probably take any public comment. Anybody online, Tiffany? Okay, I think because of the straw poll, I think we're ready for a motion.
I move to adopt a resolution of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of certain deed restricted real property known as 911 East Colorado Ave, Telluride, Colorado, 81435, located within the town of Telluride, San Miguel County, state of Colorado.
Second.
We have a motion from Ellen and a second from Ashley. Ellen, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. That brings us to agenda item 11F, consideration of approval of the third supplement to the 2026 Gondola Project Intergovernmental Agreement. And Zoe will present.
Thank you, Mayor Erico. So this is our third supplemental and amendment to the IGA for cost sharing of the planning and gondola project development phase. Just realized my memo has some wonky formatting, so sorry about that. The 2026 supplement establishes the cost sharing budget for 2026 and reaffirms the partnerships among the town of Mountain Village, the Telluride Mountain Village Owners Association, or TMVOA, San Miguel County, the town of Telluride, Telluride Ski and Golf, and the San Miguel Authority for Regional Transportation, SMART. This agreement continues the collaborative work required to advance the gondola replacement and modernization effort that must be completed prior to the expiration of the current gondola operating agreement, which is December 31st, 2027. Just a bit of background. On November 2023, the 6 regional entities entered into the original intergovernmental agreement for cost sharing. And this outlined each entity's financial participation. The first supplement occurred in 2024, second in 2025. Each established annual cost sharing budgets and reaffirmed the regional commitment to shared planning and development. So this third supplemental agreement now extends this framework through 2026. It formalizes the annual cost sharing budget for that year and continues to support the collective goal. Just to point out that this agreement reaffirms the original of 2023, incorporating the 2026 budget as attached. As in 2025, neither the county nor TSG contribute financially to the 2026 budget. The county does not contribute, as its county position is that they're not directly involved or directly benefit from the expenditures. And TSG believes it's contributing through tax revenues to Telluride, Mountain Village, and SMART, and therefore contributions are not required at this point. So this agreement recognizes that continued regional cooperation to move forward with our gondola project. So through what was already adopted in our 2026 budget from the Capital Reserve Fund, our proportionate share is $615,258. And there is a motion there if anyone has any additional questions.
Great. Zoe, thank you very much. Any questions for Zoe?
I think what I would like to just, we've gotten a lot of comments and questions from the public in regards to what is included in these budget line items. And so I thought it might make sense just for me to kind of go through that, just so that the listening public can hear what is incorporated. So if we look at each category, project management is funding the project staff that is on staff for SMART, as well as a third party called GDSM who facilitates all of our meetings, documents, et cetera. They've been working with us for a number of years on this project, as well as what will be a state or federal agency advocacy development group. That will be kind of under that particular category as well. In regards to the line item for legal counsel, that is the law office of Paul Tadoon, who sits as the attorney on record for SMART, as well as this project, and Butler Snow, who would be looking over all bonding capabilities. The financial advisor services is Hilltop. It's a group that we use for the town of Telluride as well, but they just basically do all the financial modeling for anything regarding this project. The largest increase was in the project development services line item, and I think that's where the majority of interest has come. So I just want to line out specifically what is included there. In that category it's broken into like 4 major categories as we move through this phase that is significantly more technical than it has been in the past. The first part is going to be the project management and stakeholder engagement. So that is stakeholder meetings, public outreach and communications, strategic communications, and governmental relationship education. Under the gondola project development category, that's where we're looking really at some of those very technical components. So survey and right-of-way investigations, the technical reports, the procurement process for the gondola vendor. So that is the decision and working with one of the 2 companies that will ultimately end up being awarded this project. This is the category in which there's going to be funds applied to the capital funding plan itself, FTA coordination, as well as the entry request into the CIG grant program, and the transportation demand modeling that is required in order to apply for these grants. The next category is the preliminary engineering, which is taking the station planning to 30%, which is what is required in order to go into those grant programs. And so that's going to be the very technical preliminary engineering of the stations, the maintenance facilities, and the gondola system itself to a 30% design plan. And then the last category is the environmental, which is the NEPA evaluation. So that's working with the FTA and the Forest Service in coordination. That's doing all of the field work, the technical reports, and SHPO, which I cannot remember what that is right now. But that is also part of it. That's actually one of the smaller budget line items. So all of this is what goes into that particular project development, additional funding that you're going to see. And as always, the gondola subcommittee and leadership committee meetings are public. And if any members of the public have further questions in regards to this, they can come to those meetings or the SMART board meetings, also public, to get further clarification, or as always, call one of your elected officials to chat more.
Meehan, thank you for that addition to the discussion.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. So
I don't either, but that's what it comes.
Go ahead.
who do I ask the question to? You.
Ask it out loud.
Okay.
Questions.
Okay, so I'm looking at this 2026 cost share distribution, Smart 50%, Telluride 25%, Mountain Village entity 25%. So I'm looking at this asterisk.
Yep.
Asterisk. Thank you. Mountain Village entity contributes 25%, split equally between the town of Mountain Village and the TMVOA.
Yes.
So that's just kind of for the listening audience, but that,
I think there's a typo. It's the town, isn't it the Town of Mountain Village Owners Association, not the Telluride Mountain Village?
It's
Owners?
Telluride Mountain
Telluride
Village.
Mountain
Because
TMVOA.
it used to be
It's
called
Telluride
Telluride Mountain Village.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There.
I always thought
Why
that's
they
good
changed the name.
for town.
It was
Weird, right?
confusing.
Yeah, people call it Telluride.
That is really
anyway.
confusing.
but that's. what it
But
has here,
yes,
so-
and I think further background on that, and I don't know if you know the structure of Team VOA or their revenue resources and how that compares to the town of Telluride. But the town of Telluride receives real estate transfer tax, which Mountain Village does not, but the Owners Association collects an assessment.
Mhm.
So they're utilizing these funds collectively as a function of town revenues to help pay for that.
And they have committed those funds as well.
Yes. We are the last to approve this IGA.
Okay.
Any further questions?
Yeah, I appreciate that breakdown, Mian, especially on the project development services. I think there has been a lot of interest. I myself haven't actually seen that specific contract, so I do appreciate some of that breakdown and getting that shared with us, I think would be good, and then help us disseminate more of that information when we do get asked about it. Because I had my own reasonable eyebrow raise at that figure.
Mhm.
We're spending about that much every single year, and we'll likely have to spend about that much for the next couple of years before we really start breaking ground on it. My one other question, I didn't get a chance to go back and look. I believe we had that same contingency overrun in our budget for the last 2 years, and seeing no budget item for laid over funds. I assume that money has been spent.
Correct.
Correct.
What we budgeted from the last has been spent,
Okay.
is looked to be spent.
So that would maybe lead me to believe we're not quite in line with our budgets, or have been, the contingency to me is like, that's the just in case fund, not the let's plan to spend this fund.
Mhm.
And if we are fully spending that each year, I would rather us budget accurately. Yes, having a contingency is a good idea, but if we use that up every single year, I don't love that.
It's only 410,000.
That's all.
Thank you. And as we continue to be partners in this discussion, we'll make sure to bring that point to the table.
Yeah, and it does feel like we are getting into far more concrete numbers now, whereas there were certain elements that, we certainly did add in. I think, translation services would actually be one of the components that we did not originally budget for, and realized that was incredibly important to the community. And so we did add that in, even though it was not originally in the budget. But I think now that we are moving into this next phase, the numbers are they're just going to be that much more structured. And so I feel like when numbers are that much more structured, there's less opportunity to kind of go outside of those lines without robust discussion. So, but yes, I'm point taken for sure. And I'll bring that back to SMART. Ashley and I will.
Yeah, and if you're curious too, I mean, this breakdown that Mian just read through was also presented at the last gondola subcommittee meeting, which is recorded. And also all of those meetings are open to the public. We have public comment, all of that. So I really encourage people that are interested specifically in these line items and how that money is being spent and where we are in the process for the, you know, future gondola replacement is to join in those meetings. You can listen to past meetings, like you can get caught up. There's a lot of information there to be had. And like I said, that what Mian just read off was presented in that meeting and is part of the public record as well.
And just as a quick clarification, David Averill did just send me a message, which I will now read to you all, which is that SHPO is the State Historic Preservation Office, and they review the cultural resources in addition to NEPA. So thank you to the listening public, Executive Director David Averill.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Since this is an action item, there's no one in the room for public comment. Are there any hands raised, Tiffany?
There.
Unless we have any further discussion, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve the third supplement and amendment to the intergovernmental agreement for cost sharing of the planning and gondola project development fees for the 2026 budget year.
Second.
We have a motion from Mian and a second from Ashley. Mian, how do you vote?
Mian, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Elena, yes.
Daniels.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. That brings us, sorry, I'm out of order. Tiffany confused me on the agenda. So we're back to 11E. So we're technically moving backwards to consideration of adoption of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of certain deed restricted real property known as 394 West Colorado Avenue, Maribel Unit B, located within the town of Telluride, San Miguel County, state of Colorado, and Allie and Zoe are here to present.
Thank you. I think I'll probably present this one since I've had the most contact with the current owners. This is the third and final consideration today for potential purchase of a deed restricted unit here in town. Just a few notes on this property. This is a mitigation unit. So this is not a unit that the town constructed, but rather a unit that was constructed by a developer as part of their mitigation requirements for development. This is a one-bedroom unit of 479 square feet. It is tier 1. As many of you might know, especially those on the subcommittee, because the developer constructed this unit and has owned this unit for the last 10 or so years, when a developer continues to own a unit that they first established, there is an ISP assigned to that unit. It is an initial sales price. There is no appreciation on an initial sales price. So the MSP only comes into effect once it is sold for the first time to a qualified household. So essentially owner occupied. What that means for this unit in particular is that the ISP was established back in, I believe, 2014 at $144,000, I think, 46. So $146,000. This is an extremely affordable unit because of that. That $146,000 is what the unit would have sold for initially 10 years ago. That is also what the unit is going to sell for to the next person. This particular deed restriction allows for the developer to pick their buyer. So new units have to go to lottery. However, again, this unit's 10 years old, so the developer gets to choose their buyer. After discussing with the current owners, they're indifferent as to who owns the unit next. They would just like to see it sold as quickly as possible. So therefore, we don't really have a recommendation as to whether the town should purchase this unit. Just know that the town could purchase it pretty quickly if there's no problems with the unit. And this unit could potentially be included in our lottery with the other 2 units coming up in the next couple of months. We would just need to act very quickly on that. However, if you do decide to pass on this unit, I'm sure there are many people in the town of Telluride that are tier 1 who would be very interested in purchasing this unit. Just know that the current owner, who is the developer, would get to choose their buyer. So this would be the first time you purchased a mitigation unit to then enter into a lottery. This could be that first time, or you could just say, we've got enough going on, allow the sellers to just choose their qualified purchaser.
And just to clarify, the seller doesn't care and the seller has not identified a buyer. Is that correct?
Seller has not identified any particular buyer. I think they have some people they might offer the unit to if you do decide to pass on it. Yeah, I think that's all I can say. I don't think they're online, are they, Tiff?
And in the memo, I just reiterated what they put on their sheet,
Hillenmeyer.
which is when they check
Yeah, I don't.
preference, they'll qualify.
Maribel, 394 West Colorado. So, across from the county offices. Just
Googled it,
a
it
couple
shows.
down from, a couple south side, a couple down from Steeny's.
Okay.
I think T. Karen was in there for a while. That was that building.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, it's in the alley.
It's in the alley. That's
Yeah.
right.
Okay.
Thanks.
Ally, thank you for that presentation. It sounds like such a wonderful opportunity that maybe a lottery is a good idea.
It seems.
I love the idea.
So cheap.
I think if they don't have a preference, then this feels like an opportunity to add it into the lottery that we're already doing.
Okay.
And because we are already doing a lottery, it won't add a lot of staff time, yeah, and energy.
I'm hoping that,
Hoping.
yeah, it's my hope. Just know that if we had to, we could push the lottery by a few weeks to accommodate this purchase. It would be my greatest hope to stick to the time. We have not announced the lottery yet. We know that we want it to occur very soon. We've got a timeline together, just finished all the application documents. I think it would also be a great opportunity to include this in that lottery. Just know that if we're wanting to have one lottery versus two right after the next, we might ultimately need to push the lottery by yet another few weeks. And I know we've already had those units for quite a while. We would love to sell them. I'll look to Zoe to see if she has any comments there. But I also think I would agree that this would be a great opportunity to get a very coveted one-bedroom, very affordable price into the same lottery.
Yeah.
Are the other units in the lottery also tier 1 incomes?
They're both tier 2. So there's one tier 2 2-bedroom and one tier 2 3-bedroom. So this would be a tier 1 1-bedroom in that lottery.
The
So
diversity.
necessarily be the same applicants, just.
That would be very different
Okay,
applicants.
That
I
is a
would think.
little more tedious, but still, I think this would be a great unit to offer to the community.
It's a crazy opportunity.
I think we have good direction, but because it's an action item, we'll open it to public comment. There's nobody in the room. Is there anybody online? There's none. We didn't discuss it much, but I think we're all aligned. And unless there's further discussion, I'll take a motion.
I'll make it. I move to adopt a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of certain deed restricted property known as 394 West Colorado Avenue, Maribel, Unit B, located within the Town of Telluride, San Miguel County, State of Colorado.
I second.
We have a motion from Kristen, a second from me. And Kristen, how do you vote?
Kristen, yes.
Yes.
Elena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
And yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. Ally, thank you very much. That brings us to agenda item number 12, Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. There are no items for the Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. And so that's bringing us back to action item 4A, continued discussion and decision as to disposition of the town council vacancy, appointment by town council or by special election. So we are back into this discussion to kind of get us back on track. We, everyone on council had the opportunity to voice pros and cons. It seemed that we were divided 3 apiece, and we've got to continue deliberating that with, and if we can't come to a decision, then we push to December 16th. And that's really what is that task for us. I don't know if anyone wants to start that conversation further. I assume everyone is still, I assume everyone's opinion hasn't changed. Is that fair?
I just want to reiterate that no one ran this last time. And that's that's just a big deal to me.
We had one person come in during public comment that said he would run.
Yeah.
I said he would take an appointment
Oh,
also,
he said he would run as
or appointment.
either or, but so we had somebody, so that,
So then that would be one person, and if he's the only one person, then that's the only choice too. But if he came for an appointment and there were other people, it would be a choice.
I don't want to have a discussion about there only being one person or 0 people running, because I do not believe that to be the case. So I think, now, do I think we're gonna have a robust field? I don't know, but we are gonna have people run for that seat for sure. So, I mean, we just heard that, and even if it is one person, that's a valid election. So, I mean, our election was valid. So I think I would like to just maybe take that argument kind of off the
Sure.
table and continue spirited discussions.
I think I'm allowed to receive text messages over lunch. I got 2 text messages saying that they would, well, one said appointment ... please. And that,
I got the same one, I think.
I got.
okay, yeah. And I got another text that was in favor of an appointment. I just wanted to mention that because that is something that's different than where I was in the beginning of this conversation. I mean, I think my instinct, I still stand behind my instinct, but I understand why people want to be done with this and move on. And I really don't want to push this to the December meeting. So I think I bring that up as a little bit of like an olive branch of, I think a solution is better than the perfect, like, I think it's better than a deadlock. And, you know, I said it from the beginning, I'm not like passionately excited about this special election. It was just what I preferred. But I think, you know, I'd love to hear if anyone else has any other thoughts, but the only feedback I got during lunch was in favor, 2 people in favor of an appointment. And that definitely is something I'm taking into consideration and thought I would just mention publicly.
As
I want to thank
stated-
you for that.
I stated earlier, I have received feedback on both, and I've gone back a little bit since then. It is surprising. I have received more public input saying appointment is their preferred, which as I said this morning, I think a lot of this comes down to the sort of value set. And so I don't know that a few more inputs of public opinion necessarily changes how my values feel on this, because that really is where I'm coming down to is I value representative democracy and I value letting our constituents have the direct choice themselves. But it gives me a little bit of pause, and I guess it just surprises me more than anything else that more people haven't come out and said, yes, democracy.
They voted for you.
Well, some
And,
did.
you know, and me, and like people voted. It wasn't like no one came out to vote. People voted, but
No, but
people
I think Dan's point is more like, I would agree with Dan in the sense that I thought whether it was email comments, people on Zoom or in the room, that we would have people saying, I want the transparency, go to a special election. And we just really didn't see that.
And I mean, and to that point, if we are really listening to the public that's speaking to us, you know, like they want to feel heard. And what I am hearing personally is that the public wants this appointment. And I think we could probably, after the fact, like, let's unwind why that is, because I tend to agree. I think we all align on the value of wanting the special election, but I think to me, like, I would be deliberately saying my opinion is more important than all of the opinions that I've heard, and I don't feel comfortable doing that. I think, then that's why I still stand firmly that that appointment is what the community wants.
And I think it's also a good opportunity for us, whichever way we go, is to kind of continue to learn from our constituents, right? Like, I take so much more value in a constituent that tries to be part of the solutions than, frankly, just bitch and complain after the fact, you know, which we'll get whatever way we go, you know? And so I appreciate the people who did comment in advance to help try to guide us to what, you know, we might do, I mean, and again, it's a tough decision for us to make. There's no easy answers. There's not two great solutions. We wish we had plenty of candidates and we had 7 people in the room right now, but we don't.
Yeah, and I'll just reiterate that I did not get that feedback from the public that you guys have gotten. So I'm operating on maybe a slightly different position than what you guys have seen. I will still not vote in favor of appointment. I think that we should allow the community to vote because there was a large sentiment of I mean, the whole position for the entire group of 300, which lost, but there was a large group that felt like they were not being heard in any way, shape, or form. I would reiterate again that I would encourage members of that group to come forward and join the conversation and be a part of town council and do that. And, to echo what Teddy just said. And yeah, like I said, I still believe that I think that we're in a super lose-lose situation with this, no matter which way we go. I think that obviously the timeline of the election is, not ideal. I think that we are looking down the barrel of election fatigue and that people are tired of campaigns and tired of that. And so I can see why members of our community are relaying to you guys that they want the appointment versus the election. But my position still stands that the current climate to me feels like we should put it up for a vote and let the majority of our constituents weigh in, and people should come forward in that manner. But I'm also fine being a minority vote and a minority voice on this.
If I can just reiterate and touch on something you just said there, Ashley, because I do think it is still what pushes me towards the special election of in the lose-lose situation where, I mean, I feel like if we go the appointment route, that we will for sure get some blowback. If we allow a longer process to take place of a special election, well, then our hands are washed of it. We don't have any say. It's up to our citizens to choose from amongst themselves who wants to run, and amongst the citizens, it's determined by the citizens of how the vote goes. And then that gives us the strongest leg to stand on for the next 4 years. And that is what I'm trying to think about, or yeah, 4 years. It would be for the rest of the term. Yeah. And that to me is probably the most important thing, is that if we are trying to talk about healing the community, we have no determination as town council how that outcome of that election is going to go. That's up to the citizens. And that to me is the ultimate defense of, you don't like how things are going, get involved, run. And if you have a message that connects with the town, then you'll win. If you do like the way things are going, or you do want to support some of the goals of this council, and we're obviously not always unanimous, but then support it that way also, or say nothing then. I don't know. So I don't know that I'm being perfectly clear, and it's a long meeting.
I like
meeting.
I'm not going forward as a new year, a full slate, a clean slate, moving forward.
No,
I mean, I do think, I forget who made the point, but hypothetically, if we go the route of appointment and we do get that feedback that like, well, you didn't let us choose. I think there is something to be said of, you didn't come and tell us your preference. So and that's where I'm feeling a little torn too, because my instinct was special election. Granted, I was traveling this past month, so I wasn't in town having those conversations like I normally would be, but the only people to reach out to me today were in favor of an appointment. So I think that's where I'm feeling a little like, well, what does the community want? And if you guys are experiencing that more people are asking for an appointment, it's really hard for me to sit here and say that a special election is the right move when most of the feedback that I've heard either firsthand or secondhand is in favor of an appointment. I do wish some of the people who claim that we don't listen to them would actually say something to us. I feel like this is one of those moments where it'd be really helpful to have your input or your opinion, instead of just your criticism after the fact.
So let's open up the phone lines.
Yeah.
Well, and they had every opportunity.
Open.
I mean,
They're
I mean,
open.
they're
Yeah.
very
It's-
open,
it's-
yeah, and I
Call
think
in,
that's-
raise your hand.
they had it, this agenda item is not a surprise. We
No.
talked about it at the last meeting, talked about how we were going to discuss it at this meeting, and everyone knows how to participate. Emails, coming in person, pulling your council member or mayor aside and giving them your opinion. And it's frankly, I'm bummed, right? I wish we had that positive engagement for people to be able to feel comfortable or think it is worth their time, either one, to help us in a tough decision that isn't fun. And we got to kind of fly blind on it one way or the other. And there's holes in either decision we make, and that's the reality. And and to me, it's I don't know if we're at this point right now, but it it could be call for a motion and see what the vote is. And if it doesn't go one way or the other and it's deadlocked at 3-3, as much as I hate to say this, it gives the community 3 weeks to go find us and go send those emails and give us more direction. And that's the choice we have, right? We're either going to make a motion and go special election or appointment. And if we're deadlocked 3-3, we have to push it. And with this secondary discussion, I'm not sure past this point, we're going to change people's minds any further. So we have to come up with a new information source to guide us for December 16th. And it sucks that we have to push it, but that's just the reality.
But you might have a majority now that.
We might, but I don't know.
Question. So if I don't like the idea of us being gridlocked, and I think we should make a decision today, but just playing out all the hypotheticals, if we were to be pushed to December 16th, how would that affect the timeline? And then also with the conduct no business or whatever it was, how would that affect our ability to function as council?
Yeah, good question. I was looking at the timeline. So if you push it, it would not impact the no business cannot be conducted because you haven't made a decision. You're just continuing the discussion to the December meeting. So you would still be able to hold the December meeting, and then we would most likely put it at the end of the meeting so that we're not in the same scenario where we were today. Looking at the timeline, if at that December meeting, if you do bump it and you decide to go for a special election, the proposed timeline for that March 31st election would still stand. It would just be a shorter period for advertising. So it would be same nomination petition period, et cetera. For an appointment, that's where it gets a little bit trickier because you would have to make that appointment within 30 days. If you decide to go with an appointment December 16th. Looking in January, the proposed first meeting date is January 20th. And so that would mean that over holidays, basically Christmas, so December 16th through however long we open that application period, that people would have to do that over the holidays. And then we would have to schedule probably a special meeting for interviews and an appointment the first 2 weeks in January, I would suggest.
It was doable.
It's
It-
doable. The time frame late December for applications just isn't ideal.
Yeah, you're asking people for applications during the holidays, but it's this isn't something that we wanted to do. We're just tasked to solving it. And if that's how we have to go, that's how we have to go. I mean, and that's where we're at.
My concern is, say one of the originators of ballot question 300 walks in here, I know some of them. I like some of them as human beings, even though we fundamentally disagreed on that ballot question. I think it is incredibly long odds that applicant would be given a true fair shake from those of us sitting up here. We passed a motion, Kristen aside, stating our opposition to that ballot question as town council. it feels too fresh, too recent that I think we do take it seriously of being objective, being impartial, but it just feels very, very slim odds that a person with that differing of a viewpoint would be appointed by this council. Maybe that's what we want. But
What if that person could bring a different perspective, maybe changed their mind on the 300 based on the votes and has another idea to bring forward, not necessarily, well, I don't know. I mean, it's all hypothetical.
And they'll have to overcome the same battle, because if it's that same, if you use the results of 300, then that's the results for that elected person. So they have to change it one way or the other anyway. And whether might be easier to change the minds of, 6 people versus the electorate when you think of the odds and how bad it lost.
And I mean, to your point, Dan, like, I think that's a valid concern. I mean, I can only speak from my perspective. I'm not going to speak for anybody else, but I do like differing opinions on a board. Like, I don't want to be in a echo chamber. In fact, I think that that's one of the fundamental issues that we're struggling with as a community and as a nation right now, is that we're all like just talking to the same version of ourselves. So I don't see that being, for me, that wouldn't be an impediment like that. I mean, there's so many things that we all disagree on, sometimes pretty voraciously. And that doesn't change the fact that I like working with those individuals, on everything else. We just fundamentally disagree on one thing, but that doesn't mean that we fundamentally disagree on all things. Or even if we did, that doesn't mean that I am not so grateful for somebody that has a different perspective than me, offering that perspective and allowing me to see things through a different lens. So like that, I'm not concerned about that, but and maybe I'm just a little bit too much of a Pollyanna, but like, I tend to believe that each and every other person on this council is able to look at it the same way.
I agree with Dan. I don't know if that's the reality of what would happen. Like, I appreciate your sentiment and I like totally agree. I think that having difference of opinions and stuff like that is wonderful, but I think it's like, it is also, that's why we put it up for an election and don't just let people choose their successors in politics. It's like the people decide who they want to represent them and who they want to be their voice, versus we don't let just other politicians choose who's next in line. So
We gave them that opportunity and it didn't work.
Right.
I mean, that's, and to me, what rings true is, and I agree, I have friends that supported 300, if we're going to use that as the example. Why didn't they call me and say, I really need a special election, Teddy, come on? Like, why are they not in this room?
Sure.
And to me, what really rings clear to me is, they're just waiting for the opportunity to criticize us and tear the community apart again. And I want to stop that.
I mean, I think that is a fair point, that I think there are members of this community who just like to complain more than they like to actually be outcome and solution oriented. So perhaps we are being too cautious to not offend the people who are going to complain no matter what. It still just feels out of line with my values, and that's where I still just get held up, because I value democracy, and it's a thing in our world, in our country, that is deteriorating, and the only portion of it I have some small control of is our little town.
Right now.
Right here, right now. And so that's where I think it just gives me too much heartache to be like out with it, whatever we're appointing somebody. And because I just see the context of our nation and how challenged democracy feels.
Feels just a little too on the nose for me.
This is a part of that process, because, and if it wasn't, it wouldn't be an option that we were considering as part of the democratic process.
But it's an option. It's not like we're trying to stray from, like, it says you must appoint somebody and we're here going, oh, I don't know. It says you have 2 options.
No, but that's my
Appoint or
point,
do.
is that it is like the 2 options are both a part of our democracy and the democratic process. And like, again, to that point, like, I personally fundamentally agree with you. I just think that if I am trying to listen, if we are trying to be better at listening to the community and showing the community that we're listening, I have to listen to the people that are talking to me. And even when I like went out to try and find other opinions, I still got the same one. So
I think we should put it up.
So this is a
Okay.
straw poll, not the formal action, because you've asked to hold that off to the end of the meeting, but understanding the direction will help us in our next action items. And then we will follow up with the formal action.
Wait, well, no, we can
we
do
have
it.
more
We're not we don't have anything else. We don't have any.
We have board appointments
Or,
And the calendar.
and the calendar.
and to throw it out there,
We're not done yet. My 5 o'clock reservation.
Trust me.
Just, I mean, no pressure.
to make the reservation. not to
It's
take
happy
action.
hour, man.
I
Like,
know.
no, it's fine.
Yeah. I
Sorry,
mean,
Zoe.
You guys are great.
everything could move forward just a little quicker. And actually, a few weeks of a pause in action items for us would be a pause. And I think one of the intents of 300 was to create some kind of mechanism for us to slow down a little bit and maybe take more time to listen more and actually respond to the comments and have the dialogue. So maybe you could look at it as like a mini pause.
But we're not gonna add a bunch of meetings in the interim. We're gonna be looking for that's a wonderful sentiment.
Right.
I don't
I'm
think
just- it's
that, I
just the
don't think that
sentiment
that's the
that I'm
reality of
throwing in.
what that pause purpose is gonna be. It's gonna be pretty short and it's gonna be so that we can do interviews and figure out who we're gonna install into this.
Yes. Then it could be a focused,
Yeah.
like concentrated time period to get it done.
I think both options will have strategic outcomes of how we are now assessing our future meetings. Whether it's we're
Yeah,
looking
it's just
to
that-
have an
that-
election and how we want to wait for that member and so on and so forth. But anyway, I understand the sentiment.
Yeah, and that's the reality. And you know, whatever decision we go, I disagree with the pause, and I'm not saying we should do it. If you have that mentality, then it would be pause for 3 weeks and get other people to comment, but I don't want to do that. I mean, we've put a lot of effort into this discussion and we're tasked as the elected officials to make a decision one way or the other. And if it ends up being stalemated, then we kick the can to December 16th, listen more and do that. That's okay, you know, and probably at that point.
So what so we need to approve the calendar.
So we need to, so in order to maintain the intent of this council going into this agenda, we need to understand a straw poll of a potential action that will happen at the end of the meeting. That straw poll will hopefully indicate how we want to move forward with the board appointments and the calendar.
That's right.
But we do have to have an understanding of that
Can I ask a
direction.
question?
Yeah.
So if we went forward with an appointment, then the boards and the calendar would be dealt with after the appointment. So it would be the full board. Is that correct?
We have to decide.
Get it adopted and you guys would need to discuss if you wanted to hold off a few weeks on those.
For the boards.
That's
So,
right.
but it could be like that.
It could be, it could
Okay.
be, if it was appointments, it would go that way. And if it was special election, we would probably have to dive into the boards and commissions to fill those seats, however we deem appropriately from scratch and doing the whole thing. And the new member in April gets stuck with what's there, or do temporary positions to fill whether it's alternate or temporary positions to fill the liaison roles till April, and then have the discussion from that point forward of shuffling of the liaisons. I think the calendar remains the same.
Yeah, I think we set the calendar pretty much no matter what.
Calendar could change depending if you choose to do a special election, then we have to change the calendar.
I see.
Yeah.
So that's why it's all impactful, but we want to make the action at the end of the meeting, but need to know the sentiment beforehand.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. And you know, and theoretically you could change your mind if you straw poll.
Sure
and
can.
At the end, right? And that's the whole point.
Yep.
Are we ready for a straw poll?
Yes.
All right. So for appointment,
Oh, boy.
and then for special election. Yeah.
Oh,
It's okay. I mean, you know, I know it seems, especially to me, it does, like I would never call anything a waste of time. It's a healthy discussion of what we're trying to do to move forward. And if we need to hear from our constituents to direct us to make the decision, we wait 3 weeks, so be it.
I mean, I think I dislike stalling this process more than I dislike the appointment option. I think that's where
Yeah.
I'm feeling conflicted. Does that?
Yeah,
Look at the
I
calendar.
no, I think you're exactly, because I feel like I could wait 3 weeks, get 100 people from the town to say, go the appointment level, and still of my heart of hearts, I would feel consternation because again, values. But it would still, I would still maybe be on the same page where I am now, that I can just say, screw it, I'm fine with it. Let's move forward and just keep this ball rolling. There is a certain value, there is validity to the argument of you didn't take your opportunity. You had every chance to run. So don't complain to me now that we appointed somebody.
You also had every opportunity to give us feedback that you wanted a special election.
Yes.
Do it.
Yep.
But I still want a special election, but
Yeah.
I can,
I
but
mean-
and all of this is me just saying, there's enough of me that could say screw it at this point. And
Yeah,
yeah.
I feel like I could get on board
'Cause
with an appointment.
I think you said it well, Elena, that my desire to keep this going and get a full town council is greater than my preference one way or another on either a special election or
I'm feel that's why I bring that up, because I still, in my heart of hearts,
yes,
think that a special election is the right move.
yes.
And if if like a bunch of people had texted me like special election, I might sit more firmly in that camp, but
Are
I
you waiting for your phone to ring?
I'm keep looking
Like,
at it.
flip it over.
Where are you?
Flip it
Nobody
over.
wants.
You can do
I know
this.
I'm not even supposed to be looking at my phone during the meetings. I know, but we all. And I caring.
Yeah.
And I dislike stalling this process more than I dislike my second option out of 2 options that I don't love. So I'm feeling. Yeah, I'm
So, that's good.
And-
So is the straw poll just to move forward?
whole, my opinion
Amen.
hasn't fundamentally
Yeah,
changed.
and in fairness, I did get a text. I'm not sure what it means necessarily that says democracy, yes.
I got the same text.
So I mean, it's,
Sorry about that.
and I know that, but we did bring it up.
I know. Your phone.
That's not clear to me what that means, because it's democracy either way,
Well, I know,
right?
I know
mean,
who it's from, so you know who it's.
Yeah, right.
You know what it means.
Right, but,
Well, and I think, I mean, should we see if there's any more public comment before we vote on this?
No,
No?
5:00.
there's no one in the room and there's
No one's in the room.
there's no one,
Julia's laughing at me.
yeah,
Okay.
no one's online, right?
They want to know what we're gonna do.
No, but hands are, I mean,
No hands are raised
I
online.
mean,
Okay, I feel like if people felt strongly, they would have said it publicly on record. And some people did. I can get on board with an appointment. I don't love it, but I can, I just like, I don't wanna, I think we're gonna get more feedback of people being angry if we stall this process. So in the name of keeping the process going, I would vote yes on an appointment, even though I don't love it. Just to keep the process moving along. And I would love it, Dan, if you would join me in that, because it would make me feel less bad.
I'll join you, Elena. I won't try, I won't
You're gonna.
hang you out to dry, don't worry.
yeah.
I'm not hanging out to dry.
I didn't, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant.
It's it's not an easy, again, not an easy decision and there's, it's tough either way.
Thank you for sitting in these seats and making these hard decisions.
That's fun. Aren't you guys so excited to join us?
Yeah.
Thanks for rerunning each.
You're welcome.
So knowing that, I guess that brings us to,
Calendar.
adoption of 2026 town meeting calendar.
Yes, if you're going to defer the board and commission assignments to after there's an appointment, then we can just simply make a motion to continue that to the December 16th meeting.
So we'll just maintain our current positions, and where there's vacancies, there will be vacancies, correct?
I think
We're
so.
not all,
Yep, I think we can get through 3
all
weeks.
of our boards.
Yeah, we filled block 23 and THA, which I think are very important. And then I'm looking at the 2026 calendar if we're ready to move forward with that. Originally, I had drafted this for having the first meeting in January being the 13th. Typically, we don't have such a huge gap. But we did receive word that the oral arguments at the Supreme Court are going to be January 14th. And so I know there's a handful of town staff that plan to go to Denver for that. So then I did bump that one meeting to the 20th.
Okay.
And then I did not adjust the rest of the calendar. So please look at it. It gets us out of that every 3-week schedule.
Yeah, that 20th, that's the only time I already have a ski trip booked, but I could do the meeting on Zoom on video from 6 p.m. to however long I can stay awake that night from Austria or whatever. That's, I think, the only conflict that I've noticed.
Let us know that too, because I mean, we all have been in that position and
Yeah.
we'll adjust the schedule so that action items or whatever is like in the beginning.
Okay,
So
yeah, that would help a lot.
Yeah, we'll do our best for that.
Yeah, whatever, however it can work.
We could also move it to the 6th. I just didn't know how many staff would be available for packet on the 31st. I know it's not like a major holiday, so it may not be a big deal, but we could get a packet out on the 31st if you would prefer having a meeting on January 6th.
Well,
Oh no, Zoe, if you have any input, I just kind of put that out there, but
I'm happy to do whichever. I mean, the 19th is a holiday, not like that
I'm here on
matters, but.
I'm here on the 31st too.
Oh my God, I'm gone on the 6th. Sorry. I just, wait, am I? Hold on. Yes. Am I gone on the 20th?
Oh my God, wait.
But I think I can zoom in because I'm in the same time zone. So I can be on Zoom. Yes. Hold on. Let me just double check.
Martin Luther King is the 19th, right? Of January?
That is
Yep.
correct.
Holiday, okay.
Mhm.
Monday.
Oh, no, I'm here on the 6th. I'm gone on the 20th, but I can probably zoom in on the 20th.
January 20th is a problem for me. Or is a lesson I'm out of town and I'm like
Okay.
6 hours.
I'm out of town on the
I'll
20th.
roll the 6th.
So maybe,
Sorry, what, was there a conflict on the 13th?
yeah,
Yeah, the Supreme Court.
hearings
Oh,
on the
yes, thank you.
14th.
Thank you.
I mean, I can roll the 6th.
Oh, wait, Zoe's saying something. The other thing while they're talking, does the
Hang on.
17th,
Yeah, a little bit. It's also
Does-
an anniversary, but it's fine.
the 17th and the
Yeah.
31st, is that like, but that close for a reason? 2 week? Oh, sorry, March. Sorry. Brain is,
Sometimes we squeeze it in because of the April break.
Because we try and do a longer
oh,
break
right,
in
right, right,
April.
right. Yep, okay. That answered my question.
And the week of March 8th to 14th is Texas spring break week, and I'm already booked every single day for work. And the 12th is my birthday. Doesn't matter, I'm working that day anyway, but that's a retreat scheduled. I don't know how flexible that date could be, was the only other date I looked at. I know it looks like they're spread out between a few months and stuff like that, but
I think we can be more flexible with the retreat dates.
maybe
So if-
first week of March or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, the retreat dates, I think we can further discuss those.
Okay.
I mean, I
Yeah.
also realize it's tough for us to mentally dive into such specifics on dates after this meeting.
Yeah, I just was. Bigger
To
picture.
be honest.
To be really mad about one date.
You aren't even like, too bad, you adopted it.
Why didn't we talk about this?
You are correct. We can, while we look to keep the adopted calendar, if we need to reorganize retreat dates, we can do that in a public noticing period.
Yeah, okay.
After just looking at our December agenda, which is going to be a hearty agenda, especially with a potential appointment. Staff is comfortable with moving the 20th date to the 6th, as it will most likely be a light meeting after the December meeting. I just ruined that for everybody.
Oh, no.
We thought this one was gonna be like.
This one we knew was gonna be spicy, there's not much on there.
It was like-
And we will most likely also be canceling the December retreat and moving that to a different date to be more prepared for the full council when we have that, if that's how the vote goes.
What date
So,
was that again? That was.
it was December 8th.
December 4th of
4th,
of
okay.
this year.
That's canceled. That's gonna be.
We will,
moved.
depending on the formalized action, we will most likely move that
Okay.
retreat date.
Okay.
So I think there will be ample things in December. making the January meeting flexible.
Okay.
I would just look to see if then you wanted to schedule and like move the February 3rd to January 27th to get on that 3-week schedule. I don't know.
Yeah, I did look at that same one
know.
as well, because it's a long break.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would suggest that.
Yeah.
If you're gonna move it to the 6th,
Yeah, 6th and then 27th, and then keep
the rest of the cadence.
So the February 3rd is moving to January 27th, but February 24th is staying, correct?
that's sort of 6 one way, half a dozen another.
I mean, the
but-
20th, you're gonna be,
Keeps us within our 30 days and then it all will just get balanced back out.
Well, or should it be?
I mean,
The
the,
January date moves, the February dates, the 24th goes up to the 17th, and then the March one goes up to the 10th. Although that's,
That's
you're
the
the one that. you
spring
said you
break
had a
week,
problem
yeah, that's
with,
hard.
yeah.
And then you also,
Spring break is April.
that Tuesday on President's
for
Week is
you.
gonna be a toughie.
Yeah, yeah,
When's
that's
President's
that's
Week?
that's what I was trying to do, but.
Yeah, I
when's President's Week again?
think it's the 17th.
Yeah, well, 16th, but yeah,
So the 17th would be I'd rather not go on the day after President's Weekend.
I do tend to agree.
That's,
yeah, I mean, and going back to the 20th, I mean, if I did Zoom, would we have a quorum if
Well,
we left it on the 20th?
and
Say
me
that,
and
Teddy.
downtown as well, so I think for several of us, like a different date would be better.
Yeah, I mean.
Like I leave. What do I do? I'm sorry, guys. I feel like I never travel.
You need to have 4 people in person
mm,
for the council meeting? I mean, if I'm on Zoom, would you actually leave it on the 20th? Can you start the meeting in the morning? Or you from Zoom or no? And leave it at the 20th. I'm just saying, I mean.
Listen, like I'm on vacation.
Oh, so you're like, no.
Like. and
Ian
working,
always
so-
works on vacation, so let's have you not work on
I know, I
vacation.
mean, I'm like, so this is the one time, it's like literally like my friend's 50th birthday
Okay,
and I
good,
feel like
then
I'd
no,
be
then-
Oh, wait,
like,
I'm in a
like
different
12
time
people.
zone.
And yeah, and I mean, like, I'm like 6 hours off.
1 hour.
The timing that actually works lovely. Like, I love that time zone because I wake up early and do all the work, but I mean, which I could, so I guess point is I could do it actually because.
But you don't have to. I'm just saying to move all the February dates and the March dates and stuff. It's just,
Yeah, I think we keep the rest. Now on second thought, just
Yeah.
keep the rest of the dates.
I've kind of.
Just saying.
move
Based
the
on
one up to end of January and keep everything else the same. Is that what you mean?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm good
Move,
with that.
move to the January 6th.
Or to the 27th.
Move this February 6th to January 27th, and then everything else after that remains the same.
Wait,
Is that what you mean, Dan?
So we have January
Is that right?
6th, so move the 20th to January 6th and move the February 3rd to the 27th.
Yeah, and then just have a longer
January.
break from the 27th to the 24th in February.
And we're still within our 30-day window that we like to keep.
That's fine.
Okay, so February 3rd is moving to January 27th?
Yep.
Okay.
And I'm coming home that day from my trip, so I'll try to make it here by then.
Okay.
Can I get a motion and a vote whenever you're ready, please?
Mhm.
You want, oh gosh.
I move to approve. Oh, well, then I went on the wrong thing. Somebody else got to take it.
Uh,
I don't know.
probably.
I think.
Say it, and you can say as
I
stated.
moved to present, I
As
moved,
previously stated. 10 different ways.
I moved to approve the 2026 town council meeting schedule as previously discussed.
And Tiffany will send us an updated, color-coded, fancy spreadsheet.
That's why it got crazy this year.
No, it looks great.
Yes.
I second.
Their shapes.
We have a
and
motion
colors.
from Mian and a second from Dan. Mian, how do you vote?
I mean, yes.
And yes.
Kristen, yes.
Elena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Teddy, yes. The calendar for 2026 is approved. Then we know we're not, based on the straw poll, we're gonna not discuss board commissions and appointments, correct?
Correct.
And then that brings us back to action item for A, which is the discussion and decision as to the disposition of the town council vacancy appointment by town council or by special election. I had to restate that because we segued off into the calendar and boards and commissions. And if we're ready for a motion and not further discussion, I would entertain a motion.
I move to have the town council fill the vacancy by appointment and direct the town clerk to begin advertising and accepting applications immediately, but no later than November 26, 2025, and using the application as presented or with edits?
We have a motion from Kristen. Do we have a second?
Have to
Nope.
say-
If you had edits, that was the intent
sorry.
there was to put the edits in. If you review the application, want me to add any questions? Like one thing, sorry, that I was going to suggest that came up earlier was, I don't know if it'd be beneficial to have a question like, have you ever ran for town council? If yes, when? I don't know if that would be beneficial to you or not, but there is a link. And
I
so,
wasn't able to pull that up, that draft application. I didn't see it in my.
oh, it's embedded in the memo.
Yeah, it was in there, but I think it's.
I
'cause
can read
my
the questions aloud if that would be helpful, or if you guys are comfortable
Yeah.
just moving forward, but.
It works for me,
Here.
so I'm able to
Mine's new.
pull it up.
Mother was too, I couldn't. Sorry, let me go back and look. Thanks. Yeah, sorry.
I feel like I don't need any more questions in there. I think I am going to glean a lot more from direct conversations and sort of them showing up to these meetings and talking to us about why they're interested in running for the appointment, more so than I think I'm going to get the answers from any spreadsheet.
And I think that whether or not they've been on council, it definitely falls under related professional experience.
Yeah.
Or previous
run
experience
for-
on boards and commissions.
Run for council. I think that was the question.
They could write it in there if they have.
Additional info if they want us to know.
I mean, we can
Yeah.
ask questions after we get the
Yeah.
picked out, so I don't think it's necessary for us to put it in
Okay.
right now.
No edits.
And then,
Sorry.
and then Tiffany, do we have to pick a calendar or? for
I would,
that?
yeah, I would suggest that after the motion is made, that then you give direction to set a special meeting for, if you're okay with the 15th for interviews, and then we can discuss the structure of that meeting either offline or now. If you wanted to do, interviews, have set questions, we can structure that and plan that ahead of time with a certain amount of time for public comment.
So December 15th. for now.
Yeah.
Do we have any opportunity to move that up, even if it's a day? I'm a little, I
Yeah.
don't necessarily want to go right to the interviews and then the next day make the appointment.
Sure,
Because one, I want us to really think about it, right? After we've made the interviews. And two, I want to give our constituents the opportunity to contact us with any thoughts that they have, pro and con against people who are being appointed. And I want to give them as much opportunity as possible to do so.
Should we do the 12th?
So the suggested timeframe gave a full 2 weeks to submit applications. In previous appointments, the timeline was 9 days and 10 days. So I was giving a little bit more time for applications submittal, 14 days. So if we're looking at how it was done in the past, we could shorten that and then absolutely schedule interviews or something for the 11th or 12th.
Can we
Can I
do the
ask a
11th?
question?
I'm out of town the 12th.
My question was just that when will the names of the people applying for appointment be released? Because if like their names are released the week before and then we have interviews the Monday and then the Tuesday, other people will have their time to maybe come to you and say, I like this person, or come to Ashley and say, I think this person's a strong candidate or whatever before we interview. Can we do that?
Yeah, I was hoping to have at least a day to gather the applications together and post.
So even over the weekend or
Or even an afternoon. So if they're due at noon, I could get
you
it
know, so
posted
if
by
we
end of
look at
day.
15 and 16, if we know who's going to be on the appointment list the week of the 8th to the 12th or something, the public will know who's on that list.
Right, but is the
They-
15th
They might not have an opinion.
confirmed?
when it comes
Is the
to
15th a public meeting?
Very public and
Yes.
transparent.
So that's my problem.
I think it's still.
If
Go
the
ahead.
further discussions occur on the 15th, there's not a whole lot of time for the public to comment to us. And I don't think that's a good idea. I'd love to do that on the 11th.
The interviews?
The 11th is less good for two reasons. One, we have the holiday town brunch
Yes.
that day. I
Yes.
also have an Eco Action Partners meeting already scheduled that day.
Yeah.
So and it's the year-end meeting. There's a lot going on there. So the 12th would definitely be preferable for me. You said you can't do the 12th?
Yeah, I'm spending a lot of money to be out of town that day because I didn't think we would have anything.
What about, is the 10th?
The 10th.
10th's Noel night. I got to work all day.
And I have my manager for my day job in town that I have to be showing him around and selling booze for the holidays.
I think if we have the list before the 15th, people are going to know and they're going to tell us their opinions before then, and we can solicit their opinions. That's what
But some people might not know who the people
I
are.
agree. People
Yeah,
don't,
like, that's the
not
whole
everybody
point.
knows everybody, and they might hear from somebody based on their pitch and go, I think that person sounds great, and they're not gonna know until after they hear from them.
I mean, if we did the 11th at like a dinner time thing,
No.
I could make it, but that is.
I don't mind that.
I don't mind it.
I actually
Yeah.
think that's great because that actually is I think that would allow the public
More
to participate.
potentially more
Yeah,
people
like
could
the
participate.
people that have said that
here
our
the
time,
11th?
our meetings aren't at a great time. So
And we do that, I'm willing to push me leaving town to as late as it needs to be that night. That's fine
Plus,
with
if
me.
it's earlier too, it's gonna be recorded. People who aren't able to attend because of the time will then have time
Yep.
to listen to the recordings and listen to what people are saying.
I mean, I hate to do that to staff because I know you guys want to go home, but.
I mean,
I won't be here, so an assistant clerk will have to do any of these.
Um,
I'll be running a marathon.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can do,
Tiff,
I can do
not-
the 11th in the evening,
so that's the interview.
the interview.
and when you say evening, are you meaning, is it like 4 PM, 3 PM, or is it like 6 PM?
I mean, I was
Either
thinking,
way,
I was
staff will
thinking
make
more like
themselves
5, but
available.
I think I could do it I could do like 4 as well potentially, but I was thinking 5.
if we could do 5, then we can still go, Ashley and I can still go to the SMART
Mhm.
board meeting,
Yeah.
which is 3 to
Starts at
5. Yeah.
Okay. Okay,
Didn't it
The
say 5:30?
11th we're talking now?
the 11th at 5
We
PM.
can be here remote. We don't,
We're
we
remote.
don't typically. we-
Okay.
So we can be here doing it and then.
We'll just be in the green room.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
And that's a
Other
special
things?
meeting for interviews.
Okay.
It'll be awful.
I mean,
So-
and I do agree that like a little bit of time for people to give us feedback is important, especially because like we're saying we're doing this like
Mhm.
transparently
yeah.
with lots of, comments from the public, and we need to actually make sure that our timeline allows for that.
Agreed.
So then nothing on the 15th. Is that right?
15th.
Betty, what was your
Well-
timeline looking? How does a 5 o'clock meeting impact you?
I'll make it, that works better for me than Friday is a problem. So if I gotta leave town at 10 o'clock, so be it. I'll make it work.
So then when
Well,
would you
just-
like
Yeah, I'm
application?
driving, so it's not like a flight, so.
Okay. We'll get you a Red Bull.
Yeah. This size.
Go ahead, Tiff.
So then would you like applications to be due if the interviews are on the 11th? Also to give the community a little bit of time to review who's applied.
Mhm.
Should we say Monday, the 8th end of day, Tuesday end of day, like
Let's say Monday.
Monday, the 8th?
Questions.
Okay, great.
And it's online. You don't have to mail
The
anything. get
deadline is December
signatures or
8th.
do anything like that.
For applications.
Is that
Yep.
enough time?
They do have to submit an affidavit in person that's notarized.
But they don't have to go out and get signature.
Right.
So it's like, it's on their own time. There's,
Do the 9th just to give them like one extra day in case, because the offices are closed on Sunday. So if they get there Monday and you're like, you need your affidavit, they still have like a work day to correct that.
That's fine.
Okay.
people need to take care of.
Okay, so
Yeah,
then,
The important thing, I think, was having to discuss the interview day with time. So anything else, I'm
Okay.
good.
and we still need that motion that was not seconded or
sorry.
completed, so.
Without the edits. Okay, so I move to have the town council fill the vacancy by appointment and direct the town clerk to begin advertising and accepting applications immediately, but no later than November 26, 2025, and using the application as presented.
Okay, just to be clear, Kristen, do you withdraw your first motion when you have, this is your second motion?
You have,
Okay.
there was no second, so
Um,
I think it just dies.
Yeah, and so we have a motion from Kristen. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Elena. Kristen, how do you vote?
Kristen, yes?
Elena, yes.
Me and yes.
Ashley, no.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. Is approved with one dissenting vote. So then that,
We have reports.
what's that?
I said the next item is administrative reports.
Yep,
You
and
want to continue on that?
we've wanted,
No, the only, I know we're not on the radio, so I won't go thoroughly in the manager's report. I just want to make very clear note of the updates to Pacific Avenue. We gave a lot of thorough detail to that. So if you guys have any questions on that, one of the big things just to point out, and we'll communicate to the community, is the island that was there is no longer going to be there, but signage and traffic flow will be the same.
Got it. Thank you for the manager's report.
Is there anything else critical? I don't think so, but it's all there. If you guys are.
Hopefully to the 16th, but that's a doozy too. There's no executive session, agenda item number 14, and I will adjourn the Telluride Town Council meeting by mutual consent. Thank you, everybody, for hanging in.
Good job, everybody. And good.